Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. Steve woke before dawn on Christmas Eve, stirred by the soft hum of the heating vents and the faint glow of the street lamps slipping through the curtains. All month he had thrown himself into holiday preparations, untangling strings of lights, testing each bulb, trimming the fir tree that filled the bay window with its sweet pine scent. Yet when he padded down the hallway in flannel pajama bottoms and thick socks, he felt the same childlike thrill that had fluttered in his chest every Christmas since he was 5. In the dim kitchen he brewed coffee, savoring the rich aroma, while snow flurries drifted past the frosty panes. This was the day he most wanted to get right. By 7 o'clock, long before sunlight could turn the snowfall to wet slush, Steve had already slipped the overnight strata into the oven, arranged bowls of clementines and peppermint candies on the sideboard, and set out cinnamon sticks beside the cocoa tins. He moved in near silence, mindful that his wife Annika and their 7-year-old daughter Alice were still asleep. Outside, snow accumulated on the porch rail, hiding yesterday's footprints. Every so often Steve paused and stared at the silent drift of flakes, feeling grateful for the hush that wrapped their small house in a layer of peace. Soon enough that hush was broken by the quick patter of Alice's feet. The door to her bedroom burst open and she barreled down the hallway calling, "He came! He came!" The pink dinosaur slippers she insisted on wearing year-round flapped wildly as she skidded into the living room. By the time Steve arrived, mug in hand, she had already seized the knitted stocking with her name, Alice, outlined in glittery yarn and was shaking a wrapped object loose. "Wait for the rest of us, sweet girl," Steve said, though his voice held more warmth than scold. Seeing her shining blue eyes and flushed cheeks always stirred a gentle ache in his chest, a blend of love, amazement, and the faintest fear that time might whisk these golden moments away before he learned how to store them properly. Alice sighed theatrically, rolled her eyes, and cupped her hands around her mouth. "Come on, guys! You've got presents too!" Annika, tall and broad-shouldered from years of rowing in college, shuffled down the hall in Steve's old sweatshirt, hair tousled. She yawned, gave a wry smile, and settled next to Steve on the overstuffed couch. Their combined weight made the cushions sink until they bumped shoulders. Every December they joked that the couch turned into a love seat for the holidays. "Where's Grandma?" Alice asked, hopping from foot to foot like a songbird on a wire. "I'm sure she's coming," Annika answered. "But you can start on your stocking. Just the small things." Permission granted, Alice tore into the parcel she had freed. Colored tissue flitted through the air, draping lampshades and catching on the branches of the tree. Steve and Annika exchanged a knowing look. After all the bustle of shopping, cooking, cleaning, and wrapping, this untidy explosion of joy was exactly the reward they had been waiting for. From deep inside the stocking Alice drew a plush unicorn. But unlike any plush toy they had ever seen, this creature was utterly black, so black it seemed to swallow light, as though stitched from a patch of midnight sky. Its spiraled horn shone pearly white and emitted a faint luminous glow, soft as moonlight. 2 delicate wings, translucent, shimmering fabric stretched over silver veins, unfurled slightly in Alice's small hands. "Whoa!" she breathed, turning the toy until the horn's glow washed gently over her cheeks. Annika leaned in close to Steve and whispered, "Your mom already bought her a unicorn last month." "I know," Steve whispered back. "She chose pink because Alice hates black. Did you see a box from your mom arrive this week? Anything that big?" "Nothing. And you know my mom, everything is gift-wrapped, 3 layers, with bows." Steve's brow furrowed as he watched Alice cradle the toy. Something about the plush's absolute darkness pricked a memory he could not grasp, like waking from a dream he once lived. For the rest of the morning, though, Alice's delight was the only thing that mattered. She named the unicorn Bella and insisted Bella sample everything, nibble a corner of cinnamon strata, sip lukewarm cocoa with extra marshmallows, watch Christmas cartoons curled on the rug. When Steve steamed up the bathroom for Alice's nightly bath, she solemnly informed him that Bella needed one too, and so he found himself holding the winged plush over the bubbles while Alice scrubbed each hoof with lavender soap. Annika snapped a photo, shaking her head with amusement. Bedtime was a routine of comfort and ritual. Alice could not sleep unless Steve lay beside her and spun a new adventure featuring Mouse, the brave princess who lived in a lemon-yellow castle ringed by snow-capped mountains. That evening Alice settled under her butterfly blanket, Bella squeezed close to her chest. The second Steve stretched out on the mattress, an act that always made him feel enormous in the pastel little girl world. She murmured, "Mouse and Mouse story?" he began, letting his voice soften into the cadence that had lulled her since toddlerhood. In today's tale, Princess Mouse celebrated Christmas, received an abundance of gifts, and then saw her father the king, clearly a fictional stand-in for Steve, brave a frigid night to help villagers whose cottages lacked presents and hot meals. Steve told the story slowly, repeating comforting rhythms until Alice's eyelids drooped. He tucked the blanket beneath her chin and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "See you soon, raccoon," he whispered, as he always did. "See you later, crocodile," she murmured back, a ritual reply. Steve crossed the room, paused at the doorway, and looked back. "Good night, princess." "Good night, queen," Alice answered, already slipping into dreams. Steve smiled and turned off the lamp. Bella's white horn glowed faintly in the darkness, a pale star that illuminated nothing beyond its own small circle. Hours passed. The house settled. Snow thickened outside, muffling the world. In the master bedroom Steve breathed evenly beside Annika, but sleep was thin and fragile for him this Christmas Eve. Memories, some distant childhood scenes, some half-formed images of dark forests and flickering fires, chased each other through his thoughts like shadows. He rose quietly, careful not to wake his wife, and padded toward the hallway. When he opened the bedroom door, he came face to face with the unicorn. Bella stood upright, no longer a toy but a living creature of midnight fabric and silver bone. The horn's glow was stronger, bathing the hallway in soft light that showed dust motes drifting like tiny planets. Feathery wings twitched at Bella's sides. Large dark eyes regarded Steve with urgency, and oddly, with respect, as though greeting an old friend returned from exile. Steve did not cry out. He felt neither fear nor shock. Instead, a sense of inevitability settled over him. He lowered his voice to a fierce whisper. "What are you doing here?" "I am sorry, sire," Bella answered, voice as clear and musical as icicles chiming in a winter breeze. "But your people need you. The dragons have returned, and worst of all..." Steve's chest constricted. "My brother is dead." The unicorn bowed her head, as if weighed down by the words. Grief stabbed through Steve so sharply he closed his eyes. Memories of his younger brother flooded in, a mischievous grin, hair like dark wheat, laughter echoing in a stone courtyard long ago. He pressed a hand to the wall for support. A small, anxious voice floated from Alice's room. "Daddy?" Steve hurried past Bella, reaching the bed just as Alice sat up clutching her blanket to her chin. Her cheeks were flushed. Her eyes darted toward the doorway. He gathered her close. "It's okay, sweet girl. Just a dream." "I'm not dreaming," she insisted, pointing at the unicorn whose silhouette filled the hallway. Before Steve could respond, Annika screamed, from their bedroom, where she had woken to find a horse-shaped shadow at the door. Panic cracked her voice. "Steve! Steve! There's a horse in the house!" Steve strode back to the bedroom, Bella following. "Quiet down," he warned, mindful of Alice's ears. "You'll wake your mother." "I am your mother!" Annika shouted. "And I'm not quieting down until you tell me why there's a horse in our house." "It's not a horse," Steve corrected gently, seating himself at the edge of the mattress and settling Alice against Annika's side. It's a unicorn, and her name is Merkur. Mirkur? Annika repeated faintly. The weight of disbelief pressed her shoulders, yet the living proof stood in the doorway, wings folded demurely. I'm not really from Dayton, Steve began, voice low but steady. I'm a prince of a far-off land, and my people need me now. He glanced at the unicorn. Dragons have breached our defenses. Annika stared at him as though he'd spoken in riddles. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. We're discussing dragons? Merkur's silver hooves click softly on hardwood. Yes, my lady. They scale the fortress walls even as we speak. Steve pressed on, urgency rising. I have to return. My land is under attack. You're leaving now? Tonight? Annika tried to stand, but Alice clung to her arm. Steve looked miserable. I need to go. But I'll explain everything when I return. Annika shook her head. You're not leaving without me. It's dangerous. You know our rule. We face everything together. Steve opened his mouth to protest, but Annika's gaze was unyielding. Merkur cleared her throat. Time is short. Steve exhaled. Fine. But Alice stays here with your mother. I don't want to stay with Grandma. Alice piped up, eyes sizzling with tears. Fine. Steve relented, heart twisting. You can come too. All of us together. Chaos swirled as Steve scooped Alice into his arms. Annika snatched coats from hooks by the door, though they seemed absurdly thin for whatever lay beyond a portal to another world. Merkur stepped onto the living room rug, horn casting pearly light across the tree ornaments. That glow widened, reshaping itself into a circular aperture of pure radiance. Annika clutched Alice tightly. Hold on! Hold on! Steve echoed, vaulting onto Bella's broad back. Annika climbed behind him, arms caging Alice safely. Bella crouched, hooves dug into carpet, and then she leapt. The living room vanished. Cold wind roared. They were suddenly suspended high above jagged peaks blanketed in snow that glittered beneath a hard blue sky. In the valley below towered a castle whose walls shone golden in the morning sun. Dragons encircled it, fire belching from scaled throats. Alice pointed. Look! Steve's entire body tensed. He slid from Bella's back end before Annika could cry out, plunge earthward like a falling star. Light burst from him, first gold, then white, then blue, as though he had shed a disguise and reclaimed a truer self. His descent was not a plummet but a streaking flight. Annika held her breath. The black dragon, immense, scales like onyx slabs, veered away from the castle to intercept Steve. Flames burst from its jaws, engulfing him. For an instant Annika feared the worst, but then Steve shot through the blaze, radiance undimmed. He drove straight at the beast's armored chest, disappeared for a heartbeat, and exploded out the other side. The creature sagged in midair and tumbled, wings limp. Dragon horns sounded from a mountain pass. Survivors turned tail and retreated. Merkur banked, heading for the castle. Annika clutched Alice. Wind needled their faces. Castle archers lowered bows as the unicorn swept across the moat and landed in a spacious courtyard dusted with fresh snow. Soldiers in silver-scale uniforms swarmed, swords drawn, until Merkur whinnied instructions in their language. At once they bowed. Annika slid to the cobblestones, legs trembling. She ran after a guard who guided her up a spiral stairwell to the battlements. There she witnessed Steve's duel against the dragon's champion. Ragnaros marched across a frost-crusted hill, a slab of a man encased in black armor, wielding a shield broad as a barn door and a sword as long as a horse. Steve glimmered before him like condensed sunlight. Their clash seemed unequal. Steve's blows glanced off obsidian armor. Ragnaros's shield hurled him again and again. Annika's knuckles whitened on the rampart stone. Alice stood silent in her arms, small body rigid with fear. A brutal shield bash slammed Steve to the ground. Ragnaros planted a boot on his chest, pressing. Annika's cry, "Steve!" tore across the valley. Suddenly a surge of sapphire flame erupted from Steve, blasting upward, hurling the giant back. Steel warped, black armor melted, exposing raw flesh. Steve seized the mammoth warrior and rocketed into the sky, pure blue fire streaming behind them. He spun, flung Ragnaros downward. The impact split earth and shook the castle walls. Trumpets blared. Dragon ranks broke and fled. The blue fire dwindled around Steve, leaving a faint halo of light as he drifted toward the castle. A white unicorn, sleek, unknown, sprang from the courtyard to meet him midair. Steve alighted wearily on its back. Annika raced downstairs, emerging just as the unicorn touched down. She rushed to Steve. Merker folded one wing around them for balance. Soldiers cheered. Steve staggered, exhausted, pain and relief mingling in his expression. Annika whispered, "I can't believe what you are." Steve pressed his forehead to hers. "I'm the same man you married. You're a prince. A sun warrior. That's not the same. I was always a prince at heart," he insisted. "And a title doesn't change who I am to you." Annika searched his eyes and saw the truth. Beneath unfamiliar powers, he was still Steve, the kind-hearted man who left tips too big and sang lullabies off-key. Alice piped up, "Daddy, if you're a prince, does that make me a princess?" Steve smiled, weary but warm. "Of course it does, sweet girl. And since you beat the dragons, can we have a party? With cake?" Her voice trembled between fear and hope. Steve chuckled, though his knees wobbled. "After I rest a bit, yes. I think we can arrange cake." As guards escorted the family inside, servants bustled to prepare guest chambers and fetch hot soup. The corridors smelled of beeswax and pine. Tapestries glowed in torchlight. Merker padded alongside, hooves clicking softly. In the great hall a fire roared, roasting spitted boar, and long tables filled with candlelight. During the next hours palace healers tended Steve's bruises while Annika and Alice explored corridors hung with portraits. Kings and queens in ermine, warriors with starlight eyes, mothers cradling infants crowned by shards of light. Family history surfaced in whispers of guides. Steve's lineage traced back to the first son, a mythical hero who tamed dragons by light alone. When Steve emerged from the infirmary, bandaged but steady, a roar of appreciation rolled through halls. Banners were unfurled. Tables groaned under plates of sugared pastries, roasted chestnuts, wheels of cheese. At the head stood a towering cake swirled with white frosting and delicate sugar dragons perched in surrender. Alice squealed. Annika laughed, a laugh threaded with relief, and squeezed Steve's hand. Later that night, after songs and stories, after soldiers laid down swords and servants doused torches, Steve carried Alice to a carved wooden bed hung with blue velvet curtains. She clutched Bella, now once more a plush toy, its horn faintly glowing. Steve tucked the butterfly blanket under her chin. "Mouse and mouse story?" Alice murmured. He smiled. "Too tired to make up a new one tonight. But the real adventure was better, wasn't it?" Alice nodded, eyelids drooping. "Daddy? The dragons will stay away now? For a long time," he promised. He kissed her brow. Back in their borrowed bedchamber, Annika waited by moonlit windows overlooking the valley. Snow glittered on the battlements, peaceful at last. She turned to Steve, eyes reflecting many questions, but also steadfast faith. He gathered her close. Outside, unicorn hooves clopped along flagstones, standing guard beneath the winter sky. The next weeks blurred in a rhythm of rebuilding and reunion. Steve met counselors, strategists, and healers, each grateful yet practical. More than once Annika watched him hesitate before answering, as though translating another language, until she realized he truly was translating, switching between the tongue of this realm and the English he always used at home. Alice wandered halls learning new words, each syllable chiming like bells as she tested their sound. Despite the flurry of diplomacy, Steve and Annika stole quiet moments. One crisp dawn, wrapped in cloaks on a balcony, Annika asked, "When the fortress is safe and winter ends, will we go home?" "Yes," Steve answered, gaze on distant peaks glowing pink with sunrise. "Our lives there matter, too. This place shaped my past, you and Alice shaped my future. I think we will learn to weave the two together. Holidays here, school there. Summer's in the valley, playground swings back home. We'll see. Annika nodded. Snowflakes caught in her hair, melting quickly. She thought about how many times love required faith in things unseen. A college romance, a cross-country move, parenthood, and now this. Each choice had led them somewhere unexpected, yet each step made them stronger. On the eve of their departure, the fortress held one last feast beneath banners of gold and blue. Poets recited verses praising the Sun Warrior. Children reenacted Steve's flight on hobby horses, falling to the rush matting with giggles each time the black dragon puppet toppled over. Merkur presented Annika with a silver circlet, light as dew. The king's steward offered Alice a miniature scepter carved from crystal. As dawn broke, Steve lifted Bella, now just a plush again, and touched the horn. A thin ring of light widened into a portal glowing on the courtyard flagstones. Alice slipped her hand into Annika's. Annika grasped Steve's fingers. With one backward glance at snow-bright mountains and banners rippling in cold wind, they stepped through. The portal closed behind them with a hush like a soft shutting door. They stood in their living room, trees still glowing, ornaments reflecting morning sun. Outside, the previously heavy snow had stopped. Only a gentle dust lay glittering over the yard. The house was silent except for the hum of the furnace and the ticking wall clock. Annika let out a breath she felt she had been holding for days. Steve squeezed her hand. Alice spun, examining the room, as though checking that everything waited exactly as they left it. Bella's horn glimmered, once, twice, and went dark. The toy looked ordinary now, yet still beloved. See? Steve said softly. Home. Annika hugged him. In her embrace she felt no armor, only the familiar warmth of the man she knew. Outside, somewhere, dragons might curl beneath glaciers and the valley castle might ready spring planting, but here breakfasts needed cooking, school permission slips waited to be signed, and snowmen begged to be built. Later that morning Annika called her mother to wish her Merry Christmas and to arrange a belated visit. Steve shoveled the driveway so Grandma wouldn't slip on ice. Alice built a snow fort for Bella. Neighbors walked by waving, unaware that the quiet family on the corner had spent 2 nights in another realm. In the hush between holiday breakfasts and New Year beginnings, Steve typed a short email to work requesting a week of vacation. Annika curled on the couch researching local charities in need of winter donations. Alice, wrapped in a red scarf, lined snowballs atop her fort wall in case imaginary dragons swooped down their street. And somewhere beyond ordinary sky, Merkur lifted her head and sensed that the Sun Warrior and his family were safe, that the castle slept in peace, and that the bond of worlds remained steady, a starbridge woven of trust and choice. She unfurled her wings, soared over silent peaks, and vanished into the blue. I still remember the first time I saw that little green car, parked on the gravel driveway outside my parents' house, its paintwork gleaming in the watery April sunlight. It was the week of my 21st birthday, and my father had insisted on polishing every inch of the bodywork before handing me the keys. Even now, decades later, I can summon the fresh, sharp smell of car wax mixed with the gentler scent of spring blossoms from the old apple tree that leaned over the drive. The car was only 1,100 cubic centimeters, nothing fancy by any stretch of the imagination, but to me it seemed magnificent, sporty in proportions, surprisingly agile, and fitted with cream leather seats that carried the fragrance of new upholstery. Those seats felt like velvet beneath my jeans, and the small, classic clocks embedded in the dash promised a life of precision and order. I traced their rims with my fingertips, thinking I was about to motor into a brand new chapter of independence and possibility. Friends teased me that it was hardly a sports coupe, but I felt tall sitting behind that steering wheel. I washed it religiously, buffed out every smudge I found, and thanked my parents repeatedly for the extravagance of such a gift. The neighbors, amused by my devotion, joked that they could read their reflections in its bonnet thanks to my constant attention. Every Saturday afternoon I would drag out the hosepipe, fill an old bucket with water so hot I could feel steam rising from the surface, and lovingly wipe away even the faintest dust. For weeks my life revolved around that car, driving to work, driving to the shops for ingredients my mother suddenly needed, driving friends to the seaside when the weather permitted. I felt unstoppable, as though the green car and I shared a private understanding, engine humming, gears sliding lightly into place, windows rolled down just enough for a breeze. I would set off on small errands, circle towns I barely knew, stare at the countryside and think, this is what freedom tastes like. Metal, leather, wind. Summer turned to autumn, and with autumn came new routines, darker evenings, college assignments piling up, the gentle anxiety of impending adulthood. Still, every time I walked toward that green car, a thrill flickered inside me. Even on cold mornings when damp leaves clung to the windscreen, I would wipe them away with the back of my glove and grin at my own reflection. I see now that the car stood for so much more than transport. It was my claim to the adult world, my symbol of competence, my signal that I could navigate life on my own terms. The day it happened started out like any other late October evening. The air felt brittle, sharp enough to sting if you inhaled too deeply. My best friend, let's call her Caroline, sat in the passenger seat, fiddling with the radio dial in search of a station that didn't fade in and out with static. We had just finished our shift at the bookshop and decided to treat ourselves to fish and chips from the tiny seaside shack 2 villages away. Night came early, so by 6:30 the coastline was already veiled in darkness, punctuated only by occasional pools of yellow light from old-fashioned street lamps. The salty aroma of fried batter and malt vinegar filled the car as we headed home, chatting lazily about nothing in particular. About 5 miles outside town we reached a string of traffic, all of us crawling along because the council had coned off one lane for roadworks. We rolled to a gentle halt behind a white estate. Caroline had just opened her mouth to remark on the brightness of the stars when a sudden impact hurled us forward. My seatbelt bit into my collarbone. A loud metallic scream echoed through the night. A Cortina, and not a new one by the looks of it, had come round a sweeping bend too fast, drifted onto our side of the road, and crashed sideways into my small green car. Later witnesses said he clipped the front of the estate first, and then swung into us. But at the time I barely registered anything except chaos. I remember the disorienting spin, lights swirling, horizon tilting, chips sliding off laps, and Caroline's small gasp beside me. It felt like an amusement park ride in slow motion, except nothing about it was remotely amusing. When everything stopped, my car was facing the wrong direction. The bonnet smoked faintly, steam swirled up from somewhere unseen. For a split second there was silence, the kind that rings in your ears and makes you doubt whether sound itself still exists. Then a chorus of panicked voices flooded the dark. I unbuckled, flung the door open, and staggered onto the tarmac. The shock left my legs wobbly, cotton soft. In front of me the Cortina now blocked both lanes, its nose wedged under the rear of my car. Inside, 6 figures jostled and yelled, 6 people crammed into a 4-seater. 2 men in the front pulled frantically at stuck doors while a woman in the back screamed about her eye. Emptied beer cans rolled across torn upholstery. The nearest driver in the queue behind us reversed and executed a quick U-turn, unwilling to be tangled in someone else's nightmare. Another car followed suit, and another, until only one lone driver, a man in a striped scarf, stepped out of his vehicle and rushed toward the scene. In the end he was the sole independent witness prepared to testify. Everyone else melted into the night. I approached the Cortina, limbs still trembling, and demanded, "What have you done?" One of the men, furious or frightened or both, shouted back a string of curses. He flung a fist out the shattered passenger window. Glass shards flew. An uneasy rage buzzed in the cool night air, mixed with thick fumes of spilled fuel and alcoholic breath. Within minutes blue lights danced across the road as the ambulance and police arrived, sirens cutting short any further posturing. Because only one ambulance could traverse the narrow lane, we were all loaded into it. Caroline, me, the driver who'd smashed us, his fiancée with the injured eye, and 2 others who reeked of strong lager. The interior smelled of disinfectant and warm metal, but their stench of drink overpowered everything. One paramedic tried to calm the fiancée, who screamed continually about her eye swelling shut. He asked the man beside her if she drank often. "All the time," the fiancé slurred, as though announcing a local football score. She kept wailing. The paramedic shot me a look that combined pity, irritation, and resignation in equal measure. Because the driver complained of rib pain, the police refrained from breathalyzing him on the spot. Instead they deferred, promising to run tests later. I saw the sergeant's frustration. They suspected intoxication but needed medical clearance. My heart pounded in helpless fury. At the hospital, we spilled into separate rooms, Caroline for whiplash and bruises, me for x-rays of an aching shoulder, the fiancé whisked straight to surgery. The driver sat upright on a gurney, joking with one of his mates as if this were a pub quiz night gone slightly awry. Somewhere down the corridor, I heard my green car being towed away. The sound of chains rattling and metal scraping felt like nails on bone. My beautiful birthday gift, my shining symbol, now crumpled and twisted because someone had celebrated too freely. 6 bleak months passed before the case reached the local magistrate's court. By then the reality felt like a faded photograph no one wanted to display, except the nightmares proved it was all still fresh within me. I woke some mornings believing I was spinning again, headlights zooming past, voices screaming. Yet each time I sat across from solicitors, I struggled to give crisp statements. Why had the Cortina veered? At what speed? What angle? I spoke, but the defense dissected my every word, politely reminding the court that I had not long passed her driving test, implying inexperience, maybe even partial blame. Sitting stiff-backed in the witness box, I felt both invisible and under a magnifying glass, female, young, maybe naive. The fiancée, now missing an eye, arrived in a wheelchair, patch covering half her face. She couldn't testify, that is, she wouldn't speak against her fiancé, the man who had proposed earlier that night apparently. When asked to verify facts, she stared down at her hands. The prosecution, hobbled by lack of witnesses, pointed to 2 bald front tires on the Cortina, proof of negligence. But the defense lawyer parried. Tires might not have triggered the skid. Surface was damp, your worship, and young Jeeves, oh, forgive me, young miss here, may have braked suddenly. He smiled almost kindly at me. The same smile later flashed at the magistrate as he emphasized that the couple were newly engaged, intoxicated perhaps by joy rather than drink. At one point the defendant offered to marry his fiancée right there in court as penance or proof of devotion. The magistrate, perhaps softened by that melodrama, handed down a light sentence, a modest fine, a few points on his license, and no jail time. When gavel struck wood, I felt the last shard of my faith in justice crack. Afterwards, outside the courthouse, one of the passengers from the Cortina swaggered over to Caroline and me where we sat hunched over lukewarm tea in a cafe. Well, he got off, he announced with a grin so crude it felt like a slap. My throat tightened, Caroline's eyes flashed, but we said nothing. Behind him, his mate smirked, lit a cigarette, and walked into the drizzle. They had ridden off 2 cars, maimed an eye, invaded my nights with terror, and walked away nearly free. From that day forward I could no longer drive without trembling hands. Hills petrified me, the illusion of control slipping whenever my car angled downward. Approaching headlights triggered memories of the Cortina's wild glare. Eventually I sold the little green car, technically reparable but forever scarred, and withdrew from driving altogether. Friends coaxed. It could have been worse. Or, you survived, let it go. But trauma hung on like an invisible limb, as real to me as any bone. Sometimes I imagine the lives of those other drivers. Did the fiancé ever regret staying with him? Did the driver feel shame each time he passed the scarred brick wall? Did any of the 4 cars that fled the scene ring police later? Or did they erase the episode entirely, content to forget? Human conscience is a private arena. I will never know. All I know is that one man in a striped scarf chose to stop and give evidence. His courage mattered, though the court later reduced him to unreliable witness, under cross-examination. I've wondered often if he regretted staying. I hope not. Without him, the truth might have slipped away altogether. Years rolled on. Laws tightened. Drink-drive campaigns splashed across billboards. Magistrates grew less lenient. But my nights still delivered reels of high-beam headlights and spinning metal. Sometimes I catch myself reliving the smell inside that ambulance, the harsh bite of disinfectant merging with stale beer and dread, and the way the fiancée's wails shrank to whimpers while her eyes swelled shut. Memories pounce at odd moments: early morning quiet, sleepless hours, the click of a news report about another drunk driving crash. I often ask why the mind clings so fiercely to pain when it has room enough for joy. Perhaps memory functions like scar tissue, thick, fibrous reminders that bind stitches of the past so wounds never fully reopen. Or perhaps memory is simply stubborn, refusing to abandon unfinished stories. Over decades I have tried to fill my life with brighter chapters: friendships, gardens bursting with lilies, notebooks spilling with poems, articles published in small magazines. Writing has become both therapy and rebellion. Each sentence says, I refuse to be silent about what happened. When people suggest I think of happier things, I do. I cherish them, cultivate them, write them down. But tragedy still sits amid joy like ink on a lace tablecloth. No amount of bleach can remove every stain. It remains part of the pattern. I cannot climb into a car without scanning for exits, evaluating distances, watching brake lights of every vehicle ahead. I do not trust early evening drivers near pub car parks. I still hold my breath when my husband steers downhill. A friend once called my caution paranoid, but she was not there when my polished birthday gift spun beneath streetlights. Yet I also refuse to let fear eclipse life entirely. I travel by train, I walk woodland paths, I photograph sunsets over harbors. I volunteer at a community center where I teach teenagers safe driving workshops, recounting my story in calm detail. Some listen, some fidget, but a few glance down at their phones, faces pale, perhaps imagining themselves behind the wheel with a pint too many. If even one decides to call a taxi instead of driving home drunk, then memory has gained purpose. After all this time, the accident still shapes me, though I am learning to shape it in return. I picture that little green car often, its odometer frozen forever at the mileage on that October night, its cream seats now brittle in some scrap heap, its dash clocks forever stopped. Yet sometimes, in dreams, I see it restored to glossy perfection, pulling out from my parents' dried beneath petals of apple blossom. I climb inside. The road is empty, the sky peach pink with dawn. I breathe, shift into first gear, and set off again, slowly, steadily, toward an open horizon where no headlights blind and no tires screech. In that dream, at least, I reclaim the wheel. Some mornings I wake from such dreams with a dull ache of longing, but also with renewed resolve to keep living fully, no matter how scarred. I make coffee, feed the garden birds, open my notebook, and let words pour like water over stone. Maybe one day the pages will weigh more than the crash in my memory. Or maybe they already do. I love winter more than any other season, and not simply because our family's calendar becomes stuffed with holidays, visitors, and treats. I love winter because cold air wraps around me like a familiar blanket. I am a Siberian husky after all. Every part of my body, thick double coat, strong paws, wedge-shaped ears, snowy white mask, is designed for low temperatures. Snowflakes slide from my fur as if I were made of polished glass. Ice feels friendly, never threatening. If you asked my human family how long I could stay outside on a freezing night, they would joke that I could stand motionless in a storm until spring returned. That might be an exaggeration, but I truly can remain in one place for hours without feeling the slightest chill. The world can bury itself in drifts around me, and I will blink into the night air, content, comfortable, breathing frosty clouds that sparkle in moonlight. My humans understand some of that, yet they still coax me indoors when the temperature dips below what the weather announcer calls dangerous. I know they only worry because they love me. Still, part of me feels that there is no such thing as dangerous cold for a dog like me. Tonight, bundled by a thick blanket of fresh snow, I decided to test how far their patience would stretch. Earlier, just after sundown, I padded around the fenced yard, nose close to the ground, reading the scents left by that day's visitors: squirrels racing above, sparrows fluttering beside the big spruce tree, the neighbor's terrier who always aims a quick squat near our gate as if signing a silly postcard. When the yard messages felt quiet, I circled, chose a spot that felt perfect, and eased my weight into a comfortable curl. The evening sky glowed navy blue. The moon, fat and bright, reflected on each flake like 1,000 tiny mirrors. Wind brushed against the evergreens, and snow swirled down feather soft. I felt so peaceful that I almost dropped into a light doze. On most winter evenings my human mother steps onto the porch after supper and calls my name in a high gentle voice. "Mackay, bedtime! Come on, sweet boy." Whether I obey depends on my mood. Tonight my answer was no. I did not even lift my head. I heard the screen door creak, felt her gaze sweep the yard, sensed how she worried that the temperature might fall any minute. "Come inside, Mackie," she repeated in a firm voice that told me she meant business. I still refused to budge. I am built for snow. Isn't that what she always says in the summertime, when the heat wilts me and I sprawl on the cool kitchen floor panting? She should trust what she herself taught me. Eventually my human mother left the porch and closed the main door, but I knew her habits too well to think the argument was finished. Moments later I heard the little flap of my personal door, my small, low gate that lets me slip in and out of the house at will, swing open. A gloved hand nudged it wide, then retreated. She was inviting me to return without forcing me. She always tries reason first. I was tempted. Warm air wafted through that doorway, smelling of roasted chicken and pine-scented candles. But my pride rooted me where I lay. If I gave in too quickly, the humans would never grasp how serious I was about enjoying midwinter nights. So I remained curled in my self-made hollow while snow settled across my back like gentle pebbles. After several minutes the little door stilled, hanging ajar, a silent peace offering. In my mind I declared victory. I bounced upright, showering white powder into the night air, and began a joyous tumble across the yard, rolling on my shoulder blades, wiggling like a puppy. The ground was so soft that it cradled me. I zigzagged toward the spruce tree, leapt onto the small mound by the fence, then flopped belly up again, staring at the wide December sky. That was when I noticed the colored lights. Each yard on our street had strung festive bulbs along rooftops and railings, and even from my upside-down position I could see them blinking red, green, blue, and gold. They shimmered across the snow's surface like confetti. Above them the moon glowed steady, bright, patient. "Hello, Mackie," the moon seemed to whisper. Of course I answered the way I always do, "Hello, moon," though my reply was silent, just a thought floating upward. I felt certain the moon heard me. Time flowed gently until my eyelids drooped. I shook off loose snow and trotted to the far corner of the yard where a small wooden structure, my playhouse, waited beneath the branches of a maple. It is more than a regular dog shelter. My humans built it large enough for me to stand and turn freely, insulating the walls with thick panels. Inside they layered cedar shavings beneath a burlap rug topped by an old comforter. The cedar scent reminds me of mountain forests. The comforter holds traces of my human's laundry soap, faint but comforting. With one final stretch I entered, circled thrice, and dropped into a deep, steady sleep. I do not know how long I slumbered before the disturbance yanked me awake. 1 second I drifted among dreams of distant tundra, the next my eyes snapped open. A sharp crack sounded overhead, followed by a vibration through snowpack, not loud but strange enough to prickle every sense. I rose silently, muscles poised, ears pointed skywards. No smell, no shadow, yet something was different. Again that sound, scrape, clatter, muffled thumps. It came from beyond the side wall, not the yard ground but higher, above the very roof of my human's house. My heart thudded with alarm and curiosity. I padded out into the open. The air had grown stiller, heavy with dense cold that dulled scent. I looked up and felt my breath halt. Dark shapes stood on the roof. 5, maybe 6 silhouettes, too large to be deer yet similar in outline, massive shoulders, long legs, broad antlers. My first thought was moose, because occasionally a lone bull wanders near the pond behind our neighborhood, but moose rarely climb onto roofs. The notion was absurd. Still their weight made the structure groan while snow slid off in giant waves, whumping onto porch railings below. The night felt eerie, sound was crisp, yet time itself seemed to hesitate. Suddenly one of the shapes snorted, a deep grunt that rolled into the yard. They shuffled along the ridge of the roof, metal nails clicking beneath hooves. My instincts leaned toward caution. Until I sniffed again. A faint aroma reached my nose, warm hay, pine sap, musky fur, but also an undercurrent of old leather, polished metal, gingerbread even. Very odd. The smell excited me rather than warning me. It suggested adventure, not danger. Still, I preferred to evaluate from closer quarters. I padded to my personal door and pushed through into the kitchen, shaking snow from my ruff. The house was dim, lit only by the dying embers in the living room fireplace and the twinkle lights of our Christmas tree. Everyone else in the family had long since gone to bed. Silence reigned, broken only by the fridge motor and the clock's tick. I crept down the hall, nose twitching. There it was again, that forest copper scent, stronger now inside. Something four-legged and large lingered near the sitting room. I followed the invisible thread, nails clicking softly on hardwood. Turning the final corner, I froze. Right before me stood a dog. At least, that was my first impression. It was bigger than any dog I had met, heavy-boned with a barrel chest and thick mane. Its coat looked cinnamon brown edged in charcoal. A collar of red leather studded with brass gleamed at its neck. Its eyes were vast black pools with golden rings around the irises. They shone with gentle intelligence, but also with stillness so deep that, for a second, I wondered if this being was truly canine or some ancient cousin. Wolf, shepherd, lion? No, something older than categories. The large dog's nose quivered, reading my identity. I kept my head level, tail raised but not stiff, projecting confidence without threat. In husky body language that means, "Hello, I'm respectful yet not submissive." It stared silently, its breath slow and even. We maintained eye contact for several heartbeats. Then those dark eyes softened, and the dog stepped back to give me space, revealing a tall figure behind it. A man, strange and unmistakable, stood near our Christmas tree. He wore a red coat trimmed in white fur, the hem brushing shiny black boots. His beard was white too, flowing over the collar like fresh snow piled on fences. He rummaged inside his coat pocket and extracted something small and shiny. As he pondered the object, crumbs of cookie fell from his gloved hands onto the rug. Quickly he knelt to retrieve them, exactly as my human mother does whenever she drops food and does not want me to eat it. I watched, fascinated. This entire evening had shifted from ordinary to extraordinary in minutes. The big dog rejoined the man's side. They looked so accustomed to each other that I instantly understood. They were traveling companions. The dog's calm told me no harm would come to my family. So I dared step forward, wagging slow, inviting conversation. The man saw me and smiled so warmly that it felt like fireplaces across the world bursting into flame all at once. He knelt again, bringing his face near mine. The light from the tree reflected in his bright eyes. He smelled like everything winter means to me: crisp pine, cold air, fresh gingerbread, wood smoke, distant mountains. His glove reached toward my head, and I leaned in without hesitation. A laugh rolled from his chest, deep and musical. It rumbled like the comfort of sleigh bells. He scratched the base of my ears exactly where the thick fur meets soft skin. I closed my eyes, letting contentment ripple through me. "Mackie," he said, and my ears shot upright because he used my name with perfect familiarity and tender emphasis. "Good to meet you." His voice was gentle but carried a timbre of old magic, as if he had spoken on clear winter nights long before any walls sheltered my ancestors. While he scratched, he produced from his pocket a round ornament shimmering gold, threatened to hang it on the tree, then seemed to rethink and tucked it away. Perhaps he recognized that my attention belonged more to play than decor. Instead, he hunted again in his coat and drew forth a bright red rubber ball. He squeezed it. A high squeak ruptured the hush of the room. My instincts leaped forward. A chase. I lowered my chest to the carpet, tail curved excitedly. He whispered, "Ready?" I gave a swift bark. He hurled the ball down the hallway. I launched after it, paws scratching across the hardwood then clacking on the tiled foyer. The ball bounced erratically, squeaking each time and swiveling direction. I slid into door frames, skidded around corners, powered by single-minded joy. I snapped my jaws and missed. The ball ricocheted. I pivoted and pursued again. It was like chasing a red comet across a miniature sky. At last I pinned it between my forepaws, teeth sinking slightly, squeak muffled under pressure. Triumph! I shook my head, then trotted proudly back toward the sitting room. When I arrived, the man and the giant dog were gone. They must have slipped away while I chased the toy. I whined softly, confused and a bit disappointed. Then I noticed new items that had not been under the tree earlier. Stockings hanging on the mantel were now plump with treasures, each labeled for a family member, including one that read Mackie. Gifts wrapped in shimmering paper surrounded the tree skirt. And across the hardwood lay muddy tracks, large paw prints leading toward the hallway and petering out near the back door. I sniffed them. Pine bark and cloud musk clung to each print. She will not be pleased tomorrow morning, I thought, picturing my human mother's expression at the state of her floor. Still, curiosity overcame any worry. I padded to the mantel, rose on hind legs, and washed air with my nose until I confirmed that, yes, one of those stockings contained a half-dozen beef treats and a rope tug shaped like a candy cane. The scent alone promised happiness. I faced the hearth and wagged once in immediate gratitude to whatever corners of space might carry such things. Then fatigue washed over me, the kind that arrives only after intense excitement. My humans would remain asleep for hours yet. I dropped the red squeaky ball at the foot of the staircase, climbed the steps quietly, though my claws clicked faintly, pushed open my human's bedroom door, and hopped onto their bed. Both slept peacefully, my mother's hand curled near the pillow, my father's breathing deep. I nestled between them, pressing my chilled fur to the quilts. Soon the familiar warmth lulled me, though images twinkled behind my eyelids. Moonlit reindeer, for I now guessed those roof shapes to be reindeer, not moose, sleigh runners, swirling flakes, and a grand traveler in red sliding down chimneys as easily as breath through wintry air. Morning erupted in colorful noise. Children shrieked with glee downstairs. My mother gasped at the muddy footprints. My father shouted for a mop. But they also found fresh gifts addressed to each of them in loops of gold ink. Eventually they discovered the stuffed stockings too, and my mother said, "Now when did we hang an extra one?" She called me. I bounded down the steps. They laughed to see me clutch my new rope toy, tail wagging furiously. I will never tell them what truly happened. They think they know, parents always have tidy explanations, but I hold the secret softly behind my bright blue eyes. Sometimes on silent January nights, when the moon looks like a silver coin above blank fields, I trot into the yard, find my hollow in the snow, roll once, and settle. I glance skyward and wonder if the same magic might brush our housetop again someday. And if it does, I will be ready, patient, polite, brave, and quick to play. In the far north of Ireland, where grey hills lean into a restless Atlantic and the sun hides behind clouds for weeks at a stretch, there is a little walled town called Nasiala Biga. Outsiders translate the name as the Little Cells, and every local has a favorite explanation for why. The monks who once tilled the stony fields say it was named for their beehive huts, snug domes of stacked stone clinging like barnacles to the slopes. Fishermen claim it honors the sea-carved caverns that riddle the nearby cliffs. But the older women in the market, those who stir cures from nettles and mutter charms when the wind changes, will tell you that the true Little Cells are the countless rooms of the great cliff-top manor that belongs to the man everyone calls Bluebeard. Bluebeard's house is a place of legend long before my tale begins. Built of dark granite and roofed in slate, it crouches above the water like a brooding gull. From the harbor below you can make out row upon row of narrow windows and a line of chimneys that smoke even in midsummer. Bluebeard himself is the richest landowner for 100 miles. His ships trade wool, salmon, and sea salt. His sheep graze the highest pastures. His horses win races at the fairs in Donegal and Meath. Yet all anyone truly remembers when his name is spoken is the shock of his beard, so black that the sun throws a curious blue sheen across it, and the whispered rumor that wives who enter that manor are never seen again. My name is Eveline. I was born the middle child of Padraig O'Galchwire, who, until bad luck ruined him, was almost as prosperous as Bluebeard himself. My brother Siasam, 2 years older, should have inherited the fleet of fishing boats, but a winter storm swallowed his ship before he turned 20. My younger sister Ain was the beauty of the family, with hair like flax and eyes the color of shallow tide pools on a bright day. I kept the books for father's businesses and spent every spare hour in his storehouse of carpets, running my fingers over the spiral knots and stylized stags that our weavers tied into wool. Life might have remained peaceful if sickness had not come the same year the storm took Siasam. A blue-tongue pox swept through the valley. Ewes miscarried, foals died in their first hour, and father, already hollowed by grief, drank himself into an early grave. Within one bitter season we tumbled from comfort to debt. While mother fretted, Ain wept, and I counted the coins that could not stretch to another bale of feed. Bluebeard rode down from his manor. No servant announced him. He simply appeared in our doorway, filling the threshold with broad shoulders and shadow, his coat soaked by mist. Mother shrank back, clutching Ain's hand, and I understood by the beat of my own heart that the tales of his terrible face were not exaggerated. His beard did blaze blue where a stray beam of sun struck it. His eyes were as dark as storm water at midnight. Yet when he spoke his voice was low and careful, as though he feared any harshness might shatter something fragile. I have a proposal, he said. I will take one of your daughters for my bride. She may choose me freely, and I will settle all your debts the hour she gives her consent. Mother stared in astonishment. Ain pitifully hid behind her sleeve. I felt something twist inside me, fear, yes, but also fury that our misfortunes should corner us so neatly. Mother found her voice first. Which daughter do you want, my lord? He glanced from me to Ain and back again. Let them decide, he answered. Then he touched the brim of his hat, turned, and rode away. I had no hope that Ain would volunteer. She trembled for a whole day and burst into tears whenever the wind rattled a shutter. By dusk mother had convinced herself that I was the suitable offer, older, steady, strong enough, as she put it, to face whatever awaited in that cliff-top house. My protests meant nothing. Mother braided my hair and murmured prayers over each strand. She stitched pearls from father's last cargo into a blue gown that tugged at my shoulders like a chain. A week later I was wed in the chapel by the harbor, my new husband looming beside me in velvet the color of midnight. The wedding feast blurred in my memory like a dream heavy with wine. Servants laid platters of roast stag and pike, decanters of dark apricot brandy, towers of sugared currants that glowed red as rubies. Bluebeard laughed often yet softly, as though he feared his own joy. Each evening, after the guests drifted to bed, he led me through halls lined with tapestries, stag hunts, sea voyages, saints raising chalices to heaven, and stopped before a wing of doors studded with iron. Into my hand he pressed a weight of keys. These open the rooms that hold my carpets, my silver and gold, my trunks of coin and jewels, he told me. Here is the master key to every chamber I possess. Only one door is forbidden, the little closet at the end of the great hall. Promise me you will never unlock it. I could not meet his eyes. I promise, I whispered, wondering what sin lay behind that single door. He nodded, sighed like a man relieved, and led me to the bedchamber. Those first weeks passed in a strange gentleness I never expected. Bluebeard showed me his stables where jet-black stallions, legs fine as wands, stamped and nickered. He taught me chess beside a peat fire that perfumed the air with heather. He read me verses from a leather-bound Virgil, his deep voice slow and reverent. Each night he asked the same question, scarcely above a breath. Am I so very hideous? And each night my answer changed a little. At first I told him that his face was fierce but not unkind. Later I admitted I found strength in it, a certain wild beauty like the sea cliffs in a storm. He never pressed further. He only kissed my forehead and fell asleep at my side, his arm heavy yet harmless across my waist. When the moon rose, Mother and Ain returned home laden with gifts. The house grew quiet. I missed the mild chaos of guests. Still, Bluebeard continued to woo me with small wonders: a ride to the river Finn, where salmon leapt silver in the dusk, an old song hummed while he brushed my hair, a carpet from Samarkand that smelled faintly of cloves. Gradually I forgot fear. The keys lay in a polished box by my dressing table, gleaming like tame spiders, and I scarcely noticed them. Then a courier arrived with news that drew Bluebeard south to Terra. He kissed me, pressed my hands between his, and murmured that he would return within the fortnight. He reminded me once again of the house's freedom, that every room except the little closet was mine to wander, and he rode off, his cloak flaring behind like a raven's wing. That evening Ain appeared at the gate, complaining of loneliness. Her presence should have comforted me, yet a faint restlessness tugged at my thoughts. While she chattered about the town, I kept seeing the single forbidden door, imagining what treasures or terrors it might hide. For 6 nights the temptation gnawed at my resolve. On the 7th I rose while Ain slept curled beside me like a child. Barefoot, carrying a single candle, I crept through the silent house. The great hall stretched wider in darkness than I remembered, statues of saints and warriors towering on either side, their marble eyes watching. At the end hung the little door. My candle trembled, throwing circles of light across the wood. The forbidden key was cool against my palm. I pushed it into the lock, turned, and the door sighed open. A sweetish stench billowed out. The candle flame sputtered. Inside, countless women's garments hung in rows, gowns of damask and silk, slippers stitched with pearls, a wedding veil braided with gold thread. In the center stood a huge vat of viscous crimson liquid, nearly to the brim. My hand shook so violently the key slipped from my grasp, splashed into that red pool, and vanished. Horror froze my limbs. I pictured Bluebeard's lost wives, their refined gowns carefully preserved while their bodies dissolved in the vile dye. With a strangled cry I plunged my arm into the fluid, groping until my fingers closed around cold iron. I fled to my chamber, heart pounding louder than the surf below the cliffs, and thrust the key beneath the pillow. But dawn would reveal its stain. No soap, no salt, no sand scoured the rusty hue from metal or from the skin of my hand. When Bluebeard returned at midday, his boots mud-spattered from the road and a tired set to his shoulders, he asked first for the keys. I surrendered them with shaking fingers. He weighed them, his brows knitting the moment he saw the smallest key missing. I admitted I had left it in my room. He ordered me to fetch it at once. The scarlet smear burned against my palm as I laid the key before him. His face, always grave, hardened to stone. "Why is it stained?" I tried courage. "I opened the little closet, my lord. I looked. I know what is kept there." His shoulders sagged. "You have disobeyed," he murmured. "Now I cannot trust you." He raised his eyes, and the sorrow in them wounded deeper than anger. "You must die, Eveline." Terror stole my voice. I begged a single hour to pray. He granted it, and locked me in my chamber. While I knelt at the window pretending devotion, I watched dust motes wander the shaft of light, and wondered whether they carried souls of those other wives. Ain's pale face flashed in my mind. Would she understand? Would she forgive me for drawing her into this cursed house? When the lock turned and Bluebeard stepped inside, I forced myself to stand. I kept my back to him, wanting no memory of the killing stroke. Yet he did not touch me. His voice, soft as moss, asked, "Wife, do you still think me hideous?" I shook my head, tears falling. "No, my lord. What is outward cannot be as dreadful as this fate." Gently he turned me to face him. "Look," he said. I looked. He wore a gown from the closet, a sheer length of linen embroidered with wild roses, its sleeves too short for his muscled arms, its hem brushing the tops of bare feet. The candlelight gilded every black hair on his chest through the flimsy cloth, and he stood blinking like a startled deer, waiting for a judgment. Understanding struck me like cold rain. Those garments belonged not to dead wives but to him. This was his private solace, hidden from a world that jeered at anything unspeakably different. "Is this why they left?" I whispered. He nodded once. They called me foul names, claimed I was cursed. They begged release. I gave it. I gave dowries too, so none might say I wronged them. But each time I hoped to find one who would stay. I spread my ravaged palm. The stains seemed fainter now, as though the blood itself had been only illusion. Am I the first to see you in these clothes? The first to remain standing, he answered, a tremor in his voice. I stepped forward, placed my stained hand over his heart. Am I so very hideous? I asked, echoing his nightly question. His eyes shone. You are perfect. We burned the gown he had once asked me to wear for the wedding night, and in its ashes we swore a pact. No more secrets, no more locked doors. The red dye in the vat, he explained, was used for coloring carpets destined for sultans in the south. The gowns were his private collection, ordered from distant weavers who asked no questions, hidden because his own household would never understand. He feared scorn. I feared death. In truth, we were both trapped in little cells of dread. When the next morning broke, I rode with him to the tower where Ain still waited for a signal. We found her frantic, convinced that silence meant my execution. She blinked at Bluebeard in his scarlet traveling cloak and at me smiling beside him. Sister, I told her, every story has corners the light never touches. Come home and see for yourself. Ain returned to mother bearing coins enough to settle their lives in comfort. Bluebeard and I set off for the southern islands, where his carpets and horses sold for fortunes. Among my trunks I packed his gowns, wrapped in lavender. On the ship's deck under limitless stars he wore his sheer linen and let the warm wind billow it like a sail. No one on those distant shores cared what clothes a man favored. Wealth speaks every language. In the evenings he read me Persian poems about nightingales pining for roses, and I answered with Gaelic ballads of selkies who leave their skins to dance on moonlit sand. We kissed salt from each other's lips, laughed at our old fears, and learned the shape of freedom. Years later, when time's tide began to slow his steps and silver his beard, though it never lost its eerie blue glint, he asked me again one quiet night, Am I so very hideous? I laid his head on my lap, stroked the blue waves of his beard, and reminded him of the vow we forged in fire, to see each other whole. You have never been hideous, I said. You have only ever been yourself. He died with that answer warming his heart. I buried him in a white linen shroud beneath a hill where the sea wind sings through reeds. Over it I placed a stone carved with roses and with verses from both our languages mingled. Beside him I laid a silver box containing the pearl-sewn wedding gown and the smallest key, now bright as new metal. The manor stands empty, its countless rooms silent except for gulls tapping at windows. Visitors still whisper about lost wives, forbidden closets, and a murderous lord with a beard the color of midnight lightning. Let them have their ghosts. I keep the truth, simple and shining, like a candle cupped against the wind. Thus I have lived to tell you, friend, that a door locked in fear is not a tomb, it is only a door, and love, honest and brave, holds the surest key. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The kingdom of Glenrack lay cradled between restless green hills and a crescent of deep, whispering forest that the townsfolk called the Kingswood. Some said the name came from an ancestor king who had once hunted stag beneath its boughs. Others insisted the title was simply habit, passed down with every new generation the way an old lullaby drifts from one cradle to the next. Whatever the origin, the wood stood as a living boundary, both invitation and warning. Its oaks and beeches grew so tall their crowns tangled like braided hair, darkening the earth beneath. Travelers who followed the winding road north, past the mill, over the stone bridge, and along the creek, found themselves under that canopy almost without noticing. One moment sunlight danced on their sleeves. The next they were surrounded by dusky pillars that smelled of moss and distant rain. It was in this realm, halfway between cultivated peace and untamed mystery, that King Aldrich III had finally tasted triumph. For 20 years he and his queen, Brianna of the Western Isles, had prayed for a child. He had promised shrines new altars, He had promised monasteries new roofs, and he had even traveled to faraway temples to kneel on marble floors and beg for compassion. Yet grave little messengers in black livery had returned again and again to announce stillbirths or infants taken by fever. Each loss hardened the queen's smile until its beauty started to resemble glass edged with frost. The people whispered about the royal line. Courtiers tiptoed around the subject during feasts. But no one dared to speak aloud the fear that the house of Glenrack might wither away altogether. Then, one flame-blazed autumn evening, the news broke like a bell across the rooftops. The queen had given birth to a son, healthy, ruddy, lungs bawling so loudly the midwives laughed in relief. The prince had arrived. The tide of sorrow receded as swiftly as it had come. Every church rang its bells, every tavern flung open its doors until sunrise, and peasants in their fields paused to raise their sides toward the distant castle as though saluting a new sun. The king, dazed with joy and wine, stepped onto the palace balcony, lifted the swaddled child in both trembling hands, and cried, "Behold the prince!" His voice carried over turrets, and the city's terracotta roofs all the way to the first line of trees in the king's wood. "In 1 week's time," he called, face flushed with the fire of torches, "there shall be a feast for every stomach in this realm. No man, no woman, no child shall leave my hall with hunger still dwelling in their ribs. We will celebrate until memory itself grows drunk." Town criers clattered down lanes shouting the proclamation. Minstrels and roadside inns rewrote old drinking songs overnight to include rhymes for the baby's name, Edric. Farmers returning from distant markets repeated the promise to every neighbor they passed. Even the animals sensed the shift. Pigeons cooed on eaves above the bakeries. The royal stables filled with whinnying as grooms rubbed down spirited horses that twitched, as though smelling some unseen banquet in the wind. Responsibility for the feast settled upon Reinhard Revel, royal chef of Glenmarack. Reinhard was tall, barrel-chested, with hair the color of early wheat and an appetite for daring that had once taken him across half the known world looking for nutmeg, purple carrots, jellyfish vinegar, whatever substance might startle a royal tongue awake. Many kitchens in the capital still murmured about him in half envy, half admiration. The man who had roasted swan in almond milk, the man who had baked sweetbreads inside a hollowed pumpkin, the man who had convinced the king that saffron was worth its weight in gold. But even Reinhard felt a jitter when he pictured 50 long trestle tables sagging beneath his creations, 1,000 candles dripping wax into platters, and every eye, from shepherd to duke, judging whether he had done the newborn prince honor. The morning after the proclamation, Reinhard stood in his shining copper-lined kitchen and thought aloud. The meat must be rich, but also humble enough to remind the poorest guest he shares the same broth as a baron. "Pork," he said, pacing between cauldrons. "Pork carries salt and sweetness side by side. A roast pig for every third table, stuffed until the juices run." He imagined apples tucked among chestnuts and raisins. He imagined wheels of goat cheese melting into fat that would baste the crackling skin. He imagined hazelnuts pounded with herbs into a paste that would perfume the very bones. The picture pleased him so much he clapped his flour-dusted hands. At once he summoned his youngest kitchen helper, a quiet, narrow-shouldered adolescent named Tavi whose hair always smelled faintly of rosemary smoke. "Boy," Reinhard said, squinting down from his mountain height, "run to the wood. Gather every wild pig that roots beneath those oaks. I want them in my pens before sundown, or you'll find yourself plucking quails until you grow a stoop." Tavi swallowed, unsure whether the admonition was earnest or merely chefly flourish, and set off with a coarse rope lasso at his hip, a burlap sack for mushrooms as bribe, and a half-chewed sense of dread. The Kingswood had never been his friend. Shadows there seemed to lean toward a traveler rather than away. Branches overhead resembled fingers interlaced to keep secrets. Every tale told in the servants' dormitories, about hags who combed hair with bone forks, about spiders the width of saucers, rose now from Tavi's stomach to his throat. Yet he obeyed. That same midday, deeper inside the leafy labyrinth, a different drama was unfolding. Old Hazel Sow, matriarch of the largest sounder of pigs in the forest, waddled into a small clearing where dappled light caught the copper flecks on fallen beech leaves. Nose twitching, she addressed her anxious kin. The humans are coming, she informed them. Hazel had lived long enough to know the significance of a sudden flurry of royal horses and trumpets. Once, in her youth, she had lost 3 siblings to a Yuletide hunt. She still remembered the reek of iron hoops and blood. If we remain here, she said, we shall be trussed, roasted, and presented on platters the size of our sleeping hollows. She paused to let the piglets absorb this. We need help. Several younger boars huffed indignantly. Help from whom? The deer run too quickly, and the badgers slam their burrows shut. We are alone. But Hazel, wise in forest politics, lifted her snout toward the unfriendly horizon. We will ask the wolf. A squeal rippled through the ranks, fear, disbelief, a tint of fascination. Everyone in Kingswood knew of the wolf who prowled the northern ridges, a shadow with eyes like twin moon shards, muscle rippling beneath charcoal pelt, cunning that outpaced the swiftest fox. His reputation as eater of pig flesh was legend. Yet legend sometimes lies behind its own teeth. Hazel's clan embarked, snuffling along moss routes until the undergrowth thinned and the earth slanted steeply toward a ravine. At its far edge yawned a cave mouth smeared with lichen, flecked inside by the glint of quartz. It looked like an unblinking eye. Hazel's heart jittered, but she stepped forward. Sir Wicked Wolf, she called, voice echoing off stone. Are you at home? A stirring, a ripple like wind across velvet, emerged from the black. 2 yellow orbs appeared, almost languid, yet charged with all the authority of a predator who has never lost a chase. Then padded forward the wolf himself, unhurried, as though curious which mad creatures dared ring his iron doorbell. You disturbed me at midday, he spoke, each word elongated by indifference. State your plight, or find safer soil for your trembling. Hazel bowed, or as much as a pig's spine allowed. Forgive the intrusion. Hunters will arrive before the next moonrise to carry us to ovens. Your forest will lose its pork, and your own suppers will grow scarce. If you aid our escape, you keep your hunt. The wolf seated himself on his haunches and ran his tongue once over incisors bright as frost. Your logic is tidy. Yet the king's men will not depart empty-handed. They carry their honor as a second skin. They must return to the castle with something. A younger sow, brave but less seasoned than Hazel, squeaked. The pond teems with ducks, slick with fat. Surely those birds serve a royal feast as well as we. The wolf considered. Ducks were indeed everywhere, flapping, quacking, strutting across the bank as though they owned each ripple. He gave a low chuckle that vibrated the ferns. Very well. Hide in my den until the feast has passed. I will see to the substitution. The relief that poured through Hazel's sounder felt heavier than terror had moments before. One by one, they shuffled into the gloom behind the wolf, who, any casual observer might have noted, licked his jowls with a curious enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Tavi crept beneath boughs sticky with resin, muttering to himself a courage spell he'd learned from a kindly scullery maid. Feet be quick, heart be bold. Hours of trudging produced no pig, only scurrying squirrels and mushrooms sprouting like miniature parasols. Mid-afternoon light dappled the leaves, and in that hush a voice, soft as fallen ash, floated to him. The pigs that roam this forest are gone. Ducks by the pond will take their weight upon the spit. Tavi froze so sharply his rope slipped from his belt. Who speaks? He scanned left, right, up, but saw nothing except humps of moss and a hornbeam's crooked trunk. Seek ducks, breathed the voice again, seeming to ride on a breeze. They will satisfy your master. Logic failed in the face of disembodied counsel, but fear proved stronger. Ducks were easier quarry anyway. Rope became net, and he knew minted determination forded the streams back toward civilization. By twilight, Tavi pushed through cane grass onto the pond's pebble rim, preparing to count waddling fowl. Only cattails greeted him. At dawn, that emptiness would send Tavi back to Chef Reinhardt with apologies and a new suggestion: wild duck. Reinhardt, perhaps sensing destiny, or simply exhausted by his own anxiety, granted approval, promising to pluck and glaze each bird in orange blossom honey. Tavi marched back to the pond at first light, dreaming of roasted skin crisp between his teeth. He found only ripples and the occasional frog plopping from lily pad to water. The same voice, now perched behind bulrushes, whispered its amended scheme. The ducks have fled on borrowed winds, lambs within the pasture remain tender. Baffled but obedient, the boy returned to report another change. Leonard's eyebrows threatened to arch clear off his face, yet he measured desperation against possibility, and opted for lamb. "One more ingredient swap and I'll serve the king my own boots," he grumbled, but he sent Tavi to the meadows nonetheless. In a cottage on the meadow's edge, the wolf lounged on his belly, sleek sides rising with satiated breaths, fat droplets of roast pig still slicking his whiskers. Inside the cave behind him, the pig family snored in a heap of leaves, believing themselves safe beneath the predator's protection. Outside, ducks quacked uneasily, having begun to glimpse the edges of betrayal. And the wolf, predator of predators, plotted further layers. The spinning wheel of days repeated. Lambs vanished, and Tavi found himself listening to yet further counsel from beyond sight. The lambs prance no more where grass bends, pheasants flit in tall gold. Another report, another nod from Leonard, who by this stage had lost any illusion of control and allowed the menu to slip like a fish through cupped hands. Pheasant became the next hope. Nets were mended, hunters' whistles fashioned from alder. But the birds, too, would be gone, carried to the wolf's den on promises of sanctuary. They arrived to find ducks attempting to soothe piglets, lambs bleating lullabies, pigs casting suspicious glances at plucked feathers drifting from the wolf's grin. Now Leonard's panic intensified. The feast loomed. Tavi, red-eyed with fatigue, wondered whether he would soon be imprisoned for incompetence. But the whispered advisor offered its final counsel: rabbits, plentiful, easy to trap, tender enough for royal gums. Leonard seized on whatever hope remained and gave the order. But between that conversation and dawn of the quest, the forest's food chain collided with the wolf's appetite. The cave could no longer contain him. His belly stretched tight as a wineskin, ribs once carved by lean angles now hidden beneath layers of indulgence. Each creature he had promised safety eyed him with rising dread. Ducks lost feathers in fear. Lambs huddled behind rocks. Pigs whispered of their matriarch's misjudgment. Yet they dared not scamper past the sleeping giant, whose snores shuddered the cave like distant drums. When the rabbits arrived, they clustered outside, puzzled to find the wolf already awake, tongue cleaning wool fibers from his teeth. "Good morning," he drawled, shifting with difficulty to greet them. "You seek refuge, do you? Step into my humble home." The rabbits hesitated. Their whiskers twitched. They smelled danger's sour perfume, but desperation is its own shepherd, herding even the wise into nets. They hopped inside, hearts pattering like rain. The wolf, with effort, squeezed aside to let them pass. Tavi, trudging into the wood for the umpteenth dawn, now incapable of surprise, followed familiar rabbit trails toward burrows. He expected twitching noses to greet him. He found only silent holes in black earth. Numb, he waited for the whisper. And the whisper came, but it changed. "This wood offers nothing more." It sighed, almost weary. "Return empty." "But the feast is tonight," Tavi whispered back into the leaves, his voice cracking. "The king will thrash me. The chef will boil me alive in stock." Silence. Then, reluctantly, a new hint slipped forth. "Not empty," said the wind-thin voice. "One beast lingers, overstuffed, slumbering at the cave's mouth. Haul that carcass to your master, and he shall have meat aplenty." Fear prickled Tavi's spine. Yet hopelessness outweighs fear. He followed instructions, tiptoeing through brush until the cave revealed itself, its threshold guarded by the enormous barrel of the wolf's abdomen. The animal lay half on his side, eyes half-lidded, breath puddling in hot fog before his muzzle. Around him, faint whimpers of the imprisoned menagerie drifted on cave-cool air. The wolf attempted to rise but found his limbs pinned beneath his own bulk. He emitted a faint growl, less fierce predator than glutted drunk. Tavi saw opportunity. He crept, stones crunching under boots, and looped his rope around a hind leg. The wolf snarled and snapped but lacked leverage. Inch by inch, with the adrenaline of a condemned man lifting a horse, Tavi dragged that monstrous body across pine needles, over knotted roots, onto the cart he had borrowed from the palace stables. He lashed the wolf down 10 ways, prayed his knots would hold, and steered the rattling cargo back toward the castle while twilight burned copper above. In the great hall of Glenmorack, candlelight turned banners into rivers of flame. Musicians tuned lutes, pages scurried with goblets, and the scent of cinnamon drifted from braziers. White-clad servants kept one eye on the tall windows, waiting for Reinhardt's kitchen doors to burst open with platters. Inside those kitchens, Reinhardt braced his hands on a table and stared in disbelief at the enormous wolf delivered by Tavi. A hush spread among cooks. Scullery maids clasped hands to mouths. But the chef's mind spun like a thread wheel, fur off, carcass cleaned, belly slit open, cavity packed with yams, apples, breadcrumbs, herbs, sausages. He saw not a calamity but potential, a single beast enough to sate a kingdom. And with it, a tale bold enough to carve his name into legend. He barked orders. Knives flashed. Fires roared higher as iron spits groaned beneath the wolf's weight. The steam that rose smelled of cloves and wild thyme. By sundown, when the trumpets announced the feast, Reinhardt himself trundled the centerpiece into the hall, a roast wolf glistening mahogany, adorned with rosemary crowns, teeth bared in an eternal grin of defeat. Yet another miracle followed. As servants carved through crisp skin and tender marbled flesh, the cavity split, and from its fragrant hollow scurried a procession that caused every goblet to halt midair. First came Hazel herself, her snout seasoned lightly with nutmeg, blinking under chandelier glare. She sprinted between booths and vanished beneath a trestle. Then waddled ducks, feathers singed only at the tips, quacking indignation. Lambs leapt after, their curls smelling of onion and sage. Pheasants beat wings drizzled in pan juice. Rabbits bounded last, eyes wide at the slap of lute strings. Courtiers shrieked with amazement. Peasants pounded the tables in mirth. The queen laughed so hard tears silvered her cheeks. And the infant prince, perched on his nurse's arm, clapped pudgy hands and squealed with a delight that echoed to the rafters. King Aldrich, wiping tears of wine and laughter, declared the evening the greatest feast in the annals of Glenmorack precisely because no creature had been eaten other than the villain who had threatened to devour them all. A banquet of mercy, he toasted, and proof that cunning may feed itself upon its own greed. Throughout the night, the freed animals meandered across flagstones, nibbling dropped crumbs, startled but unharmed. Some perched near the minstrels, as though curious about melodies. Others found open doors and slipped into moonlit gardens, where dew washed the glaze from their hides. In the forest, they would speak for generations of the day when roast became revival, when predator fed prey, a tale to remind nervous hearts that danger sometimes devours itself. Chef Reinhardt earned a knighthood and a new title, Sir Reinhardt Gorges, Master of Inventive Fare. Tavi the kitchen boy received a modest purse, a new cloak, and unofficial recognition as the luckiest lad to ever set foot in the Kingswood. Stories spread beyond Glenmorack's borders. The wolf who overreached, the pigs who plotted, the ducks who waddled free. Children begged their nurses to repeat the saga at bedtime. Bards embroidered verses until the wolf grew thrice his true size and breathed smoke. Yet a quieter strand of the legend traveled only in hushes under eaves, that perhaps greed and cleverness share the same bone, and whichever dog you feed becomes the one that drags you through the woods. The pigs remembered. The ducks remembered. The lambs and pheasants and rabbits remembered. And deep in a cave whose entrance now stood empty, a feeling of caution lingered beneath every drip of mineral water, reminding the forest that bargains with wolves rarely end as you expect. Still, the feast of Prince Edric lived on in Glenmorack's calendar as Golden Night. Each year, on its anniversary, the kitchens lay out platters of honey bread, jugs of pear cider, and a single pastry shaped like a wolf, filled not with meat but with sweet dates and spiced nuts, proof that lessons once learned can transform from fear into shared delight. Guests laugh as they bite into the pastry's sugar teeth, and parents remind them. No creature left unsatisfied, no hunger unanswered. Repeating the promise King Aldrich made under torchlight so many seasons ago, when the kingdom discovered that the fullest bellies often come from unexpected kitchens and that mercy, seasoned with courage, can feed more than 1,000 mouths. I was walking alone through the churchyard at first light, the wet grass soaking the cuffs of my trousers, when a voice rose out of the grey mist beside me. It was as soft as fallen ash, yet it carried the weight of heartbreak. A girl whose shape seemed borrowed from the grave took my arm the way an older sister might guide a frightened child. Her skirts were heavy with clinging dirt, and her tangled hair looked the color of autumn rust, but what struck me most were her eyes. Even through the haze of dawn they shone a brilliant porcelain blue, brimming with tears that never quite fell. Maggots writhed along the pale curve of her thin neck, giving off a foul odor that turned my stomach, and yet some strange pity kept me rooted beside her instead of running. "Brother Jacob," she said. Though I wore no name tag, she spoke as if she had long rehearsed the greeting. "Hear my story. You'll know me from the stone that bears my first name, Drizella." She pointed to the weather-beaten marker at our feet, and through the faint layer of moss I read it. An epitaph below the name declared, in the spelled letters, "An outcast alwys bemurn," an old country way of saying, "An outcasts always mourn." "Beside my grave," she continued, "you will find a smaller marker for Drizella's toe." Her laugh rattled like a broken bell. "I cut off that toe myself, the best and biggest one, just to squeeze into the enchanted shoe. Who wouldn't shed a toe for a prince?" Only then did I see the second stone, squat and narrow as a bookend, chipped almost to dust. I suddenly remembered the story I had helped to put into print years before. "You," I whispered, "are the same Drizella whose sister was Anastasia, the stepsister pair who tormented dear Queen Ella?" "The very same," she answered, relief flickering across her ruined face that I needed no further introduction. Despite my revulsion, I lowered myself onto a tombstone to listen. Her presence was horrific, yes, but so was the burden of what she clearly wished me to hear. She floated to perch on her own grave as though a gust of wind had set her there. "Allow me to tell you of my mother," she began, her voice no louder than the rustle of weeds. "Before my father died, she taught my sister and me proper things. We could play a lullaby on the harp, sing morning hymns in birdsong pitch, and bow in courtly fashion. But father's death emptied the coffers. Auctioneers carried off our dresses, our jewels, everything bright. Poverty bent mother's spine and soured her soul. She married Ella's father not for love, but for a mouthful of food." Her gaze drifted to the dawn sky, as if searching for a memory among the slow, moving clouds. Soon hope poisoned her worse than hunger. Through Ella's father she dreamed of climbing back to riches. She needed ladders, and so my sister and I became those ladders. Each morning she pinched our cheeks hard for color, laced our corsets until we gasped, and hissed the same lesson: all beauty is suffering, and suffering is the path to dignity. Drizella paused, touching the ragged edge of her ear where no earring hung now. "I believed her, Brother Jacob. I believed a crown would make the pain worthwhile. When the glass slipper came, the knife felt as natural in my hand as a hairbrush. One quick slice and my toe was gone. I thought, what is one toe next to a lifetime on velvet cushions?" The scent that drifted from her desiccated flesh forced me to hold back a cough. She gave a dry cackle that sounded like rocks clacking. "But I learned something darker than any spell in that slipper. The spell was not in the glass. It was in the lie that butchering ourselves to fit someone else's crazy ideal could ever bring joy." I did not know why she told me these things. Perhaps she sought a kindness she had never known in life. With caution I answered, "If you wish me to write such truth, speak plainly. I might revise the tale." The words cost me some measure of pride, for I had always prided myself on stern objectivity. Yet her pain scraped against my conscience. She nodded almost gratefully. "Here is plain speech. Mother ordered me to pour ash over floors already swept, so Ella would look lazy. I crept back at dawn and swept them clean while Mother slept and Ella did not know. Mother told me to shred Ella's dress before the prince's ball. I loosened only a few threads, one she could mend quickly. Little mercies, but they kept my last spark of decency alive. I loved a baker's son once," she said, voice softening to a child's whisper. He loved me too. He saw beyond corsets and pinched cheeks. Mother said he was beneath us, that his flower dust would soil any fine gown. When he asked for my hand, she poured poison in my cider the night before the wedding. My own mother murdered me. I never took another breath. A church bell tolled nearby, and dawn's mist coiled around us like a cold sheet. Drizella's form flickered, thinning into spectral smoke. Write this, she begged. I died with my soul in pieces. Better to have kept my toe and lost my mother's favor than to carve myself for a dream of acceptance that was never mine. Brother Jacob, if you force yourself into another person's fairy tale, life rebels. The slipper always refuses to fit. As she faded, I saw bright flowers blooming on her grave, forget-me-nots, blue as Cinderella's ball gown. Their impossible freshness on a long, neglected mound chilled me more than her ghostly breath. Someone loved her enough to bring blossoms day after day, perhaps Ella herself. Though Wilhelm and I wrote morality more than mercy, the sight unsettled me. Let Drizella's ghost cry her regrets to the moon, I thought, yet as I walked away the flowers seemed to whisper, outcasts always mourn. Their words followed me like a shadow into town, and though I never changed a word of our printed story, the memory would not leave my mind. That evening in a lantern-lit hall I told this episode to a curious audience. They filled pew, like benches, expecting folklore, not confession. Unease rippled among them. Some faces drifted away in boredom, and I feared the tale had grown too heavy. To pull them back, I promised another story. Once, late at night, Wilhelm and I were stumbling down crooked streets toward our lodging. A bitter wind nipped at our coats, and snowflakes fluttered like ash. That was when a small figure stepped out from a shadowed corner. The hush returned. My listeners leaned forward. The man was scarcely taller than a child, with narrow shoulders under a tattered lavender robe. Candlelight from a street lamp flickered over his hooked nose and searching eyes. His uneven stride made him seem almost unreal, like a puppet dangling from invisible strings. Wilhelm, slighter than I, clutched his leather satchel of manuscripts as though it contained his beating heart. The stranger scraped a bow and rasped, "Brothers, collectors of vice and wonder, have you pondered what becomes of those villains you pinned between pages?" I stepped in front of Wilhelm. "We label none monster who has not earned the name." A laugh burst from him sharp as sleet. "And yet you printed my story as if you were an angel of truth. Tell me, Jacob Grimm, do you never question the victors who feed your hungry quills? Who are you?" I demanded, though I sensed the answer. "Some call me Rumpelstiltskin," he said, dancing 3 quick steps. Sparks flew from his boots as if they struck flint. Passers-by crossed themselves and hurried on. "Your tale paints me greedy, a baby thief. But you never asked how I learned to conjure gold from straw." Wilhelm gripped my coat sleeve. We merely record what the people recount." Rumpelstiltskin spun in a tight circle. Fog billowed with the movement, thickening so suddenly the street lamp dimmed. Wilhelm coughed as smoke, like vapor, filled his lungs. "Release your devilry," I cried. "We tell the stories as they reach us, no more, no less." "Oh, but who brings them to you? The princes whose coffers swell? The queens draped in their borrowed virtue?" He cocked his head. "Perhaps you would like the full telling over a fire." Before either of us could answer, he flicked his threadbare cloak, and the world blurred. In an eye blink we stood inside a cozy inn, seated around a low table. None in the room seemed surprised by our sudden appearance. Perhaps they were illusions, or perhaps the magic made them ignore us. A barmaid set pewter mugs before us, frothing with dark beer, then vanished as swiftly as she arrived. Rumpelstiltskin raised his drink. "To Rome," he declared, gulping greedily. "For I was a Roman alchemist long before Germany knew my name. Write that in your notebook." My fingers fumbled for pencil and paper. "You claimed the Queen's firstborn daughter. How can that be noble?" His copper, bright eyes glinted. "Noble? What is noble? Tell me, Brother Grimm, what becomes of a child whose mother would swap her for a crown? What is the worth of a life promised away before its first breath?" Wilhelm swallowed. You sought to raise her kindly?" he said, voice soft as cemetery moss. I would teach her true alchemy, not the lies her mother offered the king. What is greater magic, turning straw to gold, or turning an unwanted child into a soul cherished? I scoffed, uncomfortable under his gaze. The queen loved her child enough to guess your name and win her freedom. He laughed. She loved her throne. She sent servants to every hamlet, paying gold, my gold, for mention of my name. She did not guess, she bought it, as she bought everything. The barmaid reappeared with fresh mugs, though ours were still half full. Rumpelstiltskin ran a misshapen finger around one rim, and a hum like a singing bowl filled the air. Names hold power, brothers. My mentor bound me to my own name when he taught me metals. Speak it aloud, undressing it before the world, and you unravel the magic binding me together. His voice dropped to a whisper colder than the wind outside. That night the queen said my name, she striped away my shape. I became neither the student I was nor the teacher I wished to be. I am forever unfinished, a creature betwixt. Candles trembled around us though no door had opened. You treat stories like children's trifles, he said, but every retelling tightens the noose you tied around me. The greedy imp who steals babies, that is the shape your words grant me. And so I grow more wicked each time a child hears your book before bed. Sweat prickled my scalp. Paintings of ships on a stormy sea adorned the walls. Now the tiny vessels rocked on living waves as if the canvases breathed. Wilhelm's hand found mine under the table. I offer a choice, Rumpelstiltskin said, raising his mug. Ask 3 questions without trick or slant, and I'll answer true. Then decide, rewrite me, or leave me doomed to the mask you gave. Wilhelm blurted. Why did you help the maiden spin straw? I winced. We could have conferred first. But the little man counted it with a nod. Our father of lies forced her into death's jaws, he replied. I helped because I saw myself in her hopelessness. Wilhelm looked at me. I whispered. Second, why accept payment in gold for the child? Wilhelm repeated it. Rumpelstiltskin's smile softened. To show I prized knowledge over coin. I would have used that gold to raise her secure, away from rulers who measure worth in ounces. His second shadow on the wall swelled taller, regal. I cleared my throat, voice unsteady. Third, why did your name's utterance destroy you? He answered. Names bind souls. Mine was forged in a pact. Speaking it aloud was pulling the pin from a castle gate. Both shadows vanished, leaving only the rag-clad figure. A candle guttered out. Now, he said, here is the real puzzle. Will you pick up your pens and wield words as alchemists? Or let tales rot into chains? He leaned closer. I am Rumpelstiltskin. Your fate rises or falls with mine. He stood, cloak flaring. With a barked laugh he strode outside, where quiet townsfolk paused to stare. He danced in the snow, World Street, sparks leaping at his heels. Inside, Wilhelm exhaled like a bellows. What do we do, brother? You hold the editing quill, I said, though my mind churned. Rumpelstiltskin, like Drizella, had forced me to see that stories were living ore. We smelted them into neat shapes, but every smelter changes metal's nature. What moral stands if it turns hearts to cruelty? Words can scar or heal. Some of our listeners shuffled to the tavern door, glimpsing the little man pirouette in moonlit snow. Their faces revealed both fear and wonder. I felt the same. If our tales were chains, perhaps the only hammer to break them was revision. That night I returned to my rented chamber. I laid the old manuscript of Cinderella on the desk, its pages dog-eared and worn from countless printings. I thought of Drizella and her fresh forget-me-nots. I thought of a baker's son's empty arms. I thought of a queen paying silver for a name she refused to learn on her own. And I saw in faint moonlight the outline of a young curly-haired girl reading our book by a hearth, believing cruelty came from nowhere, believing outcasts deserved their holes in the ground. I sharpened my pencil. The tale would stay a fairy story, magic, ball gowns, and glittering slippers, but I would give the villains a heartbeat. Drizella would feel a slash of remorse as the knife grazed her toe. The mother's hunger and fear would show. Rumpelstiltskin would not vanish in rage the moment his name broke upon the queen's lips. Instead, he would look at the infant one last time in sorrow, whispering a blessing before he fled. Would such tenderness ruin the lesson? Perhaps children need sharper truths. Yet if books teach that every outcast is wicked simply for being unloved, then cruelty wins the printing press. How many of us can lounge on velvet cushions? Better to teach that choices, not birth, carve villains. I wrote, erased, wrote again. Candle wax formed a small lake under the flame. When dawn's first bird warbled, the manuscript was different. Not wholly gentler, there remained treachery and cost, but the reader could glimpse the pain behind sharp edges. I sent this revision to Wilhelm, whose careful edits left the core yet refined the sadness. In later months we would quarrel with publishers about removing what they called unnecessary dithering over villains' feelings. Yet children wrote letters praising the new layers, teachers requested the amended book, and parents whispered that their little ones spoke more kindly of misfits. Sometimes on a chilly morning I walked again past Drizella's grave. The forget-me-nots remained bright every time, immune to frost. Once, I found beside them a tiny spooled thread of golden straw, as if Rumpelstiltskin had visited too. I imagined him no longer half man half monster but a traveler seeking stories to redeem. Did we free him? Did we free Drizella? Stories are never a final verdict, only a door. The world will tell the old versions for centuries, but somewhere a new child hears our softer chapter first. Perhaps she keeps her toe, forgives a hungry mother, studies alchemy for good. On those mornings I tip my hat to the graves and whisper, outcasts always mourn, but maybe they also heal. Then I walk home under a sky that is a little wider than yesterday, thinking of all the words still waiting to be turned from straw to something brighter than gold. Jessie never thought of herself as brave or remarkable. She was simply Jessie, 19 years old, living in a sleepy village that lounged at the edge of an enormous woodland. Her parents owned a bakery on the main street. The work was honest, the loaves delicious, but the life predictable. Every dawn, she could count on the same clatter of pans, the same sweet drift of cinnamon, the same customers trundling in for warm rolls. Her mother would hum over the dough. Her father would whistle while stacking trays of brioche. They loved their daughter in a gentle, distracted way, proud that she could read and write so well, proud that she kept the ledgers tidy, but their minds were always half occupied by cracked eggshells or the price of flour. They rarely asked where Jessie slipped off to after she finished sweeping the shop. They simply called after her, "Home for supper, darling," and let the rattling door speak the rest. Every afternoon, Jessie fled that door and that scent of perpetual sugar and yeast. She carried a tiny journal and a short stump of charcoal. With these tools, almost worn smooth by her fingers, she tried to capture the world in words. She scribbled poems about rain, sketched fragments of village gossip, drafted long tales that started with sturdy heroes and always drifted into paradoxical dreams. But despite her efforts, none of those beginnings grew into a story that truly felt alive. It seemed as though something fundamental was missing from every paragraph, some jolt of wonder, some spark she could not summon in the orderly lanes of the town. So she sought inspiration in the forest. The villagers called it the King's Wood, an ancient green realm that spread from the last cottages to the silver ridges of the distant mountains. Mothers warned their children that wolves prowled between the shadows. Old men at the pub claimed they had seen lights bobbing in the dark like wandering spirits. Jessie was not reckless. She carried a whistle round her neck and kept to the broader tracks, but she felt no dread of trees. From the first time she stepped beneath their vaulted canopy, she'd sensed a welcome, as though the forest recognized her longing and approved. Late one bright morning in early summer, Jessie packed a slice of bread and a twist of cheese, slung her journal across her back, and set out down the familiar dirt road. The heat shimmered above the grain fields. Sparrows swooped over barley and vanished. She walked until the hedgerows thinned and she saw the first towering trunks, smooth beech, rough oak, pine as red as embers. A hush greeted her. The air smelled of moss, of sap, of hidden flowers. Sunlight dappled the path so that every few paces she crossed from gold to green shadow and back again. It was her favorite tapestry, shifting leaves overhead, shifting patches below, everything breathing in slow harmony. Jessie felt so light that she almost floated. She paused every few steps to jot a phrase. A hush like velvet, shafts of honey light, trees conversing in sighs. She felt for once that she might spin those rough notes into something more than a fragment. Perhaps today she would find the missing spark. As the track wandered deeper, the usual forest noises softened. Even birdsong seemed to press itself flat. A breeze slid through the canopy, but there was no answer of rustling leaves, only a peculiar stillness, like a hall between echoes. Her steps slowed. She sensed the hush gathering, coming to a single point. And then she heard it, a voice crisp as flint. "Watch out for that stick! Don't trip, pick it up!" Jessie skidded to a stop, heart thudding. The words seemed to have burst out of the air itself. She spun left, right, staring between trunks, up at the branches. There was no person, no face. The forest looked exactly as it had a moment ago, except for a long, rough bough that lay across the path, nearly the girth of a young tree. Bark peeled from its flanks. One jagged end was freshly snapped. Pick it up? How absurd. She could never lift something so massive. Yet her instincts, half startled, half intrigued, drew her closer. Maybe the voice was her mind playing tricks, which had happened before in moments of deep daydream. Or maybe someone truly hid behind a stump and called out. But why? Jessie stood beside the fallen limb. From this vantage it looked less like a branch and more like a slender trunk, a thing once proudly alive, now felled by lightning or storm. She rested a palm against it. The bark felt warm, as though sun-soaked, though the path lay in shade. She exhaled and stepped back. "It's impossible," she murmured to no one. "I can't move you." The forest gave no answer. She laughed at herself, embarrassed, and turned in a slow circle. Nothing. Only the hush, the quivering leaves. "Well," she said aloud, "if I'm trapped, I may as well rest a moment." With that, she perched on the branch, letting her feet dangle. A faint breeze stirred at last, carrying a resin scent and a hush of distant bees. She closed her eyes and tried to remember the exact phrasing of the voice. Had it spoken with a man's cadence? A woman's? She could not decide. She rewound the last minutes, the sunlit path, her scribbled observations, her distracted gaze. A branch this large must have crashed down only seconds prior, or she would have noticed. Could some unseen wanderer have pulled it across the track as a prank? But she'd heard no rustling, no footsteps. The puzzle teased her mind like a half-remembered dream. She drew her journal, flipped to a blank page, and began to write about a girl who met a talking forest. But the words came haltingly. She set the notebook aside and looked at the branch again. A slim, sturdy stick, more like a wand, lay broken loose from the larger limb, just at her feet. She felt an impulse to hold it. As her fingers wrapped around the wood, a gentle warmth traveled from her palm up her arm. She startled, nearly dropping it. It was as though a low hum vibrated through the grain. Jessie sat very still. The hush deepened. And then, from somewhere behind a ring of birch, emerged a stag. It moved with the grace of legends, white speckled in the shafts of light, though oddly asymmetrical. One antler branched proudly, a crown of 10 points. The other side was bare, the antler lost or broken at the skull. Its gait tilted slightly to counterbalance the weight. Yet the animal's presence still radiated dignity, even a quiet authority. Jessie froze, uncertain whether to hold her breath or greet it. The stag regarded her with eyes dark as oak knots, full of depth. Then it spoke. "What are you doing here?" The voice was deep, slightly raspy, older than any human voice, yet tinged with something almost boyish. Jessie's pulse vaulted to her ears, but she did not scream. She had imagined many impossible things. Now impossibility stood before her, asking a direct question. I'm walking," she answered. Her own voice sounded small, almost fragile. "This tree blocks the path. I sat to think what to do." The stag pawed at the ground, hooves shredding moss. Its breath steamed faintly though the day was warm. "I felled that tree," it said. "I want you gone. Humans have taken enough." The words rattled inside Jessie. She felt the weight of them. She saw the stark assertion in his posture, head tilted, antler gleaming like pale bronze. And yet no fear rushed in. Instead, curiosity anchored her. She found herself studying the line of the stag's jaw, the grooves where the missing antler had torn free. The wound was raw, pink-rimmed. He'd lost it recently, maybe in the act of toppling the tree. "I don't want to harm the forest," she said softly. "I come here to think, to write. That's all." The stag stamped. "Think elsewhere." Jessie unconsciously dropped the warm stick. She leaned back against the fallen trunk and tried to gather calm. "You sacrificed your antler to keep people away?" she asked, her voice respectful. "Doesn't that hurt? A forest endures pain when your kind drags steel through it," the stag replied. "One lost antler is small," Jessie sighed. "I've never cut a tree. I only observe." Before the stag could answer, the voice that had warned her earlier sliced through the silence again, louder now, vibrating with fiery command. "Pick up that stick!" The words made them both pivot, Jessie twisting, stag swinging its huge head. The clearing remained empty. Only a hush, and a faint swirl of dust. Jessie bent, lifted the slender stick again. At her touch the warmth pulsed brighter. She looked to the stag. Confusion flickered in his gaze. His chest heaved with silent breaths. "Who speaks?" Jessie asked. The stag tilted his head, listening. "No one speaks but you." "I heard it," Jessie insisted. "Twice." They stared at each other. The stag's anger drained into uncertainty. "Your manner puzzles me," he said. "Most humans would be trembling or running." Jessie gave a small laugh. "I don't know why I'm not scared. Maybe because you speak politely, even when you're furious." He snorted. "Polite? I threatened to kill you." "But you didn't," she said. "You're reasoning with me. That's something." The stag's single antler sagged slightly. His eyes flicked away, then back. "What is your name?" "Jessie." "And yours?" He hesitated. "Names are weight among my kind. But you may call me Rowan, after the tree whose berries feed me in lean months." Jessie nodded. The forest seemed to exhale. For a moment, time felt braided between them. Human, stag, fallen trunk, warm stick. Then a gust rattled leaves overhead, and Rowan raised his head, ears twitching. Something inside him hardened again. "Leave," he said, though his tone lacked the earlier fire. "Before my purpose falters." "Your purpose?" She gestured to the branch blocking the trail. "To keep us out?" "To keep the worst of you out." He pawed. "Axes, carts, chains, they come deeper each year, taking more than they need. If that path stays blocked, many will turn around." Jessie looked down the silent trail. She remembered stories of logging crews seeking new stands of oak. She had never seen them but had heard their shouted orders, the clang of iron, carried on winds some mornings. Suddenly Rowan's desperation felt real. She touched the stick's end to the bark of the fallen tree. A tingle traveled through her fingers. Words formed in her mind, phrases about guardianship, about sacrifice. She glanced up. "Rowan, would you trust me for a moment?" His breath rose in clouds. "Why?" "I think this stick is unusual." She searched for the right explanation. "When I hold it, I feel as though I can shape things, not to destroy, but to imagine. Let me try to help." Rowan eyed the stick warily. "It is only wood." "Perhaps. But so is your forest." She gave a tentative smile. "Wood can be many things." The stag lowered his head, maybe in exhaustion, maybe in assent. Jessie stepped into a small patch of sunlight. She closed her eyes and lifted the stick like a quill poised above invisible parchment. She pictured the fallen trunk sprouting fresh leaves, embedding roots back into soil so that it became a living arch rather than a dead blockade. She pictured Rowan healed, antlers balanced, pain eased. She pictured a barrier that would deter machines yet allow respectful wanderers passage, those who carried nothing sharper than a pencil. With each image, she moved the stick through the air in gentle arcs. Traces of gold shimmer followed its tip, faint at first, then brighter, swirling like dust motes in afternoon sun. The forest seemed to hold its breath. A soft rumble sounded. Jessie opened her eyes. The fallen tree was changing. Bark smooth, cracks sealed. Its roots slid beneath the earth, curling but not choking soil. The trunk lifted until it formed a graceful bridge over the path, tall enough for a stag but too low for a wagon. New leaves unfurled, shimmering green. Rowan backed up, all widening his dark eyes. He shook his shoulders. Bones shifted. The raw socket at his skull tingled. Before Jessie's gaze, a new antler push, branching swiftly, matching the first. He gasped, then tilted his head side to side as balance returned. Jessie's knees wobbled. She knelt, the stick trembling in her grasp. The golden glow faded. But on the reeded ground, tiny shoots appeared, saplings of rowan, birch, oak, each no bigger than a thumb yet resolute. Rowan approached, moving with renewed symmetry. He bent until his muzzle nearly touched her cheek. "You are no ordinary human!" Jessie managed a shaky grin. "I'm just practical, remember? And maybe impractical, too." The stag gave a low chuckle, an odd, woody sound. "Your magic mended more than wood. It mended me." She touched the stick. Its surface felt cool now, ordinary, as though the burst of power had resettled. "I think the forest lent me its strength," she said. "Maybe it needed both of us, my imagination, your guardianship." Rowan studied the leafy arch. "The path is usable only for those who walk lightly. I can stand that. Perhaps I judged all humans too quickly." Voices floated on the breeze, distant laughter, maybe a foraging party. Rowan tensed but did not run. "I must watch," he said. "But I owe you my forest's gratitude." Jessie rose. "We'll share its stories. I'll write them so others learn respect." Rowan dipped his head, antlers glinting. "Then walk safely," Jessie the scribe. "Return when the moon is new. I will tell you legends older than iron." She nodded, heart swelling. She tucked the stick into her belt, more precious than any pen. Without another word, she stepped beneath the living arch. Leaves brushed her shoulders like blessings. As she journeyed home, the forest no longer felt hushed with threat. It seemed to hum, an undercurrent of promise. She thought of her stories waiting to be written, stories where creatures and humans spoke, where fallen trees turned to bridges, where courage was simply listening. At the village edge, she paused, glancing back. Sunlight caught the arch far down the track, a spark of green gold amid shadow. A voice, not the warning voice, but a new whisper, played at her ear. "You have the strength to move beyond what holds you back." Jessie smiled, stepped onto the dusty lane, and walked toward the bakery's chimneys, ready for supper and for the next blank page, ready to turn the stick into a wand of words, ready to believe. The story, as it sits here in these pages of plain ink, would stretch far beyond the afternoon, recounting if one traced every ripple, how Rowan defended the arch from axes, how Jessie wrote pamphlets that convinced the council to protect old-growth stands, how the stick, tucked beside her pillow, sometimes glimmered in moonlight and urged new adventures. Villagers would one day tell children that the forest changed because a young writer listened to a stag with one antler and rewrote a path. They would pass the tale in warm bakeries and at winter hearths. But what matters most is simpler. A girl paused to pick up a stick, saw value where others saw dead wood, and let wonder guide her. That wonder, gentle yet fierce, arches like living timber over any road we travel, if we choose to notice, and choose to believe. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The forest at the border of the human world and the tales beyond had always been busy with whispers, but it was never louder than when the lank gray wolf prowled beneath its high branches. From his earliest memories, half smell, half shadow, He had known that his own life would fold around two persistent hungers. The first was the hunger for meat, rich and hot between his teeth. The second was not for flesh at all. It was a hunger for stories, for the murmured sentences that drifted from cottages, from campfires, from the shimmering boundary where fact blurred into wonder. He carried both appetites in his lungs, and every breath tasted like a tale half-told. On this bright spring afternoon he padded along a game trail that curved as a brook might, smelling dandelions, wet bark, and the faintest hint of chimney smoke. Over and over his mind replayed a familiar picture, one floppy-haired boy in patched trousers, the lad who ran errands for the three foolish little pigs. The boy's scent was distinct, old dough, thyme, and the damp chalk of a riverbank. Today the wolf followed it the way a hound might follow a stronger beast. He glided through ferns, paws soundless on last year's leaves, until he sighted the lad at the edge of a clearing. The lad always hurried straight to the pig's new house of sticks or straw. The pigs never seemed sure until the moment they started building. The wolf supposed that the animal's problem was not shortage of materials but shortage of sense. He had brought down both of those flimsy huts more times than he could count. Still, each collapse tasted faintly disappointing. A tumble of sticks offered no great victory, and somehow the pigs always managed to sprint squealing toward the distant brick cottage where their smarter brother kept his hearth. The boy ran with them, waving his skinny arms, shouting advice. The wolf did enjoy that part, especially the fear that drifted off the boy like steam from fresh bread. This afternoon he lowered his chest, bunching every muscle, and surged from the shadows. The boy squeaked, slid on gravel, and bolted along the trail. The pigs, today there were only two, the plumpest missing, followed in panicked leaps. The wolf lost interest in the pigs immediately, his whole attention fixed on the boy's heels. He huffed great bursts of air, each exhale timed so the boy would feel breath against his calves. His nose filled with the scent of terror, as satisfying as blood. But he knew, the instant the boy darted into a sunny glade whose borders shimmered like a mirage, that the chase must end. The wolf's nails scraped the soil as he halted. He dared not cross that glimmering line. The clearing belonged to a cottage assembled from cinnamon-brown gingerbread, almonds, spun sugar window panes, and ridges of white frosting. Around it hovered a skein of magic so sweet that breathing it made his sinuses sting. Flowers that had no business blooming here, tulips, freesias, night-blooming jasmine, all unfurled side by side. Magic this thick always carried a price, and he suspected the price for stepping through would twist him into something ridiculous. A sheep's fleece, perhaps, or a yappy farm dog's hide. The wolf in him could not bear the risk of that humiliation. So he lurked among the beeches, sneezing into the leaf litter. The boy glanced back, half believing the sneeze signaled a charge, but the wolf merely watched. The lad scampered to the gingerbread wall, snapped off a cookie-sized hunk, and shoved it in his mouth. Then he slipped inside the cottage, and a woman's sweet voice drifted through the open door, a mother's lullaby. The wolf huffed one last frustrated breath. He would not eat the boy today. He would not even taste the piglet. His stomach felt hollow as winter. He turned away, remembering a day when hunger and terror had turned inside out. It was years ago, when he was hardly more than a long-legged pup, for sticking up like grass in a storm. He had chased a fluttery blue butterfly across a sunlit meadow without noticing how far he strayed from his mother's watch. Just as his jaws snapped shut on blue wings, a pair of human arms lifted him off the ground. His teeth should have flashed out of instinct. Instead, when he met the eyes of the little girl who clutched him, all his wildness melted. She called him "Puppy," stroked behind his ears, and sang nonsense rhymes. She carried him straight through the gingerbread clearing, through the spell barrier without a single spark, and into the cottage garden where roses climbed the walls. They played until twilight dyed the sky pink. Then a stern woman stormed out, brandishing a broom. The wolf pup felt bristles crash against his ribs, heard angry words about fleas and filth and cursed creatures. He yelped, wriggled out of the girl's grip, and fled. Her tears followed him longer than the pain of the blows. He never forgot that garden, or that girl's voice. Years later he learned the girl had grown into Goldilocks, the young woman who found trouble and porridge in other people's homes. She no longer lived in her mother's frosting-scented cottage. She had built her own small house on the opposite side of the wood. She spent her mornings testing new recipes for biscuits, and her afternoons trying to coax a thin, flying rug into the sky. The wolf doubted she remembered the wolf pup of her childhood, but he remembered her. He kept an eye on her door. Now, in the hush after the failed chase, with the pigless lunchtime gnawing at his belly, he veered toward Goldilocks's part of the wood. Even if she caught him hovering near the garden fence, she rarely screamed. More often she sighed, chided him, and slipped him a treat. Her biscuits were small and buttery with cardamom and honey, impossible to resist. He trotted along, passing beyond pines into a glade of broadleaf trees where sun striped the moss. He followed faint human scents, vanilla, wood smoke, until low shingles peeked between trunks. In the center of a tidy lawn lay a woven carpet embroidered in sunset colors. Goldilocks knelt on that rug with her eyes closed, palms up, inhaling incense that rose in blue ribbons. A ball of cloudy crystals sat on a coil of copper wire before her. The wolf approached silently, already preparing a compliment. Yet before he chose the words, a powerful tickle crept into his nose. The incense, spicy, sweet, unbearable. He tried, truly tried, to swallow the urge. But the urge won. IHCHO! Goldilocks jerked one eyelid open, then the other. She frowned at the wolf. I was meditating. His nose still quivering, he replied. And you were burning incense. You know it makes me sneeze. She pressed her lips thin. If the smoke bothers you, choose a different time to drop by. Her words carried annoyance, but her eyes held warmth. He sniffed back another sneeze. And miss a chance to see you? Impossible. With exaggerated care she unfolded herself and stepped off the carpet. He admired her steady grace. She wore a green linen dress that left her freckled arms bare, and her hair, once curls of midday sun, was caught in two long, rumpled plaits. She dusted imaginary ash from her skirt and said, You must want something. The wolf's stomach answered with a gurgle. Your crystal ball shows it clearly. I'm here for biscuits. Goldilocks flicked a glance to the crystal. It reflected sky and trees but offered no visions. Nevertheless she sighed and disappeared inside. The wolf sat on the grass where incense swirls wouldn't reach him. Through the open doorway he smelled flour, sugar, and sweet butter. Goldilocks emerged with a china plate piled high. He accepted one delicate round between his claws and nibbled. The cardamom fragrance soothed his earlier frustration. After 2 bites the edges of his hunger softened. You shouldn't reward me, he said with half a grin. I've been tormenting those pigs again. She arched an eyebrow. That's why they're down to 2 now. He shrugged. The third is visiting his bricklaying brother. Or perhaps he became supper for someone else. I wasn't responsible. He snapped up another biscuit. Goldilocks laughed, unable to keep her scold firmly in place. Silly pigs, silly wolf. Then her smile slipped sideways. But truly, be gentler with them. They're rather dim, and the dim need our patience. He licked crumbs from his whiskers. I'll consider it. She studied him. Then she strode indoors again and returned carrying 2 paper boxes tied with golden ribbon. Beautiful cursive on each lid read gorgeous golden morsels by Goldilocks. One box was large enough to feed a farmhouse. The other could fit in the palm of her hand. In an exaggerated hush she said, Delivery mission. He swallowed the last bite. I am not a courier. For me, just this once. She lifted the smaller box. These are for your mate. She's expecting cubs, yes? The wolf's ears pricked. His mate's belly had grown round as a ripe melon, and lately her cravings were for anything sweet. She will adore you for this. Goldilocks's gaze softened. That is my hope. Then she tapped the larger box. This one needs to go somewhere else. A family far above us. I can't get there on a carpet because mine refuses to fly. The wolf took the boxes, stacking the small atop the large. Where above? She pointed through leaves to a gap in the canopy. He saw only blue sky. But he knew her meaning. Beyond ordinary sight rose a beanstalk like a green ray of light, so tall it pierced clouds. At its top lingered a mansion the size of a town, belonging to the giant whose pockets jingled with treasures. "Ah," he muttered. "Up there. It is on your route home," she said with a shrug that tried to look casual. "Almost." He narrowed his eyes. Delivering biscuits to a giant was not completely new to him. But each voyage carried risk. The giant's moods rolled like summer thunderstorms. "Why not bake for ordinary customers? Your shop in town buys by the dozen." Goldilocks pursed her lips. "The giant's goose once laid an egg of pure gold for me when I was starving. I want to repay that kindness now and again." The wolf shifted, feeling the biscuit's weight. "If the giant decides I look like a snack, your goose will not save me." She laid a hand against the coarse fur of his foreleg. "I trust your clever paws," she whispered. "And you will have something for your mate when you return." Those words sealed his decision. He secured the large box under one arm, balanced the small box on top, and trotted toward the hidden vine. As soon as Goldilocks lost sight of him, she knelt on her carpet again. She closed her eyes, letting incense wind through her nose, down into her lungs, out through dreams she hoped to shape. The crystal ball sat blank. She did not need it to see one vision, her wolf friend climbing into sunlit danger. She sent a silent wish after him. Then she thought of her own ambitions. If today she quieted her mind just so, perhaps the carpet would rise a finger's breadth. The wolf traveled swiftly, but the journey to the base of the beanstalk took longer than he admitted to Goldilocks. He skirted ponds, crossed 2 dry streams, climbed a slope where he paused to stash the small box in the fork of a birch, safe from jostling while he climbed. Delight bubbled in his chest at the thought of his mate's joy. She had been restless, nested in their den among blankets stolen from washing lines. Soon he would deliver sweetness to her tongue and safety to their unborn pups. At last the vine appeared. It dwarfed every tree, wide as a tower, leaves bigger than sails. The wolf studied tendrils that curled like bronze hooks. He retied the ribbon, then fashioned a sling from a fallen length of flexible vine to cinch the biscuit box against his back. He flexed his claws, placed one paw on a cooled lump of sap, and climbed. He moved with rhythm. Back paw to side tendril, forepaw to higher notch, shift weight, breathe. The vine's scent was green as cucumbers and strong as pepper. Halfway up, puffs of cloud lapsed dissolved against his muzzle. The world below shrank to a map of woods, meadows, rivers, no pig houses discernible. His muscles burned, but he climbed steadily. Near the summit the stalk thrust through a cloud dense as fleece. The damp chilled his whiskers. He emerged into brilliant sun and a garden whose size always shocked him. Rolling lawns, hedges as tall as pines, cabbages big enough to sleep in. A stone path led past rows of beans that dangled like rope. Beyond stood the mansion. Its windows were circles, each large enough to be a full moon. The goose awaited him, preening its snowy feathers beside a bronze tub of grain. Its beak glinted gold as if it had kissed too many treasures. At the wolf's appearance it spread wings and honked once, half greeting, half alarm. He set the box on a flat stone and called up toward the mansion. "Special delivery from Goldilocks." His voice rose but sounded tinny in the huge space. He cleared his throat and barked louder. "Gorgeous golden morsels for your wonderful goose." A rumble like distant thunder answered, footsteps. The wolf's hackles lifted. Moments later the giant appeared, filling the doorway, hair wild as hay. Each step quaked the soil so that cabbages shuddered. When the enormous face leaned down, the wolf smelled oats, ale, and iron. "What's this?" boomed the giant, voice deep as a canyon. "Biscuits," the wolf shouted. "Goldilocks sends her compliments. She hopes your goose enjoys them." The giant blinked, lifted one hand large enough to flatten a horse, and pinched the box delicately between 2 fingers. He squinted, reading the script. Then his cracked lips widened into a grin so vast the wolf could see the swirl of his fingerprint whorls. "Biscuits," he rumbled again, softer. "Golden? For my Goldie goose?" The wolf hoped that counted as approval. Slowly he slung the vine strap off his shoulders. His paws trembled. Fear? Perhaps. But also excitement. Some part of him always thrilled at the scale of this world. He could smell a million stories hanging on every blade of giant grass. The giant hummed a tune that was mostly growls and thunder. He reached into his pocket and drew out something that flashed white. It was a sack, to him, tiny, to the wolf, heavy as stone. Not gold coins this time, but sugar lumps, each gleaming like ice. The giant set the sack at the wolf's paws with studious care. For Goldilocks, he said, voice like gravel sliding. Then he stroked the goose's head. The goose, delighted by the biscuit scent, flapped and uttered a gentle cluck. The giant turned, pace shaking the garden, and disappeared inside the mansion. The door boomed shut. The wolf breathed air he hadn't known he'd been holding. He sniffed the sack, pure sugar. His mate would even more adore the sweetness. He retied the vine strap around it, grateful for the weight that proved his perilous trip achieved its purpose. Before leaving, he looked once at the goose. It gazed back, eyes like dark marbles. In the bird's unblinking face he thought he saw curiosity. Why risk life for cookies? He shrugged, a wolfish gesture. Promises, he said, though the goose likely heard only a low mutter. The descent was harder than the climb. His muscles trembled, the sack's corners jabbed into his spine, and the cloud was colder on the downward passage. Partway he had to pause, cling with 3 paws while massaging a cramp from the 4th. But he reached the earth before sunset, panted under a hawthorn tree, and drank from a spring. Then he recovered the small box for his mate and trotted forestward, paw pads sore but spirits high. Night settled blue. An owl's call floated overhead. The wolf thought of Goldilocks's meditating and laughed gently. Silly girl, he muttered affectionately. May your rug someday fly. He reached his den, a hollow beneath twisted roots, just as stars peppered the sky. His mate lay inside, belly round beneath a patchwork rug. When she saw the golden box she perked ears, whining with joy. Together they nibbled the biscuits, crumbs soft on their tongues. They had never tasted cardamom before, and the spice warmed them. Later, when she slept, the wolf padded outside, sat under moonlight, and looked toward the distant beanstalk shining like a silver scratch against the night. He thought of the boy he had chased, of the pigs who rebuilt, of the goose who laid miracles, of Goldilocks bent over incense and hopes. He knew by dawn he would be hungry again, and tomorrow the world would tempt him with new mischief. But for this moment he was content, belly half full, heart tugged between savagery and tenderness. The forest rustled with stories, each leaf a page. On another day, he might huff at straw walls or dodge a broom, but tonight, when he closed his eyes, he let the lullaby of the giant's harp drift through his dreams, and he slept without a single growl. The night was drawing its velvet curtain over the quiet suburb when Grace Calver finished rinsing the last dinner plate and hung the dish towel on its hook. Upstairs, her 7-year-old daughter, Ella, was already in pajamas, toothpaste-smudged smile shining beneath a tangled curtain of chestnut hair. Every evening Ella requested the same worn pink storybook, the one with a rosy-cheeked princess twirling on the cover, birds braiding her hair, and a happily ever after waiting on the final page. Grace loved that story once, too, but repetition can dull the luster of even the sweetest jewel. Tonight she wanted to give her daughter a different tale, something thornier, something that might whisper fresh questions instead of singing the same lullaby. Grace stepped into the softly lit bedroom, its pale walls warmed by the glow of a floral night light. Stuffed animals guarded Ella's pillow like plush sentries in candy-colored uniforms. The child patted the empty space beside her, pink book balanced on her knees. Princess story? She chirped. How about we try a new book? Grace suggested, fishing a slim, violet-jacketed volume from behind her back. The gilt letters on the spine spelled the Evil Queen. Ella's brow puckered. That one's scary. She wants to hurt the princess. Grace sat, smoothing the comforter. Stories can have more than one side, honey. Maybe the queen's reasons matter, too. I don't get it. She's just mean. So we've always been told, Grace replied. But nobody's born mean. Let's see what this says. Ella hesitated, then nodded. Grace opened the book, its pages smelling faintly of cedar and old ink. Once, across a silver sea and beyond forests where the trees sang morning duets, there lay a land called Enchantment. In Enchantment the oaks traded jokes with bluebirds, and the streams harmonized with breezes that skipped across mossy stones. A girl walked through that forest nearly every day. Her name was Molly. She wore a robe the color of ripening plums, her black hair shining like raven feathers against skin brushed by the sun. When she passed, squirrels tapped branches in rhythm, and wildflowers leaned to catch her song. Molly's voice was clear and high, a lilting trill that braided itself into the woodland chorus. Ella wriggled beneath the quilt. She sounds like a princess already. Let's listen, Grace said, tracing the next paragraph. Molly loved the forest more than any ballroom tale she'd ever overheard. Yet she sometimes paused in her wandering and asked the squirrels whether she would ever meet a kindred soul. One acorn-cheeked creature chattered that any prince would be foolish to overlook such grace. Molly laughed, but deep down she wondered whether a palace wall might feel like a cage to someone who had grown up among leaves and larkspur. A distant clatter of hooves answered her unspoken question. Between tree trunks rolled a lacquered carriage, drawn by horses speckled like moonstone. A liveried driver tugged the reins, halting before the clearing. Curtains parted, a boy perhaps 18, with earnest eyes and a hesitant smile. He stepped lightly to the ground, smoothing an invisible wrinkle from his velvet doublet. "I'm Prince Liam," he said, offering a hand. "And you, I think, are not from any court I've seen." "Molly," she replied, and felt sudden warmth in her cheeks. He invited her to the midsummer ball at the palace that very night. Molly's heart vaulted in her chest. She had never attended any gathering grander than a vegetable market. Before the carriage rolled on, Liam plucked a blossom from a wild rosebush and placed it in her hair. Back in the Rio bedroom, Ella's eyes gleamed. "It is a princess story. She meets him in the woods just like Snow White." Grace raised a finger. "Keep listening." Molly's home was a low stone cottage crouched beneath overgrown honeysuckle. Smoke curled from a crooked chimney, smelling not of dinner but of unfamiliar herbs. Inside, bent over a wide-bellied cauldron, was her mother. People in nearby hamlets avoided the lane where Molly lived. They called her Mother, the Hut Witch, though they never bothered to learn her name. Molly's mother stirred a spoon carved from cypress, drops hissing where they splashed into a simmering brew. "I met someone," Molly ventured, voice trembling with secret excitement. "No prince sets foot in these woods," her mother snapped without looking up. "He did. He invited me to his ball." The spoon paused mid-circle. Slowly the older woman straightened, shadowed hood falling back to reveal eyes the color of river stones, hard and luminous. "A ball? You know what royals do with forest folk? They laugh at us or lock us away." Prince Liam was gentle. He listened while I spoke of woodlarks and wolf pups. Naive child. The mother stepped closer, yet something in her eyes softened. "But perhaps the boy has courage." She surveyed her daughter's worn robe. "Turn once." "Let me see." Molly rotated. Her mother's fingers traced symbols through the steam. A spark flared. The plain cloth shimmered into folds of amethyst silk, threaded with silver vines. Molly gasped, touching the bodice. She threw her arms around her mother. For a heartbeat, suspicion and affection tangled in the older woman's eyes, but then she returned the embrace. When Molly darted to her room to prepare, the mother's smile flattened. She crossed to a locked cabinet. Inside, nestled among dusty jars, a flask labeled poison winked darkly under candlelight. She lifted it, contemplating the viscous swirl. Ella gripped Grace's wrist. "She is the evil queen! Or a mother trying to protect her daughter," Grace murmured. She turned the page. The royal ballroom glowed with chandeliers. Courtiers parted as Prince Liam escorted Molly down the marble staircase. Gasps followed her like perfume. They danced, a spinning sweep through candlelight that blurred silk and sapphire into a single color called joy. Outside on a moonlit balcony he bent to one knee, reciting vows of dawns shared and sorrows halved. Molly answered yes before the word finished leaving his lips. Among the watching faces, Molly's mother tilted her head, curiosity sharpening into calculated interest. After the wedding feast, Molly and her mother moved into a turret suite overlooking orchards. Stone corridors replaced birdsong, yet Molly hummed as she arranged flowers on windowsills. Her mother traveled to the old cottage, returning with trunks of vials. She spoke gently, almost cheerfully, of cultivating rare talents. Weeks later Prince Liam roamed the village square, bestowing compliments on passing maidens. When Molly watched unseen from a high window, a thorn pricked her heart. Her mother appeared beside her, gaze following Liam's flirtatious bows. "Men are born to wander," she remarked. "No spell changes that." Molly's laughter from their wedding seemed distant. In its place, unease grew roots. That night she fled to the forest, tears sliding silent paths down her cheeks. Trees bent low in sympathy, leaves brushing her shoulders. Somewhere far off an owl repeated a question she could not translate. Back at the castle, alarms rose. Servants discovered the prince collapsed on the corridor carpet. Physicians whispered of sinister tinctures. The king and queen summoned Molly. Her pounding steps echoed off stone like accusations. She stammered denials. Yet suspicion settled on her shoulders heavier than any crown. Grace paused, voice low. "What do you think happened?" Ella nibbled at a thumbnail. "Did the mother put poison in him?" "Maybe," Grace continued. The queen's sorrow sharpened to fury. "You came from nowhere," she told Molly, "bearing spells we never invited." Guards escorted mother and daughter to an antechamber while courtiers murmured. Molly's mother narrowed her eyes at the royal pair, murmured a phrase under her breath, and the monarchs gasped, clutching their throats. With a thud both collapsed. Screams ricocheted through vaulted halls. Molly stared, horror eclipsing disbelief. "What did you do?" "Protected you," her mother replied, voice soft as falling ash. "They would have destroyed us." She cupped Molly's chin. "You have power beyond birdsong. Let me show you." She led Molly through secret passages to a crumbling tower, shelves lined with scrolls and moon-pale crystals. "You'd hear the voices of trees because magic thrums in your veins," she explained. "I hid you, fearing the world would exploit or punish what it doesn't understand. But hiding made you weak." Over days that blurred into months, she trained Molly in incantations, calling wind to twist candle flames, coaxing vines through cracks in stone. Molly learned swiftly, though a shadow of grief haunted every success. The kingdom meanwhile branded them traitors, mourning 3 royals lost to mysterious sickness. Patrols searched forest paths, villagers whispered of curses. Mother and daughter hid among ruins where even owls avoided perches. One dawn Molly confronted her teacher. "Did you enchant Liam to betray me?" Her mother's eyes darted. "He would have betrayed you on his own." "That is not an answer." Silence crackled. Finally, "Yes. A small glamour. To break your illusion." Pain and fury collided inside Molly, erupting in a gale that churned leaves into spirals. In a flash of instinct she spoke a binding spell. Invisible cords pinned her mother's arms, drew tighter with each heartbeat. Horror flickered across Molly's face, but the spell had momentum now, roaring through her bloodstream like fire seeking oxygen. Her mother's breath hitched. Words of release tangled on Molly's tongue. She hesitated half a second too long. The older woman crumpled, silence swallowing the tower. Magic fizzled into stunned stillness. Molly knelt beside her mother's body, tears scalding her cheeks. "I only wanted love," she whispered. Wind sighed through broken shutters. Dust settled on potions and unspoken apologies. Molly rose slowly. In a cracked mirror she saw herself, not princess, not peasant, but something raw and uncharted. If dreams could shatter in a single night, perhaps nightmares could be forged into new stories. She donned the dark robe her mother once pressed into her arms. Cinched at the waist, it felt heavy, yet honest. She threaded her fingers through the air, shaping a portal of smoke. Before stepping through she looked back at her mother's form, lips parted as if mid-spell. Molly lifted a hand. "Thank you for trying to keep me safe," she murmured. "I will try to keep myself true." The smoke enfolded her. When it cleared, the tower stood empty, ivy crawling a little higher each minute. Grace closed the book. The bedroom clock glowed 9 o'clock. Ella grabbed her sleeve. "What happens next? Does Molly become the evil queen?" "Stories keep living past their pages," Grace said, tucking hair behind her daughter's ear. "Maybe Molly wanders the world, helping girls who lose their voices. Maybe she builds a school for witches where power is taught with kindness. Maybe she becomes a warning painted on castle walls." "That's not fair," Ella protested. "She made mistakes, but she loved singing and animals and her mom. Why does everyone call her evil?" Grace kissed Ella's forehead. "People decide who's hero, who's villain, before hearing both sides. Remember that when you read any tale." Ella's eyelids drooped. "Will you finish the book tomorrow?" "Tomorrow," Grace promised. She switched off the lamp. In the hush she thought of Molly facing empty roads, cloak billowing, searching for a place where magic could bloom without fear. Grace wondered how many queens and bedtime stories carried hidden songs the woods still remembered. Down the hall she slid the violet book onto a shelf beside the pink princess volume. Two spines touched, different destinies venturing side by side, waiting for the next evening when a curious child might open either door and discover new ways a story could be told. Lupin was not an ordinary wolf, and everyone in the ancient forest knew it. He was curious in ways other wolves were not. While his packmates worried about territory, rabbits, and the scent of rival clans, Lupin puzzled over the songs he heard drifting from village taverns on summer evenings. He crept to the tree-line, ears pricked forward, listening to fiddles and whistles. He collected buttons left behind by picnickers, marveling at the bright colors and smooth edges. He learned that people dunked bread in soup, that they sang lullabies to crying children, and that they draped themselves in strange fabrics to keep warm. Whenever he returned to the den, he carried these stories like shining stones in his mind. The other wolves considered him odd, though not dangerous. They would shake their thick gray coats, tell him humans were nothing but trouble, and trot off to hunt by moonlight. Lupin stayed behind, nose pointed toward distant chimney smoke, wondering what it might feel like to sit at a table and taste spice broth. On a cool autumn dawn the air smelled of leaf mold and wood smoke. Lupin padded along a half-forgotten trail near the forest's edge. Ribbons of mist curled between tree trunks, and frost jeweled the last violet asters. Then a new aroma drifted on the breeze, yeast, honey, a hint of sea, salt butter melting on a hearthstone. Bread. Fresh, golden, still steaming. Lupin's ears flicked forward. His stomach answered with a growl so loud a crow leapt from its perch. He followed the scent 100 paces through ankle-high ferns until he reached a clearing no wider than a pond. There a small cottage crouched beneath a steep thatched roof. Clay chimney, red shutters, a sill crowded with potted sage, exactly the sort of place Lupin pictured whenever he imagined human comfort. He circled once, listening. No chicken squawked, no kettle hissed, no footsteps creaked. Even the house sparrows on the eaves chirped lazily, as if certain the owner were gone. Lupin nosed the latch. To his surprise the door swung inward with the soft sigh of oiled wood. He hesitated on the threshold, remembering older wolves' warnings about snares and iron traps. Yet curiosity pressed him onward. He stepped inside. Sunlight spilled through a window, spreading a lattice of warm gold across braided rugs. The walls were lined with shelves of porcelain cups, polished acorns, and seashells that smelled faintly of far-off tides. Lupin inhaled the mingled odors of rosehip tea, lavender sachets, and the glorious loaf cooling on a wooden board. His eyes softened. Here was a room made by patient hands. Everything had a place, each place chosen with love. To one side stood a tall wardrobe carved with leaves and owls. Lupin heard the muffled tick of a clock within. The wardrobe fascinated him more than the bread. What hidden treasures lay beyond its doors? The wolf gently gripped the handle between his teeth and tugged until the hinges released a sigh. Inside hung cotton nightgowns, woolen petticoats, knitted shawls. A mirror on the back wall glimmered. Lupin had watched humans adorn themselves many times. He knew garb signified roles: hunter, bride, baker, priest. What role might a wolf play, if only he tried? His gaze landed on a pale, pink flannel nightdress trimmed with ivory lace. It smelled of lilac soap and hearth smoke. With clumsy paws he dragged the garment free. Dressing took a dozen attempts. Twice he thrust his head through the sleeve, once he tangled his tail in the hem. But at last the gown settled over his fur, draping almost to his hocks. Next he snatched a white sleeping cap topped with a fluff of yarn. Tilting his head, he positioned the cap so the tassel dangled fetchingly between his ears. He padded to the mirror. What he saw thrilled him. A wolf, yes, but gentled somehow, soothed by cloth and the idea of belonging. Lupin turned this way and that, admiring the way pale fabric contrasted his dark ruff. He lifted a paw, practicing a genteel wave. He bowed, bent knees trembling with suppressed laughter. For a moment he believed he could pass among humans if only they forgot to look too closely. Then a melody drifted through the open doorway, a girl's voice humming a nursery song about gathering walnuts. Lupin froze, nose twitching. He peeked outside. A child approached along the moss-bordered lane. She wore a cloak deep as ripe cherries, its hood thrown back so sun-gold curls glinted. On one arm she carried a wicker basket lined with a checkered cloth. Under her breath she recited the verses of her errand. Butter for grandma, jam for grandma, bread for grandma. Each line ended with a skip. Lupin recognized her from tavern chatter. Little Red Riding Hood, the miller's niece, known for kindness to singing birds and for wandering off roads. If she saw him like this she might scream. But perhaps, Lupin thought, she would simply laugh. An idea glimmered: stay in costume, greet her as the grandmother, learn firsthand how human hospitality unfolded. His heart beat fast with stage fright and giddy daring. He slipped into the bedroom, crawled beneath a patchwork quilt, and arranged pillows behind his back. He drew the covers to his chin, leaving only muzzle and eyes visible. The nightdress tickled his whiskers, the cap slid askew. Lupin cleared his throat, lowering his growl to a trembly falsetto. Footsteps pattered across the stoop. Hinges squeaked. Red Riding Hood stepped inside. "Grandma?" she called, voice both confident and cautious. "Come in, dear," Lupin answered. He practiced each syllable in his head, gentle, soothing, grandmotherly. The girl entered the bedroom, eyes widening. "Grandma, what big eyes you have!" she breathed. Lupin blinked twice, lashes brushing lace. "All the better to see you with." "And what big ears you have!" "All the better to hear you with." Her nose wrinkled. "And what big teeth!" At that word Lupin's composure crumbled. The absurdity, the tension, the scratch of frills against his fur, all erupted in a bark of laughter. He hurled back the quilt. Cap flew. Nightdress gaped. Little Red screamed. A blur of crimson cape whooshed down the corridor. The front door crashed. Lupin sat amid rumpled bedding, heart hammering with sudden shame. He had meant a harmless prank. He had wanted to taste kindness. He had terrified a child instead. Outside hooves thundered. Boots pounded earth. Lupin felt the shift in air a moment before the woodsman burst through the doorway, axe gleaming and eyes wide with protectiveness. Lupin raised one paw, nightgown sleeve dangling. "Wait," he began. Steel flashed. Pain seared through fur and bone. Darkness swallowed the room. Lupin's last breath tasted of lilacs and fear. Yet death was not the end. When light returned it was soft, greenish, filtered through panes of glass shaped like crescent moons. Lupin lay on a velvet chaise in a round hall hung with tapestries. One depicted a mirror rimmed in ice, another a spindle dripping crimson thread, a third a rose enclosed in crystal. Candles burned smokeless flames. Chairs gathered in a semicircle, and in each sat a figure Lupin recognized from whispered legends: the crooked-nosed witch whose spite conjured flying monkeys, the horned sorceress who cursed the newborn to eternal slumber, a lean red-haired imp famous for spinning straw into gold. They studied him with expressions ranging from curiosity to wry amusement. At the center stood a man in spectacles and an oatmeal-colored sweater. He smelled faintly of peppermint tea. His calm presence reminded Lupin of the hush before snow. "Welcome," the man said. "I'm Carl. You are in the realm of redemption." Lupin's tongue felt thick. "Am I dead?" "In the ordinary sense, yes," Carl replied. "But existence is larger than one ending. Here we examine the roles we played, the choices we made, the stories that shaped us." Lupin listened as Carl explained the rules. No one remained villain or victim forever. Each resident attended daily gatherings, shared memories, identified 3 alternate choices they might have made. Upon genuine understanding, they earned a silver token. 10 tokens opened a door back to life, though not necessarily the old life, and a chance to write new chapters. The others introduced themselves. Maleficent's eyes gleamed with melancholic dignity. The Wicked Witch chuckled, stirring an invisible cauldron. Rumpelstiltskin twirled a strand of gold thread between clawed fingers. Scar lounged with regal discontent. Jaffer leaned on a serpent-headed cane, raising one eyebrow in bored amusement. Carl gestured to an empty chair. Lupin climbed onto it, tail brushing the floor. The pink nightgown had vanished. He now wore a comfortable robe of evergreen wool. Its pockets felt as though they could hold many tokens. "Tell us why you're here," Carl prompted. So Lupin spoke. He described the bread scent, the comfort of cloth, the thrill of imitation, the moment laughter shattered trust. His voice quavered when he recalled Red's terror, steadied when he admitted he never wished harm. When he finished, the room hummed with silence. Rumpelstiltskin broke it. "I'd have fought back," he said. "Why let an axe fall?" Carl lifted a hand. "Remember, Rumpel, we withhold judgment. We learn." Jaffer chuckled. "Even the greatest minds misjudge timing." Maleficent's wings rustled softly. "Sometimes gentleness masquerades as weakness," she murmured, not unkindly. The Wicked Witch leaned forward, green-faced thoughtful. "Tell me, Wolf, if you could revisit that cottage, what would you do differently?" Lupin pictured the scene. Bread steam fogging the window. Wardrobe door ajar. A child's knock. "I would greet her as myself," he said slowly. "I would stay outside, ask permission. I might still wear the nightdress for play, but I'd explain first. I'd share bread rather than steal a moment." Carl nodded. "Honest reflection earns understanding." He made a note in a leather journal. Soon the meeting ended. Chairs scraped back. Carl reminded them all to prepare 3 alternative actions for the next session. The Wicked Witch and Maleficent remained for anger management. Scar sauntered toward the door, flicking his tail. He paused, glancing at Lupin. "Second chance saloon," Scar drawled. "Drink strong enough to curl villains' whiskers. Join us?" Beside him slunk Shere Khan, stripes gleaming like molten bronze. The tiger's amber eyes held a flicker of invitation. Lupin's ears lifted. Since waking here he had felt adrift, a lone wanderer without pack or purpose. These 2 were notorious, yet in their gaze he saw a chance for fellowship, maybe even guidance through this strange halfway world. "I'll come," he said, voice shy but sincere. "Thank you." Shere Khan's whiskers twitched. "Keep up, pup," he purred. "Stories change faster than rivers." They left the hall, passing murals of storms calmed, kingdoms rebuilt, monsters befriended. Candles dimmed behind them. Lupin stepped into a corridor where doors shimmered with possibilities. Somewhere within the realm of redemption a bell chimed, counting hours not in guilt but in hope. For the first time since Bread Scent lured him into danger, Lupin felt his chest loosen. Perhaps here he could learn how to wear any garment, fur, cloth, or humility, without losing himself. Perhaps one day he would earn 10 silver tokens and return to the forest not as a cautionary tale, but as a wiser guardian. Until then, he followed the swaggering lion and the silent tiger down a lantern-lit street, nose twitching at aromas of cinnamon, smoke, and new beginnings. Under a silver slice of moon, quiet streets wound through a neighborhood where lampposts hummed like sleepy crickets. Two ancient oaks framed a small brick house whose porch light cast a sleepy circle on the lawn. In that house, on a thick plaid cushion near the fireplace, a 6-month-old pup named Rocco shifted and kicked at the edges of a dream. Rocco was a caramel-colored tumble of ears and paws, the sort of puppy who looked as though someone had dipped a teddy bear in honey and then sprinkled him with freckles. He wore his heart in his eyes, large, wondering brown pools that reflected every thought he could not quite put into words. Most afternoons he chased butterflies in the yard, collecting new smells the way some children collect marbles. Most evenings he tilted his head at the television, certain that the voices inside must belong to packmates trapped behind glass. And most nights, just as the house settled into its hush, worries crept in on tiptoe and curled around him like ivy. The worries had begun 3 days earlier. That was when Kate, his human, whose laugh sounded like shaken bells, had lowered herself to the rug, stroked the fur beneath his chin, and said, "Tomorrow we'll have a good, long bath, my little mud magnet. You'll be fresh as spring rain." Bath. The words slid through Rocco's coat, past bone and tendon, all the way down to his tail. In Kate's gentle voice the syllable felt harmless, almost musical. Yet it carried memories, the chilly touch of kitchen linoleum under his paws, the echo of running water, the way soap smelled wrong, like flowers trapped in bottles. Even the warm towel at the end could not erase the way suds crawled across his ears. None of these sensations were tragic in the grand scheme of puppy life. Still, Rocco's mind did what it often did when handed a small worry. It fed the worry, watered it, helped it blossom into something enormous. That night he drifted into restless half-sleep. His paws twitched, his tongue flicked at invisible drops. 1 minute the house stood firm around him. The next it melted away. He was dreaming. The dream began in silence, as though the world were holding its breath. He found himself standing in a bathroom that stretched out like a palace hall. The walls were tiled in pale gray, but somewhere deep inside each tile a tiny pearl of light pulsed, then faded, then pulsed again, as though the room itself had a heartbeat. In the center rose a bathtub so vast its curved rim cut across the sky. Steam drifted upward, coiling into shapes that never held. The water inside the tub churned into mounds of lather far taller than Rocco, and every bubble glowed faintly, as if lit from within by fireflies. He tried to trot backward, away from the oppressive tub. Yet when he looked down, he noticed that his paws made no prints on the floor. The ground felt slick, a glassy sheet that refused to grant traction. He was stuck between steps, barely able to breathe. That was when the voice emerged. It came from everywhere and nowhere, sounding like water down a drain and wind through a keyhole all at once. "Who dares enter my domain?" it growled, shaking drops loose from the ceiling. "Have you no respect for the ancient laws of cleanliness?" Rocco shrank against a pillar of tile. He wanted to bark back, some protest, some claim of misunderstanding, but fear bent his tongue. The froth in the tub seethed and parted. Up bobbed a yellow rubber duck the size of a small rowing boat. It wore a diadem made of bubbles that never popped. Tiny jets of foam hissed where the crown met its head. Stranger still, its eyes glowed ember red, and its plastic beak cracked open wider than nature intended. "Ah!" shrieked the duck. The scion of soil and mischief himself. "You have scampered through puddles and rolled in lawns and evaded me long enough. The time has come to scrub your sins away." Behind the duck, rows of soap bars rose from the water like soldiers from trenches. They marched along the surface without sinking, flinging spangles of suds in their wake. Some were green as pine needles, some orange as sunset, some pale and pearled like seashells. Bottles joined them, tall, sleek cylinders whose flip-tops clicked open, exhaling lavender and chamomile and coconut as though preparing a chemical attack. Rocco's tail plastered itself to his belly. He tried to flee, but each attempt felt like sprinting through tar. The rubber duck rose higher, carried on a pillar of water, lightning cracking behind it though there had been no storm until now. "Soap," it thundered, as though naming an ancient curse. And with that single word the room erupted. Washcloths leaped from hidden hooks, flapping like manta rays. Loofahs spun like spiked wheels. A massive sponge hopped forward, expanding until its pores looked big enough to swallow Puppy's whole. The duck's army advanced, singing an off-key chant about purity. Rocco turned and bounded toward the far wall. Somehow, blessedly, the invisible glue let go. He skidded around a drain cover, ducked under a whipcord of bubble rope, and darted behind what looked like a mountain of stacked bath towels, each towel as tall as he was. He dared a peek around the corner. The soap battalion paused, sniffing the air, trying to find his scent. A message formed itself in his mind like a shouted alarm. Hide, hide, hide. Yet another, softer voice overlapped it. You cannot hide forever. That second voice belonged not to the duck nor to Rocco's racing thoughts. It belonged to someone familiar, someone small, brave, stuffed. Sir Snuffles. Sir Snuffles had been Rocco's confidant since the first night he arrived in Kate's house. Old as the moon, dressed in a fraying red cape, Snuffles inhabited the wide realm between toy and guardian, between ragged cloth and knightly spirit. In waking life, Snuffles kept to the bedroom. But dreams respected different laws. From behind a soapstone pedestal leaped Snuffles, his stitched eyes flashing silver. In his stuffed paw he carried a toothbrush, bright blue, bristles stiff, held like a broadsword. Have at you! Snuffles cried, voice squeaky yet resonant with courage. Back, foul loofah! Begone, perfidious washcloth! He slashed at one washcloth, impaling it on the handle, then spun to fend off a bottle whose lid snapped like a beak. Rocco's mouth fell open at the display. Snuffles barked an order. Retreat, young master. Make for the door while I hold them. But the bathroom had no door. Only endless tile. The tub rumbled. The waterline climbed. Without warning, a geyser of water surged forth and collapsed toward the floor in a glimmering waterfall. Rocco backpedaled, but a soap bar ricocheted off the ground, smacking him behind the knees. He toppled sideways. Shampoo splattered his flank, stinging his eyes. This is it, he thought, heart drumming. This is where my story ends. The rubber duck laughed, spinning in slow orbit above the flood. See how swift the tide of hygiene gathers. None escape its reach. But Rocco was not alone. Snuffles vaulted atop a drifting soap bar and paddled toward Rocco, brushing smaller bubbles aside. When he reached the pup, he drove the toothbrush into a seam between floor tiles, an improvised anchor, and grabbed Rocco's ear. Stand tall, my friend, Snuffles said. Bravery is doing what you must even while fear nips at your paws. Trust the oldest magic. Rocco did not know what magic Snuffles meant. Yet the bear's voice nodded courage in his chest. Shaking off shampoo burn, Rocco planted all four paws wide, lowered his head, and thought of Kate. Her scent of freshly baked bread, her patience when he gnawed her shoelaces, her laughter. He thought of the warm towel she would wrap him in afterwards, how gently her fingers scratched his ribs. He thought, could it be, that maybe the tub in real life held comfort as well as terror? As these thoughts blossomed, something shifted. The flood slowed. The bars of soap faltered mid-air. Even the duck twitched, momentarily perplexed. The chant of cleanliness faltered into whispers. The duck sneered. Fancy thoughts cannot shield you, puppy. They don't have to, Rocco said, or tried to say. In the dream realm his whine translated to speech. They just have to remind me who waits beyond the suds. He pushed forward. The wall behind him dissolved like steam. Suddenly a doorway appeared behind Snuffles. Through it gleamed moonlit hardwood floors, the hallway of Kate's home. Rocco recognized the distance between couch and kitchen island, the radiator cover where he sometimes napped. Snuffles saluted, then shoved the toothbrush deeper between tiles. The bathroom trembled. Tiles cracked. The rubber duck shrieked as fissures raced beneath the water, draining whirlpools into darkness. Soap bars shriveled, shampoo bottles deflated. The river of foam lost its surge, slipping away through widening gaps. Go, Snuffles urged. I shall see you on the other side, after your bath, no doubt considerably fluffier. Rocco bolted across a bridge of collapsing floor. The duck lunged for him, but its diadem slipped, blinding it with milk-white bubbles. Rocco leaped through the doorway, and landed not on hardwood, but on his own plaid cushion. Awake, he lay panting, heartbeat drumming his ribs. Dawn had not yet edged the curtains. The house was hushed. Yet from the bathroom he heard the soft rush of faucets. Bath time. A reality, not a dream. Instinct kicked in. He wriggled under the coffee table, shivered behind a stack of shoes, considered the fireplace but worried about soot. At last he tunneled beneath the couch, burying his nose in a forgotten tennis ball. There, eyes wide, he listened to Kate call his name. "Rocco? Morning, sweet pea. Come on, let's get you smelling lovely." The floorboards creaked under her feet. Light footsteps navigated the living room. She crouched, lifted the curtain of couch fringe, and found him staring out like a fugitive. "Oh, buddy," she murmured. Her voice broke through the last wave of fear. She reached with gentle fingers, scooping him close to her heart. Against her chest he could hear her heartbeat, steady, soothing, nothing like the pounding he'd experienced moments ago. He whimpered in argument, but she hummed while carrying him to the bathroom. At the doorway he stiffened. The tub gleamed, half filled with warm clear water that swirled innocently, no demon duck in sight. Steam spiraled upward, scented not by chemical lavender but by oatmeal and honey. She set him on a rubber mat decorated with paw prints. He thought briefly of escape, out the hall, down the stairs, through the dog door, yet Kate's hand soothed behind his ears. "I know you don't like it," she said, "but you'll feel so good afterward." She tested the water, then lifted him in. It was warm, cozy even, and rose only to his belly. She poured a ladleful over his back. Soap followed, thick, creamy, smelling like breakfast porridge. Nothing forced its way up his nose. No armies marched. Still, drama demanded expression. He let out a howl that would have shamed a forlorn wolf. Kate laughed softly, but her touch remained gentle, circling his chest, lathering the fur he could never reach himself. The foam formed a mohawk along his spine. He dared a tentative sniff, oat, honey, a trace of vanilla. He did not hate it. A minute later she rinsed him, wrapping him in a towel fluffed warm from the dryer. She whispered praise, kissed the patch between his eyes, and carried him to the sunlit sofa. There she buried her fingers in his fur, towel drying until he felt not soggy but soft. As she worked, she hummed a lullaby, a tune he remembered only as comfort. Rocco let his eyelids droop. The post-bath chill never came. Instead, warmth radiated from the towel, from Kate, from the beam of morning that spilled across the rug. He drifted back into shallow sleep, though this time no monstrous tub haunted him. Instead he floated in a pond of warm sunlight where bubbles popped like giggles. A rubber duck drifted by, ordinary size, ordinary eyes. It tilted its head. "Well met, young hero," it said pleasantly. "Clean fur suits you. Brave hearts shine brighter after a rinse." He chuckled, a tiny huff. "Don't think baths are my favorite now." "Of course not," the duck agreed. "But bravery grows when we face small storms. Remember that the next time soap rattles your nerves." When he woke again, Kate was making coffee, and his coat smelled faintly of honey. He rolled onto his back, feet bicycling the air in gratitude. Bath time had not devoured him. Perhaps it had even mended something ragged inside. Across the living room, Sir Snuffles lounged on his usual pillow. One ear flopped over his button eye, but Rocco could swear the bear was smiling, toothbrush still ready. The pup wagged, a promise, a thank you, and a pledge to meet whatever next adventure came, whether it hid inside shadows or behind faucets. For life, like soap bubbles, might wobble and spin, but with friends and courage, even anxious hearts could rise and shimmer in the sun. I was a newcomer in a small, silent town, the sort of place where porch lights clicked off early and sidewalks slept under drifting leaves. At one corner, beyond sagging power lines and a single spluttering street lamp, stood an abandoned house. Ivy strangled its shutters, shingles drooped like wilted paper, and a crooked board on the gate carried hastily painted words, "Stay out dangerous." A steady October wind pressed the sign flat against the fence and blew cold warnings through my coat. I paused, let the wood creak under my palm, and told myself the warning was a prank, the sort of rough joke kids would nail up to frighten tourists. A letter from a distant solicitor said I had inherited this property from a relative so obscure the name rang no memory. Young and stubborn, eager to claim something that was mine alone, I crossed the cracked path and turned the splintered knob. The first days were all dusty curtains, damp wallpaper, and scattered boxes. I dismissed the locals' sideways glances, telling them, "Stories don't scare me. It's only a house." By the time night settled in, I felt proud of my independence. I washed paint specks from my hands, dragged a mattress into an upstairs room, and fell onto it, bone-tired and sure of a dreamless sleep. But sleep did not come easy. At first there was only the faint groan of rafters cooling, the drip of an unseen tap. Then, from just behind the walls, a hush of voices brushed my ear. My eyes shot open to the black. I waited, heart thudding, until silence returned and chalked it up to pipes and wind. I rolled to my side. That is when the whispers started again, louder, tangled like branches in a storm. Each syllable slid across the floorboards and curled around my pillow. They were too soft to catch words, yet urgent enough to flood my mind with dread. I pressed the heel of my hand to one ear, then the other, but the voices still pulsed, rising until they seemed to fill every inch of air. Suddenly the mattress shook. I bolted upright. The bedroom door should have been inches from my hand, but I grabbed only splinters. The frame had shifted as if the house itself flexed around me. The knob rattled when I pushed, locked. I dragged breath into my lungs to shout, but the sound died behind my teeth. Something icy brushed my shoulder. I spun into emptiness. Shadows thickened, detached from corners, slinking like ink down the walls. I staggered backward. My vision clouded, my knees failed, and darkness swallowed me whole. When I blinked, I was no longer in the bedroom. The house had vanished. A forest replaced it, tall trunks twisting beneath a pale harvest moon. Between me and the trees floated two crimson points of light, pulsing like coals. They watched without blinking, hunger shining inside. Paralyzed by fear and disbelief, I listened to leaves tremble against silence. Then the glowing eyes drifted back, inviting, and some invisible tether yanked me forward. Bare branches clawed at my sleeves. Roots rose to trip my boots. Yet I had no choice. I followed the red glow deeper, deeper, until the last memory of neighborhood lights fell away. I wanted to believe I walked by my own stubborn will, but soon I knew I was herded. The eyes guided me as surely as a shepherd's crook. No other sound stirred the woods, no owl, no insect, only the throb of those eyes and my heartbeat banging inside my throat. The woods thickened. I shoved aside ferns, stumbling into a ragged clearing. There a single oak towered, trunk wide as a truck, its bark carved with age-old scars. The red eyes belonged to nothing as simple as a creature. They hovered just above the massive roots, as though set in the invisible face of the tree itself. My breath rushed out as a sharp whisper hissed through the clearing, "Leave this place, or share the fate of those buried beneath these roots." A cold wind rose, carrying the scent of wet soil and faded flowers, like a graveyard left untended. Fear finally cracked my paralysis. I turned and ran, branches whipping my arms. The forest bent against me, paths warped, and suddenly I was lost, spun around in darkness. I fought through saplings until my feet found water, a stream, shallow and fast. Its icy rush climbed up my ankles, jolting me awake to survival. Somewhere behind, the whispers multiplied, chasing on the wind. They grew louder, closer, while my lantern and walking stick, lost earlier, lay somewhere back in the tangle. I splashed along the stream bed, moonlight glimmering on ripples. The current numbed my toes but dulled the rustle of leaves that might betray me. Then my boots skidded on slick moss, and I collapsed, shoulder cracking against the stone. Pain flared, panic screamed. Yet the ghostly chorus swept past, voices flitting just beyond. They did not see me. I held breath until the whispers faded upstream, swallowed by distance. Shaking, I pushed upright and hobbled the opposite direction, following the stream away from the voices. At last, trees thinned. Grass softened underfoot. Moonlit fields spread open like a safe harbor. My lungs burst when I broke from timber into the empty road that led to town. There, on wet piles of fallen leaves at the edge of the lane, my strength failed. I dropped, chest heaving. Behind me, the forest loomed black and silent. No red eyes, no whisper, only the memory burning into my bones. When dawn scraped orange across the sky, I dragged myself home to the house that had first betrayed me. I collapsed on a chair, trembling. Had it been dream? Hallucination? The ache in my shoulder argued otherwise. Dust motes floated in gentle morning light, innocent, but every shadow seemed to slither when I glanced away. I tried closing my eyes. The red glow waited on the backs of my lids. That night the forest haunted my sleep, oak roots curling like skeletal hands, eyes smoldering with promise of return. Each morning I woke soaked in sweat, the echo of those whispers lingering in the hush. Now I tell anyone who listens, trust the warnings, heed the old signs, never wander under moonlight into a place shunned by wiser souls. Ghosts, curses, restless spirits, whatever names you choose, they are real. They watch from cracks in walls and hollows of trees, waiting for skeptics who value pride above caution. There is one last lesson. Hours before bedtime on that first night, I had sampled a local delicacy, mushroom ice cream, purchased out of curiosity at the sleepy town market. Strange food before sleep invites stranger dreams. Or perhaps it only lowers the veil. Either way, I will never taste it again. If someday you find yourself in a quiet town where a house bears a warning painted in haste, remember my story. Some doors stay closed for a reason, and some forests welcome only those who wish never to return. I used to believe I knew myself well. In staff rooms, people described me as the unflappable physics teacher who never ran out of patience or ideas, the colleague who covered extra lessons without fuss, the dependable soul who could explain Newton's 3 laws to a sleepy Year 9 class, reassure final year students about quantum uncertainty, and still organize the robotics club on Friday afternoons. For 8 straight years I carried that reputation like a metal pin to my chest. I told anyone who asked that everything in life could be approached the way I approached a circuit diagram. Break the tangle into simple parts, trace each wire, calculate each current, and the problem would yield its solution. That was my story, the narrative I fed myself day after day. Then, one September evening, I failed to fall asleep, and the neat story began to unravel. At first the lost sleep felt trivial, a quirk of the body like the occasional headache or rumbling stomach. I went to bed at my usual hour, around 10:30, a copy of Gödel, Escher, Bach balanced on the nightstand, a mug of chamomile within reach, certain that the soft gray curtain of unconsciousness would drift down the moment I closed my eyes. Instead, I lay flat on my back counting the faint ticks of the electric clock. 1 tick every second, 60 per minute, 3600 per hour. Midnight arrived, then 2 in the morning. My thoughts hummed and sparked, assembling imaginary lesson plans, rewriting tomorrow's slides, replaying conversations from years ago. When dawn slipped through the curtains I had not slept at all, yet I dressed, drank strong coffee, and reached the classroom on time. The second night played out the same way, but I still treated the problem as a minor puzzle. Perhaps I had drunk too much tea after dinner or stared at the blue glow of my phone too late. I downloaded a sleep tracking app, silenced notifications, ran lukewarm water in the bath, lowered the lights. Again, the moment my head touched the pillow a restless current fizzed behind the eyes. I pictured synapses firing non-stop, molecules of dopamine, norepinephrine, glutamate crowding every gap between neurons, refusing to let the system power down. A rational voice inside whispered that a single night of insomnia was not fatal, but a second made me uneasy. I rose at 3, opened my laptop, and wrote half a page of notes for next term's theory of knowledge unit. At 6 I walked the empty streets, breathing the sharp pre-dawn air, convincing myself that fatigue would secure sleep the following evening. It did not. By the third night I began to feel a faint pressure in the skull, a tautness at the temples. I reviewed the usual medical advice. No screens an hour before bed, no caffeine after midday, a dark room, a steady evening routine. I ticked every box yet remained awake. On the fourth night I tried progressive muscle relaxation, tensing each limb for 5 seconds then releasing. I repeated a slow belly breathing pattern, inhale 4 counts, hold for 4, exhale for 6. I felt my pulse drop yet my thoughts refused to drift. The brain, a stubborn child, would not lie down. I started to worry about teaching quality. My year 13 students were in the middle of a difficult unit on rotational dynamics. Normally I walked between tables, scanned scribbled diagrams of pulleys and rods, spotted calculation errors quickly, and nudged them onward. Now I found myself pausing, blinking, and asking for the page number again. One student, Mia, raised a hand to correct me about the sign convention in torque problems. "Sir, I think clockwise should be negative the way we defined it last week." She was right. I thanked her, forced a smile, and felt a sharp stab of self-reproach. Perfection was my standard. Any slip stung like acid. That weekend I spent 2 full nights awake. I prowled the living room floor from couch to window and back, watched shadows shift across the carpet, listened to the refrigerator's compressor cycle on and off. I considered knocking on my neighbor's door to borrow a sleeping tablet but ruled it out. Pills were an admission of defeat, and I was a man who prided himself on solving every problem with logic and discipline. On Monday I reached school early, as usual, but my hands trembled slightly while I wrote the date on the whiteboard. I remember calculating a simple example on rotational energy, writing E equals 1/2 I omega superscript 2, checking the numbers twice, then realizing I had written the same line twice in a row. Students noticed. One boy at the back exchanged a glance with his friend. Their raised eyebrows said everything. During break I ducked into a side office, closed the door, and pressed my forehead against the cool window. A single sentence repeated inside my skull, "You are failing." That voice grew louder over the next few days. As the 10th night without sleep approached, I entered an odd state of detached vigilance. The body continued to function, the heart pumped, the limbs moved, but a dreamlike haze blurred the edges of reality. Sounds lacked depth. Colors appeared duller. Yet paradoxically my mind raced faster. Every tiny task became monumental, choosing a tie, buttering toast, replying to an email. I found myself staring at the blinking cursor of a simple message. "Thank you for the update." 10 minutes passed before I hit send. On the 12th night I researched extreme insomnia. Medical journals described fatal familial insomnia, a rare prion disease. My rational mind noted the statistical improbability, but anxiety laughed at statistics. I imagined brain tissue riddled with microscopic holes. At 4 a.m., I dialed a local helpline, hung up before anyone answered, paced in circles, and muttered aloud. "Stop thinking. Just stop." My throat clicked, my jaw ached, my shoulders twitched with involuntary spasms. The next day, Wednesday, October 23rd, I stood in front of the mirror, saw deep purple crescents under the eyes, and felt something shift. Enough. At 6:34 a.m., I opened the school messaging portal and reported myself sick. Then I phoned the GP surgery and requested an emergency appointment. The receptionist heard the tremor in my voice and offered a slot at 10 a.m. In the waiting room I tried to read a leaflet about seasonal flu vaccines but could not focus. When the doctor, a calm woman named Dr. Singh, asked how she could help, I burst into tears. Words tumbled out. No sleep, constant racing thoughts, fear of collapse. She listened without interrupting, then spoke gently about acute insomnia, anxiety, and the necessity of rest. She prescribed a short course of hypnotic medication, advised immediate time off work, and referred me for cognitive behavioral therapy. She also told me to inform the school that I would be away for at least 2 weeks. I nodded, clenched the prescription, walked out trembling yet oddly lighter. The first dose of medication did not knock me out. Instead, it coaxed me into a shallow, fragile sleep, 4 hours but miraculous after endless wakefulness. On waking, I felt simultaneously relieved and guilty. Relief because the brain fog had lifted slightly, guilt because I had relied on a pill. My internal perfectionist scolded. A stronger man would manage without chemicals. I pushed that thought aside. Surviving came first. During those initial days at home, I lay on the sofa under a heavy blanket, curtains half drawn, letting the brain breathe. I drank water, ate simple food, and forced myself to avoid school email. Yet the mind still churned. One late afternoon, in a moment of calm, I tried to locate the roots of this collapse. Why had my resilience failed? The question opened a tunnel deep into childhood. I pictured my father. He had fought in World War II with the Devon and Cornwall Light Infantry. Family lore described a fierce engagement at Banana Ridge in North Africa where an anti-personnel explosion peppered his torso with shrapnel. Doctors doubted he would live, yet he survived, married late, and fathered me when he was 43. Growing up, I knew him mainly as a quiet man who limped on cold mornings and polished his campaign medals every Remembrance Day. He seldom discussed the war, but occasional nightmares shook the walls, muffled cries, the rustle of sheets, heavy breath. My mother would soothe him back to sleep, whispering that he was safe. As a young boy, I decided, without ever articulating it, that a war hero deserved absolute peace. Whenever father frowned, rubbed his scarred shoulder, or sighed at a newspaper headline, I felt a twisting anxiety. I adopted the unspoken mission: do not add to his burden. Be perfect. Excel at school, fetch his slippers, mow the lawn without being asked. If he remained calm, I felt relief. If he raised his voice, I felt responsible. That childhood vow mutated over decades into a global rule: always prioritize others, never inconvenience, never fail. Perfection became proof of worth. In university, I drove myself to achieve highest honors, then tackled teacher training with the same relentlessness. Early success reinforced the belief: work harder, sleep less, accept every task. When colleagues praised my dedication, a warm glow briefly masked the underlying fear. But every accolade raised the bar. Now, lying on the sofa, I finally saw the trap. Perfectionism is a horizon. You chase it but never arrive. Each achievement resets the target higher. My brain, starved of rest, had rebelled. Sleeplessness was not random malfunction. It was a warning siren ignored until the wiring burned. Therapy sessions began after a week. The CBT practitioner, Marisol, listened as I recounted teaching pressures, self-imposed standards, paternal memories. She guided me through exercises, identifying automatic thoughts, rating their credibility, testing alternative views. One assignment involved keeping a self-compassion log, writing down moments when I treated myself kindly, a midday walk, a cup of tea, a pause before correcting a mistake. At first the page remained blank. Gradually entries appeared. Medication tapered down. Natural sleep returned in patches, 4 hours, then 6. On a cool November morning I greeted dawn after 7 unbroken hours. I wept with gratitude, then brewed coffee, tasted the aroma as though for the first time. Yet recovery was not linear. Some nights the old circuitry sparked, heart racing at 2 a.m., mind rehearsing lesson slides. Instead of panicking, I practiced breathing, acknowledged the thoughts, let them pass. I learned a mantra. The journey is the destination. Progress lay not in flawless outcomes but in steady movement. I also confronted the belief that I existed to serve others. In therapy I rehearsed simple sentences. I need, I prefer, I don't have capacity. Speaking them felt like stepping onto thin ice, but the ice held. I emailed my head of department. I can teach 3 classes next term, not 5. I apologized for the short notice yet stated this as non-negotiable. The reply came back supportive, accommodating. The world did not crumble. At home I created small rituals. Morning stretches, sunlight on the balcony, journal reflections before bed. I wrote letters to my younger self, praising resilience yet acknowledging the impossible burden of perfection. I wrote a letter to my father, long deceased, thanking him for his service, forgiving myself for not saving him from his inner ghosts. I placed the letter inside a physics textbook he once admired, beside a battered campaign medal. Gradually I returned to school part-time. Students greeted me with warmth. I confessed, in broad terms, that I had been unwell and was learning to balance effort and rest. Remarkably, many pupils nodded in recognition. They had their own battles with anxiety. We discussed the physics of the brain's electrical signals, the psychology of stress, ways to pace revision. Teaching evolved from performance to collaboration. 5.5 weeks after the initial collapse, I still felt fragile but hopeful. I kept 3 principles pinned above my desk. First, focus on the journey. Enjoy crafting each lesson rather than obsess over exam scores. Second, love myself unconditionally, value rest, forgive mistakes, acknowledge humanity. Third, declare what I want, articulate needs at work and in relationships. Some evenings doubts returned. How long until the next storm? But I reminded myself that mental health, like plate tectonics, involves gradual shifts, not sudden miracles. Beneath the crust, molten currents still flow. Stress may build along hidden faults. Yet awareness gives time to release pressure before a quake. I began new hobbies, slow, imperfect activities that resisted my usual urge to excel. Watercolor painting, even when colors bled clumsily. Jogging at a modest pace, feeling the rhythm rather than chasing speed records. Cooking unfamiliar dishes, accepting burnt edges as part of learning. Each act nudged the perfectionist's voice aside. In the classroom I shared stories of scientific failure, Edison's thousands of faulty filaments before the light bulb, the decades of error preceding plate tectonic theory, the missteps of quantum pioneers. Students listened, relieved to know that progress emerges from mistakes. On crisp December mornings, frost etched patterns on windows. I sat with a warm mug, breathing softened air, marveling that a month earlier I had wondered whether the world would be better without me. Now purpose flickered again. My autistic son giggled at a spinning top, my bright daughter peppered me with questions about black holes. I watched their faces, saw the reflection of possibilities, and felt a steadier pulse. I remained cautious. I set phone alarms to remind me to stop working after 8 p.m. I keep a log of sleep hours, not to obsess but to notice trends. When anxious thoughts surge, I label them. Perfection demand, catastrophic prediction, and let them pass like clouds. I know insomnia might return. Old wiring does not vanish overnight. Yet, I no longer view sleeplessness as enemy but as signal. When the brain refuses to rest, I will listen early, reduce load, speak needs aloud. My strength lies not in perpetual motion but in conscious pacing. Recovery is slow geology, not quick chemistry. Layers of belief shift, erode, reform. Somewhere deep inside, tectonic plates realign. I allow myself to be human, to rest, to journey without final destination. And so, if any colleague or student faces the dark night of sleepless racing thoughts, I will say, you are not broken. You are tired. Respect the tiredness. Seek help early. The brain, like Earth itself, renews through cycles of stress and release. Let cerebral fluid wash away old waste. Let dreams roam free. Let daylight find you kinder to yourself than the day before. I no longer chase perfect. I chase present. One mindful breath, one deliberate step, one grateful hour of sleep at a time. It is Tuesday evening, just before 7, and the house is warm with steam from dinner and the last orange light of the day. In the kitchen you sit at the table with your cup of milk while I rinse plates. Routine says that as soon as that clock shows 6:45 you dash toward the bathroom, clothes flying like autumn leaves, shouting for bubbles and boats. Tonight something interrupts the rhythm. You twist too quickly, the cup tips, glass strikes tile, and a single sharp crash sends milk racing across the grout. You freeze, startled. I hurry with a towel, checking bare feet for cuts, but you crouch first, fingertips gingerly lifting glittering pieces as though they are jewels you have discovered. You look up and ask if cleaning spills could replace taking a bath. Your face is hopeful, as if logic might triumph over ritual. I shake my head. The towel soaks, the shards settle in the dustpan, and you sigh because you already know the outcome. We walk down the hall to the new bathroom, its paint still smelling faintly of fresh plaster and caulk. Renovation finished only last month. You stop on the threshold and make a final plea, no bath, not tonight. Again I refuse, but gently, and finally you shrug, peel off the day's clothes, and step into warm water. In seconds imagination stirs. You summon a navy of plastic penguins, a fleet of colored cups, a storm of foam, and the room becomes an ocean kingdom. While you play, drops collect along the rim, merging into silver beads that glide toward the drain. I remember the morning the old tub left. Its porcelain was cracked like a dry riverbed, the glaze dull from years of scrubbing. The contractors lifted it, wrestled it through the door, and you screamed as though they were stealing a piece of your heart. You chased them to the truck, shouting that the tub belonged to us, that it had always belonged to us. Apology and explanation failed. Even unveiling the shine of the replacement did nothing. Only hours later, when words had settled, did I suspect your fear was larger than plumbing. Maybe a small voice inside you worried you might be judged like that tub, cracked, stained, replaceable. I held you, promised you were permanent. You nodded, but tears still visited when you thought I did not see. The same grief surfaced when we traded our old car. Your vocabulary was simpler then, each sentence brief and urgent. You asked again and again where the car slept, as though a steel shell could cradle memories. I see now you were guarding continuity, one of the invisible needs adoption plants in a child's soil. Steam rises. You grin, teeth small and white, cheeks glowing. Your eyes are bright indigo, pieces of summer sky your birth mother left in your genes. When I first saw those irises I wondered how much of her I would meet in you as years passed. The answer grows daily, a tilt of the chin, a quick laugh, a flare of curiosity. These echoes of her never trouble me, they remind me of the gift she trusted us with. You begin the nightly inquisition, the gentle interrogation that signals you are winding down. Warm water seems to unlock doors in your mind. You ask familiar questions. Why didn't I grow in your tummy? Does my first mother still love me? I answer with truth that fits your age. You listen, lips pursed, turning phrases in your head like stones in a pocket. Silence follows. I recognize the moment you decide to venture into new territory, but the question waits its time. You climb out, skin smelling of lavender soap, hair curling damply. Toothbrushing becomes a protest march complete with the Raffi anthem you adore. You sing the tune but keep lips sealed until negotiation and a dab of strawberry paste convince you. Foam spatters the sink, you declare the spit a grown-up feat. Pajamas must be your own choice, your own achievement. You rummage drawers, reject two tops, select stripy bottoms, and finally emerge triumphant. Independence is your armor. On the bedroom floor, beneath murals of rainbows and paper stars, you settle in my lap with 3 books. Each chosen volume is adoption-themed. We have read them so often the spines know our hands. You lean into me, inhaling my scent as though seeking proof that we are still connected. I read slowly. You giggle at private jokes we have woven into the text, the bear's silly hat, the baby's exaggerated sneeze. The last page closes and quiet expands. You tilt your head back and release the question stored all evening. Why does my sister live with my birth mother when I do not? Your voice holds no accusation, only honest wonder. Time stalls. I feel the pulse in my throat. Your sister, born 2 years after you, stayed with your first family. Legal labyrinths, financial tides, choices made by adults long before you could speak. You know she exists. You met her once in a supervised park visit. Now you ask for the algorithm that produced different outcomes within the same story. I breathe, measure words. I tell you that your birth mother loved you deeply but faced storms she could not calm. When she learned you grew inside her, life was tangled. Hard choices appeared, none easy. She studied each branch on the tree of possibilities and chose adoption so you would have stability she could not guarantee then. Later, when your sister arrived, her circumstances had changed enough that parenting became possible. It was not about loving one child more than another. It was about time, resources, and a heart breaking itself open to protect both children in different ways. You listen, eyes wide, absorbing pieces though some slip through because they are heavier than 6-year-old muscles can lift. You nod slowly. I promise more details as you grow, at the speed your heart can bear. You sigh, tuck the story away, and accept the peace of now. Bedtime songs follow. Somewhere over the rainbow, twinkle, you are my sunshine. You curl into my side, hand clutching my sleeve. Your breathing eases, eyelids flutter, dreams gather. I remain until sleep edges you away, then ease from the mattress, kiss your brow, and close the door. In the hall I exhale a tremor I had held all evening. I pick up stray toys and the towels still damp from milk cleanup, then stand alone in the kitchen. I remember years of infertility, medicine bottles, sterile rooms, the silent ultrasound where hope flickered and died. I remember the night a hospital nurse placed a newborn into my uncertain arms. I remember each court date, each document, each anxious wait for the next phone call. Adoption solved one longing but seeded another, the fear of explaining pain to a child whose life began in tangled love and loss. I know deeper questions will come. Why didn't she fight harder? Why did you want a baby so badly? Why does love sometimes give children away? I will answer with honesty calibrated to your maturity, admitting my imperfections, acknowledging my gratitude. I wipe the counter, drop glass shards into the bin, and whisper to the quiet house that families are mosaics made from broken and beautiful fragments. Replacing a tub cannot erase the memory of the old one, just as arriving in my arms did not erase the journey that placed you there. We carry both, crack and glaze, fear and comfort. You sleep upstairs beneath a rainbow quilt, unaware that while you dream I am reforging my own understanding of motherhood. Tomorrow you may ask again, and the next day. Each answer will lay another tile in the mosaic. And every night, when you drift off curled against my shoulder, I will gather the pieces and whisper the simplest truth. You were loved before you were born, you are loved now, and you will be loved long after every bath is forgotten and every question finds its rest. Snow had been falling since dawn, drifting in slow lazy swirls past the windows of the tall white house at the end of Maple Lane. December always carried a special hush in this neighborhood. Every year, as soon as the calendar page flipped from November, strings of colored bulbs lazily appeared along gutters, electric icicles twinkled from second-story ledges, and wire reindeer grazed silently on the lawns. Inside number 42 lived the Oldfield family, Mr. and Mrs. Oldfield, their 2 children Sam and Dean, and hidden in the walls behind the kitchen cupboard, a small family of field mice. The humans knew perfectly well that the mice were there. The mice, in their turn, knew the human scent, the shuffle of their slippers, and the glow of evening light around the baseboards. It was an arrangement that had grown out of respect and a peculiar sort of friendship. The Oldfields wanted no moths in their wardrobes, no crumbs luring ants across countertops, no beetles chewing at the underside of the porch. The mice, with keen noses and quicker paws, took pride in chasing out whatever insects dared wriggle in. In return, the humans gave nothing more dangerous than warm words, the occasional block of cheddar, and strict instructions that any extended family of rodents should please look elsewhere for winter quarters. The eldest mouse, who answered to the quiet name of Sage, ran this tiny household. His whiskers had silvered over the years, and his tail had a slight kink from an escapade with the toaster wiring long ago, yet he remained nimble, disciplined, and immensely proud of his 3 children, Pip, Clover, and Nutmeg. The youngsters scurried through the walls with the bright-eyed energy that always seemed to bubble inside them. They loved the tick of the tall grandfather clock in the hallway above their burrow. They loved the smell of Sunday roasts, the hum of the refrigerator, the faint curling sweetness of cinnamon rolls baking on Saturday mornings. There was warmth in every vent, crumbs beneath every chair, and never a single trap set in malice. Sage never took the arrangement for granted. He taught the children to tidy every nibble, to sharpen their senses, to scurry out of sight if distant relatives came unannounced. Above all, he taught them courtesy. A tidy guest is a welcome guest, he would remind them while sweeping dust from the tunnel. December brought more tasks. Mr. Oldfield would carry dusty boxes down from the attic, and Sam and Dean would rattle through the contents, hauling out colored lights, garlands, wreaths, plastic snowflakes, oversized red bows, and the ceremonial Christmas stockings. Smaller stockings never seen by neighbors hid among the larger ones, 3 tiny red felt boots with green stitching and silver bells no bigger than peas. Each Christmas Eve Mrs. Oldfield would tuck them into the branches of the spruce tree, and each Christmas morning the mice would discover a slice of dried cranberry or a hazelnut inside, some treasure just their size. This year was no different. The tree had gone up 2 weeks earlier. Sage and the children had watched in awe from a crack in the baseboard while the family wrestled the beautiful spruce into its stand. Once the ornaments glittered under the glow of the fairy lights, Sam knelt and carefully slid a wooden mouse house ornament toward the trunk. The roof lifted on a hinge. Inside waited soft scraps of felt, an invitation, a vantage point, a hiding place. Sage's children had squeaked in delight. That evening, the mice crept from the wall and gazed up at the tree, each glass bauble reflecting their small faces on curved colors of red and gold. Around them stretched a world of branches and tinsel and starry bulbs blinking along wires. Through Advent, the Oldfields spoiled their little neighbors. A square of sharp cheddar on a saucer by the baseboard. A chocolate chip broken into 3 pieces beside the pantry door. On Halloween there had been crushed peanut brittle. On Valentine's Day, a sugar heart. Easter had brought colored eggs, and the mice had joined the human children's hunt, Sage guiding Pip along the rim of the couch, Clover darting beneath the radiator to point a quivering nose at a pink plastic shell half hidden between slippers. Dean, 7 years old and clever, always pretended to be astonished that the mice knew where the best eggs were hiding. Yet Christmas still felt different. It hummed with anticipation. Despite the chill wind rattling the windows at night, the whole house pulsed with comfort. Logs crackled in the brick hearth, casting moving shadows across the living room ceiling. Scents of nutmeg, clove, orange peel, and evergreen mingled in the air. The metal bells of carols drifted from a portable radio on top of the bookcase, so faint that the mice could hear only the high chiming notes. On the morning of Christmas Eve, Sage woke early, as he always did, careful not to disturb the children's breathing. The burrow behind the cupboard felt extra cozy, lined with scrap fleece donated by Mrs. Oldfield, snipped from an old winter scarf. Sage shuffled into the pantry vent, whiskers twitching in search of day-old crumbs. There he discovered a surprise, a fresh slice of Gouda, no thicker than a book's spine, resting on wax paper. He bowed his head in gratitude. Cheese was rare in winter. The humans must have remembered, thinking such a treat belonged on Christmas Eve. He carved shards from the edge, rolling them inside a leaf of parsley for freshness. Sage was quick but methodical. He tied each tiny package with thread so small it felt like hair between his paws. 3 parcels for his children. 1 extra for Mrs. Oldfield to find in the morning, an acorn ornament Sage had carved earlier, its cap polished with a dab of walnut oil. Over the years the father mouse had learned that humans like small gestures in return. The reinforcing rhythm of giving and thanking preserved the trust like mortar preserves bricks in a wall. Once he had set aside the gifts, Sage shuffled through the baseboards to inspect the rooms. He paused in the living room to admire the gleam of ornaments. Then he checked that no crumb was left beneath the sofa. Last night Dean had spilled milk while dunking cookies, and Mrs. Oldfield had wiped most of it. Yet a faint dusty ring remained near the coffee table. Sage fetched a corner of tissue and gently dabbed, cautious not to leave smear tracks. A tidy guest is a welcome guest, he reminded himself with each stroke. Outside the frost-dusted windows, dawn lifted into a pale gold. Soon the Oldfields would rise for their tradition, the town's Christmas Eve parade. It wound down Main Street at noon, with marching bands, twirling baton troops, and floats stacked like wedding cakes with fiberglass snow. Sam loved the cotton candy vendor. Dean loved the giant inflatable elf. Their parents enjoyed the brass section that echoed off brick storefronts. The whole family would wrap in scarves and laughter, leaving the house empty for nearly 2 hours. Sage planned to use that window to set the Gouda parcels into each felt stocking on the tree. Then he would retreat behind the cupboard and rest until midnight. Everything was arranged. But fate seldom keeps arrangements tidy. Mid-morning sun gleamed through the kitchen as Mr. Oldfield, humming, poured coffee into a lidded travel mug. Mrs. Oldfield searched for Dean's mittens while Sam twirled by the door in her red coat. "Ready, ready, ready!" she chanted. "Hang on," Dean groaned, zipping his jacket halfway. "I can't find my second sock." "It's on your foot," Sam declared, pointing. Sage watched from a knothole in the baseboard. A merry disorder the family would soon smooth out. Once the humans left, he would set his plan in motion. He returned to the cupboard, nudged Pip and Clover awake, whispered instructions, placed the green thread parcel into each child's paws, and kissed their noses. They grinned. Nutmeg, still drowsy, curled beneath a fleece scrap and mumbled. 5 more minutes. Sage chuckled softly. Keys jingled, and boots shuffled. The Oldfields filed out onto the porch, breath puffing white. As they shut the door, Sam gasped. She dashed back inside, hair bouncing, searched around the couch, seized her jacket from the armrest, and hurried out again. The door clicked shut behind her, unlocked. The engine rumbled, tires crunched snow, the car vanished down Maple Lane. Silence drifted back into the house like settling dust. Sage emerged from the baseboard, patting his vest pocket for the acorn ornament. He scurried to the living room, ears flicked for any noise. All clear. He climbed the tree's trunk using twists of tinsel as footholds, found the 3 miniature stockings stitched with jingle bells, and carefully slid one Gouda parcel into each. He balanced his acorn ornament on a higher branch near a silver bell. He pictured Mrs. Oldfield's smile in the morning. Satisfied, he descended, brushing a sparkly plastic snowflake from his whiskers. His next task, inspect the newly renovated bathroom. The humans had replaced their cracked porcelain tub just last week. The children missed the old tub's claw feet, but plumbing upgrades pleased the grown-ups. Sage believed in checking pipes for leaks, the simpler to know patch routes if needed. He crossed the hallway carpet, slipped through a vent near the baseboard, and popped out behind the bathroom cabinet. The tub gleamed white under skylight glare. Everything smelled of fresh grout and pine scent cleaner. He nodded, solid, good craftsmanship. That was when the lamp in the living room rattled. A dull thud followed. Sage's ears pricked. Floorboards creaked again, heavier than a child's step. He darted to the hallway vent. Beneath the bathroom door a sliver of living room light flickered, then dimmed. Voices outside, low and urgent. One voice said, "Hurry up. They could be back any minute." Another answered, "Front door's unlocked. Told you it would be easy." A third voice gave a sharp chuckle. Boots scuffed wood. Sage's fur bristled. His heart hammered. Burglars. He peeked under the bathroom door. 3 pairs of shoes rushed past, black work boots. Ski masks. Leather gloves. One man lugged an empty duffel. Another carried a crowbar. The third held a coil of rope. Sage's world tilted. Danger had breached the sanctuary. He scurried back to the cupboard and burst inside. "Stay put," he told the children, voice trembling. "Do not leave this burrow until I say so. Understand?" Pip's ears drooped. Clover clutched Nutmeg's paw. Sage closed the tiny door behind him and sprinted through wall passages toward the living room corner where a crack allowed him to spy. He arrived just as the tallest burglar kicked the spruce tree base in irritation, shaking ornaments, causing needles to fall like green rain. A heavy LED star at the top quivered. Below, the tree nearly toppled into Sage's line of sight. He darted behind the sofa leg, and narrowly avoided being crushed as the burglar shoved the tree aside to clear path to the television. The man ripped the widescreen TV from its wall mount with a grunt. Screws popped. Drywall cracked. Sage's small body vibrated from the thump when the TV landed face down on the couch cushions. Sage could smell their sweat, bitter and nervous. They moved quickly, one burglar heading down the hallway into the bedrooms, likely searching dressers and jewelry boxes. Another rummaged the kitchen drawers. The third man, near the tree, ripped wrapping paper from gifts exploring sound clues. A box that rattled, discarded. One that clinked, examined more carefully. He tore open the lid, a toy fire truck for Dean. His cackle bounced off the ceiling. Sage knew he must act. Yet what could a mouse do against 3 grown men? He remembered old lessons from his grandmother. A small creature can topple giants if he knows where to tug. Sage scanned the room. The fallen tinsel strands glimmered on the floor, long ropes of silver, strong enough to snare ankles if arranged cunningly. He darted across the carpet, unnoticed, and gathered a length of tinsel nearly twice his body. He tied one end around a tree branch stub at ground level, circled the man's boots, weaving under one lace, then across to the other side, looping again. His paws flew. When the man stepped toward the door with the toy truck under his arm, his feet tangled. He sprawled forward. The toy clattered. Curses erupted. "Watch it!" the second burglar snapped, running in from the kitchen. He hauled the fallen man upright and yanked tinsel free. "Quit messing around! We're here to snatch valuables, not wreck the place." He knelt to coil the stray tinsel and stuffed it behind the side table. Sage had retreated to the shadows of the radiator vent. The burglars had not glimpsed him, but suspicion lingered in their muttering. Meanwhile, the third burglar emerged from the bedrooms carrying a pillowcase sagging with jewelry boxes and piggy banks. "This family ain't rich," he griped. "But it'll do." The burglars convened. They began unplugging gaming consoles, sliding them into the duffel. One dislodged the router. Another stuffed a crystal vase into a coat pocket, heedless of cracks. They were greedy, unsystematic. That might be exploited, Sage thought. He darted back along the baseboard. Under the sofa he found ribbon spools from gift wrapping, scarlet satin. He pulled a length free, clamped it between his teeth, and dragged it behind the couch. It was frivolous, but if used with tinsel, maybe enough friction to fell them again. He worked quickly, looping ribbon around couch leg, across to coffee table leg, back to couch, creating a low trip line by the TV's path. His little paws burned with effort. Each second heavier steps creaked overhead. At that moment the burglar in the living room seized the TV again, grunting as he lifted. The second man grabbed the side opposite to share the load. Together they shuffled backward toward the door. Their ankles found Sage's ribbon snare. The first man's boot snagged. He twisted, lost balance. His partner stumbled as well. The TV lurched sideways. Both men crashed onto the star-tipped tree, which they had propped upright minutes earlier. The LED star snapped off and smacked the first burglar's forehead. He dropped with a groan, pinned beneath tree trunk, TV corner, and wreath. The noise drew the third burglar from the hall. "What in?" he shouted, running to help. Sage's mind raced. One man down, dazed. 2 left. He scurried up the fallen tree trunk, seized another string of tinsel still draped from a branch, and pushed ornaments off their hooks, ceramic baubles that smashed on the hardwood near the burglar's feet. Startled, the second thief slipped again, foot twisting under the TV cord. He sprawled across his partner. Only the third man remained upright. He cursed and snatched at ornaments, flinging them aside in search of the unseen assailant. His gaze darted around, but mice hide well among chaos. Sage needed more leverage. He spotted the phone charger cable dangling from the wall outlet, trailing near the toppled men. If he could tangle that cable around them, they might remain trapped until help arrived. But time was thin. The third burglar bent to lift the TV off his comrades. Then help arrived from memory itself, Sam's beloved remote control fire truck. It sat forgotten under the side table. Its batteries were fresh. Dean had tested them last night with glee. The remote lay near Sage's path. The plan formed instantly. He darted across open floor, grabbed the remote by its antenna, and jammed his weight onto the forward lever with his chest. The truck whirred to life, siren chips squealing at toy volume. It shot forward, straight at the standing burglar's shin. The hard plastic ladder struck, startling him. He yelped, hopped backward, collided with a coffee table leg, lost his balance, and fell across the other 2 burglars. Now all three were entangled in limbs, tree branches, TV cables, and ribbon. The toy truck ping-ponged off the baseboard and rested against Sage's hiding place. Heart galloping, Sage surveyed. None of the burglars rose. One groaned, another cursed weakly. They were stuck, momentarily. He had seconds to call for help. The house phone perched on the side table above his head. The receiver cable dangled within reach if he climbed the curtain tassels. Human devices were clumsy in mouse paws, but he could trigger redial. The Oldfields had called the local florist yesterday. Mrs. Oldfield's phone number list always transferred to memory. Redial would call the last dialed number. Perhaps someone on that line would answer, hear silence, and alert authorities. Uncertain but desperate, Sage climbed. Each tassel loop felt slick, ornaments crashed behind him. He reached the tabletop, hopped onto a stack of mail, then the phone base. He pressed the biggest button he recognized, redial. The phone rang. Once, twice, thrice. A voice answered. Palmer's Floral. Hello? Sage squeaked into the receiver. No words, just frantic high-pitched squeals. Hello? Brenda Palmer's voice asked again. More squeaks. Is someone there? You okay? On her end, confusion knitted her brow. She listened, strange rasping, maybe a pet bird? Something wrong. She decided to call police dispatch, report possible distress from the Oldfield residents. She knew their number on ID. Dispatch took her seriously. Holidays saw many oddities. A squad car would check. Sage hung up and climbed down. Now came waiting, and cleaning. Ornament shards glittered in moon-like slivers. Presents were torn. This mess pained his pride. He hurried to sweep shards into his vest pockets, though many were larger than his palm. Tree needles prickled his paws. But some things could wait. Rescue mattered more. He ducked behind the sofa until sirens wailed faintly outside. Blue light strobed through the curtains. The burglars moaned in fresh panic. Boots thudded on porch. The front door burst open, police shouting commands. In minutes, handcuffs clinked. The burglars were hauled upright, bewildered to explain how a Christmas tree had pinned them. Officers photographed footprints in spilled milk. Sage slipped back to the wall, found his children trembling yet safe, told them all was well. They huddled in relief. But his conscience gnawed, the broken ornaments, the uprooted tree, the holes in drywall. Christmas morning joy might dim for the Oldfields if they returned to such chaos. As soon as police departed and quiet settled, Sage set the children to work. Pip fetched thread and glue from the craft drawer. She knew secret routes. Clover sorted ornament pieces by color. Nutmeg, now fully awake, tried to hum carols to lighten mood. Through afternoon they labored, reassembling teardrop baubles with careful paws, threading hooks, polishing with tissue. Sage righted the tree using leverage of wrapped gifts as fulcrums. He gathered fallen tinsel and brushed the couch clean. They could not patch the drywall, but they could restore as much holiday magic as possible. Daylight faded. Snowflakes thickened, tapping windows. At last ornaments hung again, some cracks barely visible, others hidden at the back. The star had dented tips yet perched proudly once more. Sage and the children stepped back, exhausted, satisfied. It was nearly dusk when car headlights swept the driveway. The mice slipped into the baseboard with seconds to spare. Mr. Oldfield entered first, confusion etched across his face as he noted the police business card on the hall table. They caught thieves? He murmured. He studied the patched tree. Something felt off, slightly crooked star? Rehung ornaments? But overall intact. He called out to his wife, summarizing the officer's voicemail. A silent 911 call from their landline, followed by florist tip, officers arriving to find burglars trapped beneath tree. Odd, he said. They claimed the perps tripped on tinsel. Said the place was wrecked but mostly okay now. He squinted at the smooth carpet. There's not even broken glass. Mrs. Oldfield leaned over the couch. Bless whoever cleaned. She headed for the kitchen to check silverware. Sam knelt by the tree and spied the miniature stockings. She tapped the baseboard lightly and whispered, "Thank you." a squeak answered faintly. She beamed. That night, Christmas Eve settled into tranquility. The family switched on the holiday playlist, lit cinnamon candles, and poured hot cocoa, with extra marshmallows for Sam and Dean. Mini cups for Sage's children left inside the wooden mouse house. The Oldfields raised mugs to the miracle of safety. They told the story of how small kindness often circles back stronger. They never knew the full truth of how a mouse and his children saved their home. But they suspected. Behind the cupboard, Sage tucked Pip, Clover, and Nutmeg under fleece bits, their bellies content with Gouda and cocoa. He brushed snowflakes from his whiskers, gazed at the glow leaking through cracks, and listened to the muffled carol of Silent Night. He recalled the day's mayhem, fear, bravery, resourceful mischief. He realized that courage was not measured by size or by voice, but by heart. As he closed his eyes, he offered silent gratitude for generosity between species, for trust that bridges worlds, for the quiet chance to guard his children's wonder. Upstairs, Sam placed a cookie plate by the fireplace and wrote a note for Santa, adding a P.S. "Thank you for keeping our mice safe." She remembered to lock the door this time. She pressed her ear to the wall near the vents. Faint squeaks of lullaby filtered through. She smiled and tiptoed to bed. Outside, above Maple Lane, stars glittered through thinning clouds. Snowflakes slowed. The world hushed. Inside number 42, every soul, human and mouse, finally settled into peaceful dreams, unaware that the bond they shared would travel through years, like a ribbon of tinsel connecting hearts. And so, throughout the long night, no creature stirred. Not even Sage. The cold that settled over Havenwood on the morning of December 24th felt ancient, as though it had waited all year in the deepest folds of the sky for this single moment. The sun rose in a pale arc, thin and watery, unable to warm the frost that spread like lace across every pane of glass. Weather reports on the old tabletop radio warned that the temperature was plunging toward record lows, but the people of the town barely slowed their pace. They tugged scarves tighter, stamped feet to drive the feeling back into toes, and hurried along with the final errands of Christmas Eve. In shop windows, strings of colored bulbs glowed despite the daylight, and tinny carols drifted from speakers above the sidewalks. Some residents nodded in greeting while passing neighbors, their voices puffing small clouds that disappeared in an instant. Though the air nipped at cheeks and noses, a gentler warmth radiated from every porch light, wreath, and bough, the expectation of gathering together as soon as the evening star appeared. Town Hall, the oldest building in Havenwood and the surest landmark for travelers who lost their way, stood at the far end of Main Street. Its white clapboard siding, fresh paint layered over more than a century of winters, gleamed beneath the clear sky. Behind the tall clock tower, a black weather vane shaped like a ship pointed eastward in the stiff breeze, and the great bell inside the belfry waited to toll midnight. Long before the bell sounded, however, the hall would open its doors for the yearly Christmas Eve party, a tradition that predated even the oldest living resident. By mid-afternoon, Sarah Morgan was already inside, rosy-cheeked from the walk over and wrapped in a red wool coat that once belonged to her mother. She and her daughter Lily had baked late into the previous night, filling tin after tin with snickerdoodles, cinnamon stars, gingerbread men with crooked smiles, and chocolate crinkles dusted in confectioner's sugar. Now the tins sat open on the main table while the two of them arranged the cookies on evergreen-patterned platters. Whenever Sarah turned to fetch another tin, 12-year-old Lily tucked one more cookie into her mouth, convinced she had done so unseen. It took her mother only a moment to notice the sugary grin and the scattering of crumbs on the child's green sweater. "Have some self-control, sweetheart," Sarah said with playful sternness, brushing the crumbs from Lily's shoulder. "We have to leave enough for everyone." Lily swallowed, fanning herself with her hand. "Mom, I'm helping. I need to test them." Then her gaze drifted toward the tall windows, as if she might catch a flake of snow drifting by. "Do you think it'll snow this year?" she asked quietly. Each Christmas, she asked the same question, though usually the air was cold and clear under the Atlantic winds. Havenwood often saw its biggest storms in late January, long after the tree had been taken down. Sarah followed her daughter's gaze toward the horizon beyond the glass. "You know snow's rare at Christmas here," she answered, trying to keep her tone gentle. "But hope is free. If the sky decides to surprise us, we'll be the first to run outside and dance in it. It doesn't feel like the stories without snow," Lily murmured, thinking of the accounts her grandmother used to tell at bedtime. Stories of deep white drifts, sleigh bells, and pine forests that glittered under a full moon. The child's memories carried a softness tinted by loss. Her grandmother had passed 2 years earlier, and with her had gone the certainty that snow would someday appear on command. Before Sarah could say more, the double doors swung wide and 4 members of the local Santa Society swept in, beards bouncing, bells jingling. They ho-ho-hoed their way to the stage to tune an old upright piano, and soon the warm interior of the hall filled with new arrivals, neighbors clutching casseroles, a handful of teenagers tasked with carrying folding chairs, a pair of elderly church ladies comparing potholders. Each guest brought a dish, a bottle, or a bright holiday smile. Young Eric Daniels trotted up the steps with a foil-covered tray of sugar cookies shaped like stars. Old Man Carter followed more slowly, cradling a tureen of clam chowder that steamed in the chill air. The Millers added their famous cranberry relish and a basket of buttered rolls. Beside the entrance, Mrs. Evans lined a platter with rosemary roasted vegetables that smelled of garlic and thyme. A ladle's worth of mulled cider scented the entire room, its perfume weaving through conversations like thread in a quilt. The children of Havenwood darted between skirts and legs, caught up in gleeful games of tag while their parents discussed holiday bonuses, extended family visits, and the possibility of a white Christmas. Not every heart beat in equal tune with the joy around it. In a far corner, Mr. Grayson, former proprietor of Grayson's General Store until his retirement the previous spring, sat clutching a chipped ceramic mug half filled with lukewarm coffee. The man's lined face and bushy gray brows had long been fixtures in town, though few people could recall ever seeing him laugh outright. When Eric Daniels offered him one of the sugar cookies, Mr. Grayson sniffed, declared it likely too sweet, and waved the disappointed boy away. Sarah passed nearby, balancing a tray laden with steaming mugs of cider. She paused, tilting her head in sympathy. "Evening, Mr. Grayson. It's Christmas Eve. Might be a fine time to indulge in something sweet. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Christmas fuss," Mr. Grayson muttered, though his expression softened at the corners. "I'm here, aren't I? That'll have to be enough." Yet as he spoke, his eyes tracked the children darting around a makeshift ornament toss game, and a faint warmth flickered behind his stern gaze, an unwilling acknowledgement that their laughter stirred memories of holidays he had nearly forgotten. Hours slipped past in cheerful disorder. The Santas eventually gave way to a trio of high school students with guitar and fiddle, while elderly Mrs. Peterson conducted a sing-along that wandered earnestly through every well-known carol and 2 that weren't. Lily lost track of how many snickerdoodles she had sampled, and Sarah's cheeks glowed from greeting so many neighbors. Even Mr. Grayson eased into conversation with Mrs. Evans about the merits of nutmeg and eggnog. Then the doors opened, and a gust of wind carrying needles of cold swept across the threshold. The hinges groaned. All music paused as if the room had taken a single breath. A figure stood silhouetted in the dim glow, taller than anyone present, wrapped head to toe in a midnight blue cloak shot through with silver threads that glittered like the Milky Way. A hood, deep and shadowed, obscured the stranger's face. Bells at the edges of scarves shivered softly, yet no one remembered hearing the figure's steps upon the wooden stairs outside. Mayor Whitaker, a portly man whose cheeks normally matched Santa's red suit, stepped forward with a civic smile that trembled at its edges. "Welcome, friend. Havenwood's doors stay open to all, though I don't recall seeing you before. Come, warm yourself." The figure inclined its head but offered no reply. It moved into the hall with measured grace, taking in every corner, as though glimpsing the place through rivers of time. Whispers followed in its wake. Despite an undercurrent of unease, the crowd parted and gradually regained its festive pulse. The cloaked guest accepted a cup of cider with a bow, tasted the brew, and nodded approval, though no steam rose from beneath that hood. The stranger carried a pouch fastened to its belt, The material, woven from something finer than silk, shimmered with subtle colors that changed from frost blue to dawn pink with each step. Guests soon realized that each time the figure reached inside, it withdrew a gift, a wooden sparrow no bigger than a walnut, carved so delicately the wings seemed ready to beat, a sprig of lavender bound with silver twine, a brass charm shaped like a clock, the gears etched by unseen artisans. Whenever a gift changed hands, the recipient's face brightened in mild astonishment, as though the object breathed a story meant only for them. When the stranger paused before Mr. Grayson, the hall hushed again. The old man glared upward, suspicion warring with curiosity. A pale hand emerged from the cloak and placed in his palm a single snowflake ornament cut from glass so thin it seemed made of frozen starlight. Its 6 arms radiated outwards with dizzying complexity, each point reflecting candle glow. Mr. Grayson's fingers trembled. His gaze lingered on the ornament long enough that he missed seeing the stranger melt away among neighboring merrymakers. Lily watched everything with wide eyes. She marveled at how effortlessly the cloaked guests found exactly the right token for each soul. The widowed Mrs. Roberts, silent in her chair, received a locket that warmed to the touch. The shy Phillips twins each received a silver thimble that rang like a bell when tapped. And yet no gift came Lily's way. She tried not to let disappointment shadow her face, reminding herself of the colored pencils she had unwrapped earlier. Her art teacher knew her heart, and that was gift enough. But still she stared as the stranger drifted near, drifted past, drifted on. When names were drawn for the traditional exchange of small wrapped presents, Lily joined the queue near Town Hall's banner-draped stage. On her tag she wrote brightly colored pencils from Mrs. Rivers, "Thank you," and tucked the label under the curling ribbon so a friend might find them useful. Laughter bubbled through the crowd as packages changed hands. A scarf crocheted in spiral green changed hands for a penguin figurine. A jar of local honey swapped for a pair of woolen mittens. The evening glowed with shared generosity. Once Lily returned to her seat beside her mother, she noticed the cloaked figure near the massive tree at the back of the hall. It stood between the branches as though born from shadow and candlelight combined. Its pouch glimmered. With careful steps it approached Lily's row. Her heart lunged. She sat up straighter, and the figure paused before her. A hush fell thick enough to muffle even the crack of frost outside. A pale hand emerged, holding a box no bigger than a teacup, wrapped in opalescent paper that caught every light in the room. Lily's own hands trembled. She looked to her mother, who met her eyes, smiled gently, and nodded. Only then did Lily accept the parcel. The paper was crisp, cold, and it shivered under her fingertips. When she pulled away the ribbon, the paper flared briefly with light, then fell away to reveal a snow globe of breathtaking craftsmanship. Inside the crystal sphere rested a perfect model of Havenwood. Each house stood in miniature, each shutter the right color, each wreath in place. Street lamps glowed with tiny flecks of phosphorescence. A mirror-smooth pond reflected a sliver of moon. The level of detail stunned the crowd. People leaned closer, pointing. There! They saw their own roofs, their own porches. Even Sarah gasped as she recognized the Morgan family's stoop. Lily held the globe as though it might dissolve, her eyes shining. She looked up to thank the stranger, but the cloak had turned away, gliding toward the doors. Before anyone could speak, wind gusted. The doors swung on their hinges, opened for a heartbeat, then closed with a hush that felt final. The figure was gone. Only a faint shimmer remained in the place it had stood. The room exhaled. People moved again, voices layering excitement upon wonder. 100 theories sprouted at once. Some whispered of angels, others of old New England folklore, still others of travelers from distant realms moved by holiday spirit. The mayor tried to restore order, but good cheer wound its way around every doubt. Mr. Grayson, snowflake ornament cradled in his palm, lingered beside Mrs. Peterson to describe the glassblower he once met in Boston, though even he was smiling. Lily, globe pressed to her chest, felt as though her ribs had opened for a sky of stars. When finally the clock tower chimed 9, families yawned and collected coats. Snow had not fallen, but a new hush draped the night. The wind cut sharper. The Morgans stepped onto the front steps of Town Hall, thanked friends for gifts and conversation, then turned toward Elm Street, their breath white ribbons before them. Lily's fingers ached from holding the globe. She tucked it inside her coat. All the way home she imagined setting it on her nightstand to keep watch while she slept. But sleep came uneasily. Moonlight streaked across Lily's bedroom rug. She sat cross-legged on her bed, holding the globe in both hands. Snowflakes whirled inside the glass, swirling among rooftops and steeples. The lamplight inside the sphere flickered, though no mechanism was visible. She shook it gently, and more flakes tumbled. Whispering to the stillness, she made her wish. "I just want one white Christmas," she breathed. "A gentle snow, the kind that covers everything like Grandma said, so we can build snowmen and make angels and catch flakes on our tongues. Please!" The globe chilled instantly. Frost crept along the glass. Lily's pulse hammered. A shape moved among the miniatures, something cloaked in blue. She blinked. Perhaps a trick of light? Her eyelids drooped with sudden heaviness, and before she could set the globe down, sleep pulled her under. Dreams rushed upon her, flakes drifting, drifts rising, roofs sinking. Snow beauties twisted into something fierce and deep, swallowing streets. She fought to wake, thrashing until morning's early half-light seeped across her window. A thunder crack yanked her fully awake. Branches snapped outside. Alarmed voices rose downstairs. Lily ran to the window and stared. Havenwood was unrecognizable. Snow had fallen overnight in amounts no memory could recall. Drifts leaned like white cliffs against houses. Cars reduced to lumps slumbered under mantles of white. Power lines sagged dangerously. In some places they had snapped, the cables frozen in looping arcs between poles. The sky still spilled flakes the size of moth wings, adding to the silent turmoil. Sarah's voice drifted up the stairwell, fraught with worry. The generator had failed. Phones were dead. The radio crackled with outages. Lily clutched the snow globe, searching for the blue-cloaked figure, and there it was, standing in the miniature town square, as though bidding her forth. She felt a chill wind inside her ribs. She dressed in layers, scribbled a note for her parents, and slipped from the house into the blizzard. To reach the town square she waded through knee-deep powder. Every step was a gasp. Trees bowed under ice, limbs cracking like rifle shots. The hush of the storm pressed against her ears until her thoughts echoed. She passed neighbors' ceiling windows, shoveling futile paths from porch to gate, calling to one another across impassable yards. Some recognized Lily and beckoned her indoors, but she forged onward. She could feel the cold globe in her pocket, pulsing like a second heart. The square was deserted, buried beneath a crystalline sea. The fountain, centerpiece of summer festivals, stood frozen mid-cascade. Snow had sculpted it into a glittering tower. Beside its base stood the cloaked figure, exactly as in the globe. Its cloak rustled though no wind seemed to touch it. The face beneath the hood shimmered with colors that defied description, aurora hues alive in shifting patterns. Frost smoke curled from its breath, though Lily doubted it breathed in any human way. She stumbled forward, snow clinging to her boots. "Please," she called, her voice raw. "I want to take the wish back." The figure raised a hand, paler than moonlight, textured like carved ice. "What is unmade must be remade," it said, voice ringing like chimes struck by winter wind. "Gifts carry weight equal to yearning." Lily's cheeks burned from cold and shame. "I never meant for people to be hurt. There is always a cost," murmured the ghost of Christmas wishes. "But intention shapes outcome. You may rewrite what you asked, if your heart carries no selfishness." The specter extended its shimmering pouch. Inside swirled light and shadow, as if midnight's sky had torn a pocket in daylight. Lily reached within and felt not fabric but the hush of falling snow. She drew out a fresh ribbon of frost, intangible yet solid, urging her to speak anew. "I wish," she said slowly, crafting each word as though building a fragile bridge, "for the snow's beauty to remain, but tempered, so our town can share warmth and help one another, not fear. I wish for everyone to be safe, and to remember kindness long after the snow melts." Silence answered. Then the snowy air paused, as though the world inhaled. The ghost bowed. Its cloak unfurled and dissolved, scattering into countless shimmering flakes that blended with the storm. Lily remained alone beside the fountain. She pressed the cold ribbon to her chest. It melted into her coat, leaving no trace. The blizzard did not end abruptly. Instead, winds calmed. Flake by giant flake, the snowfall softened until the air filled with tiny spirals lit by the newborn sun. By afternoon, Havenwood had emerged from the whiteout into a storybook hush. Silence broke gently with neighborly shouts. "Generators on! Soup at town hall! We've got blankets!" People formed lines to shovel paths, share supplies, check on the elderly. Eric Daniels led younger children on sleds converted into improvised supply wagons. The Phillips twins volunteered to mind toddlers in the church basement so parents could clear rooftops. Mrs. Evans organized a communal pantry. And Mr. Grayson, gruff Mr. Grayson, opened his closed storefront, built a roaring fire in the old potbelly stove, and brewed coffee for whomever needed it. Residents who entered expecting scolding found instead a quiet man dusting shelves, the glass snowflake twinkling in his breast pocket. In the days that followed, newspapers from Boston sent reporters to cover the miracle storm of Havenwood. They wrote about the unprecedented snowfall, but more about the spirit of collaboration, neighbors uniting, strangers sharing resources, divides melting like snow in the sun. Lily kept the snow globe on her sill, now quiet. The town inside glowed faintly at night. Sometimes, when moonlight touched it just so, she glimpsed the faint outline of a cloak drifting through miniature streets before vanishing among glittering pines. Years later, every Christmas Eve, Havenwood gathered again in Town Hall. Children and adults alike would glance to the doorway when a gust of wind rolled in, half expecting the return of the midnight blue visitor. The cloak never appeared, but each December some small miracle unfolded. A lost dog leading rescue workers to an elderly man fallen on ice. A blanket drive gathering triple the goal. Reconciliation between old friends. People attributed these moments to the season or coincidence, but Lily, now older, understood that wishes carefully reshaped would always find a way to manifest, most often through ordinary human hands guided by the gentle nudge of something unseen. And once in a great while, during the deep night when snowfall hissed against window panes, Lily would imagine she heard the distant sound of ice crystals chiming, like laughter scattered on a winter wind, whispering a reminder, what we ask for matters. How we give matters more. I first began to imagine a career as a butler on a quiet autumn afternoon, the kind of afternoon when the whole countryside seems to hush and the smell of leaf smoke drifts through tall windows. I had stretched myself on the sunny flagstones of the breakfast room where his lordship likes to read the Times, and a thought simply bloomed in my mind. "Jeeves," I said to myself, "your name alone cries out for the dignity of service. All the great human butlers answer to Jeeves, and here you are, bearing the same fine title by coincidence, or perhaps by destiny." I washed a paw and studied my reflection in the copper warming pan that hangs by the hearth. A sleek, coal-black coat, free from dust, a white bib as crisp as the starch in a valet's shirt front, whiskers like silver wires, bright green eyes steady and alert. With very little effort I already looked as though I had been born to glide through paneled corridors announcing callers and decanting the sherry. The only thing missing, I reflected, was a polished cane to tap smartly on flagstones and a bowler hat to tilt in greeting when I visited the village. Those small items would turn a well-presented castle cat into a legend. The more I thought about it, the more certain I became. I was a natural. I lived in Melbury Castle, a pile of mellow stones set among rolling English lawns. Generations of Melburys had opened and closed their lives behind those thick oak doors. The castle contained 73 rooms, 7 staircases, and 4 secret passageways that even I had not fully explored. Each winter a dozen fireplaces roared and crackled, and each summer the great hall smelled of polish and roses. It was, in every way, the proper stage for a butler's quiet, gliding tread. What butler could resist such surroundings? One concern gave me pause. Lord Percival Melbury, the owner of the castle and master of everything beneath its slate roofs, was already advanced in years, 89 last Michaelmas, and hardly likely to hire a brand new servant in the usual way. Moreover, the human who had held the position of butler, old James Withers, had passed away scarcely 3 weeks earlier. James had served since his own youth. His first wage packet bore the date 1943. He had known every creak in the floorboards, each smudge on the silverware, and the personal history of every decent bottle in the cellars. When he died, the whole household went about on muffled feet. Lord Melbury sat motionless at the breakfast table on the morning the undertaker's cart rattled off, and I nestled in his lap because he looked so slight. No advertisement appeared in the Times for a replacement. Perhaps his lordship felt no other human could stand where James had stood for 60 loyal years. Perhaps he simply did not wish to start again with a stranger. And there lay my opportunity. A cat is no stranger to his own home. A cat cannot replace a man, it is true, but he can ease a man's loneliness. With that persuasive thought, I resolved to present myself as the solution, a butler already on the premises, familiar, discreet, economical, and, should it matter, sporting a coat that required no laundering. The sticky problem of wages seemed easily solved. I required no coin. I had my snug basket beside the scullery stove. I had the occasional pinch of cold salmon or shard of Stilton whenever cook looked the other way. I had the castle's many lofty window seats for my afternoon naps. In exchange for assuming official butler duties, I would request only 2 practical accessories: a cane of dark wood with a shining ivory knob, and a bowler hat properly fitted to a feline head. I would need faint adjustments, small cuts in the crown so my sensitive ears might remain erect, for a flattened ear leads to deafness and embarrassment. The hatter in Middlebury Lane was reputed to tackle any challenge. I would ask for nothing more. Yet even a cat, especially a cat, sees the value of a second opinion. After breakfast I set out to locate Ginger Tom, my neighbor and occasional confidant. Ginger Tom is a large fellow of rough manners and enormous appetite, striped like a circus tent and scarred from innumerable border disputes. He is older than I by 2 seasons, a fearless gossip, and a connoisseur of discarded fish heads. Because Tom lives mainly in the garden and scorns most forms of bathing, I could always find him by smell long before I spied his orange bulk among the vegetable rows. On that particular morning his usual straw-littered hollow near the strawberry patch lay vacant. I stalked the cabbages, trod the carrot rows, sniffed around the compost heap, and called his name in my most commanding tone. Finally I discovered him curled beneath an elephantine rhubarb leaf, breathing deeply of post-feasting exhaustion. He snored on his back, pudgy paws in the air, whiskers splayed like a broken fan. A wave of ancient fish odor rolled off him and set my eyes watering. Summoning courage, I jabbed his ribs. "Tom, wake up!" He blinked twice and yawned hugely, displaying rows of dubious teeth. "Yow, Jeeves! What's the emergency? Badger invasion? Terrier in the rose bed?" His voice bid with sleep. "Nothing so commonplace. I wish to consult you about my future. Do sit up straight." He rolled clumsily, gave his chest a hasty lick, and regarded me through sticky half-lids. "Future, eh? You sound like Lord Melbury when he frets about the estate. Out with it." "I intend to become the castle butler." Tom's bleary stare sharpened. "You? A butler? If you're joking, I'll flop back to sleep." "I am in earnest. I possess the bearing, the costume, and the address. His lordship has need. Surely you see the symmetry." He scratched an ear. "The suit you have by nature, true enough. But a butler's more than a coat. A butler fetches and carries and stands on ceremony. A butler must nip nagging footmen in the bud and wrangle tradesmen and fetch the cab for honored guests. You think you can manage all that on 4 paws? Besides, the old man hasn't exactly offered, has he?" "I plan to propose it myself," I replied. "This evening, in fact. I shall present my case persuasively. Lord Melbury is not ungenerous, only frugal, and I am a bargain." Tom sneezed. "You are an optimist, Jeeves. I prefer realist. One must form a sensible career path." He gave a low chuckle that rumbled through his barrel chest. All right, realist. Go and ask him. But mark my words, if you want the part, step up today while he's freshly fortified by dinner and a cigar. By tomorrow he might find some nephew to do it. And when he turns you down, don't come whining in my rhubarb patch. His cynicism stung but did not dissuade me. I left him hunting more sleep and spent the afternoon brushing every smudge from my coat, polishing my claws upon the walnut leg of Lord Melbury's escritoire, and rehearsing phrases in the mirror of the blue drawing-room. At 7:30, when I knew his lordship would be digesting roast beef in the lounge, I glided to the heavy door, tapped politely, and entered. The lounge smelled of cherry tobacco and crackling fire. Lord Melbury sat sunk in a leather wing-back chair, slippered feet upon a footstool, a goblet of brandy glowing beside him. His white hair, of which he was inordinately proud, persisted in 3 disciplined waves above his brow. Behind half-moon spectacles his eyes tracked the progress of the flames. He glanced over the rims. "Evening, Jeeves. Come to warm your whiskers?" I remained at a respectful distance. "If it pleases your lordship, I have a small matter for professional discussion." That raised a bushy brow. Most evenings I spoke only to purr or request a scratch behind the ear. He set aside his newspaper and gestured to the opposite chair. I leapt up, arranged my tail, and met his gaze. "Your lordship is aware," I began, "that James Withers has sadly departed this mortal realm." A shadow flickered across his face. "Indeed. 60 years he served. The castle feels hollow. I share your loss, sir. In times of change, one must look forward with prudence. You require assistance, someone to maintain order, greet visitors, manage errands in town, tidy the accounts perhaps." "Jeeves," he interrupted, "are you suggesting I hire you?" "With all humility, yes. I reside here already, I know the routines, and I would request only modest remuneration, namely, the purchase of a properly fitted bowler hat and a gentleman's walking cane." For several heartbeats he stared at me. Then, most undignified from an aristocrat, he laughed, a deep amused rumble that shook his shoulders and misted his spectacles. I waited in silence. Laughter must run its course like a summer squall. At last he wiped his eyes. "You are, without question, the most enterprising cat I've encountered." "A butler!" He chuckled again, shook his head, and then sobered. "Yet, I confess, the notion has charm. You keep to schedule, you wake me at dawn for breakfast whether I will or no, and you never overcharge for anything. The castle ghosts respect you, or so the maids claim. Perhaps you are the obvious candidate." He raised his brandy, studied the amber. "Very well. The position is yours, under probation, of course." He leaned forward, eyes twinkling. "But mind, a proper butler must master a profound dignity. No chasing dust motes, no leaping onto the mantel. I shall conduct myself with flawless decorum, sir, and will procure your hat and cane at once. You start tomorrow." I inclined my head. Never had victory tasted so sweet. I left the lounge in measured steps, but once beyond the door I bounded down the passage, tail streaming behind me like a banner. Next morning I caught the 8:15 bus to Middlebury Lane. The driver raised an eyebrow. Cats seldom paid fares. I, however, brandished a courteous letter from Lord Melbury authorizing charge to the estate. I sat upright on the worn leather seat, surveying hedgerows whizzing by, planning purchases. At Felix and Fellows, gentlemen's outfitters, a cane of dark mahogany topped with a smooth bone handle caught my eye. I paced the length of the shop, tried its weight, tapped it on oak boards. Satisfied, I allowed the proprietor to wrap it in brown paper and tie it with blue string. Across the street, Miss Portnoy's millinery displayed bonnets, boaters, and several serviceable bowlers. Miss Portnoy herself, a round lady with nimble fingers, took one astonished look at me and confessed she had never crafted headgear for a feline client. I persuaded her with dignified politeness and an advance of 2 sardines from the castle larder. She measured my skull, frowned thoughtfully at my ear placement, produced sketches. We settled upon a design: classic round crown, narrow brim, discreet slits for ears, and a silk band in midnight blue. Furthermore, she agreed to punch tiny ventilation holes cunningly hidden beneath the grosgrain ribbon. The hat would be ready in 1 week. Errands completed, I visited the grocer for his lordship's toothpaste, shaving soap, and Brocream. "The man will insist on it until the resurrection," Cook had remarked. At the chemist I collected tonic for creaky joints. At the stationery shop I purchased a grey ledger. All the while I walked with my new cane tucked beneath an elbow joint. Cats possess elbows, though rarely used for canes, and nodded to townsfolk. Children pointed, wide-eyed, dogs gaped from behind fences. Mrs. Collins, the postmistress, whispered to her friend, "Did you see that cat? Like something out of a picture book." I returned at dusk just as the servants lit hallway sconces. Footman Robert nearly dropped a vase in surprise. I swept past, cane tapping echoes along the gallery, heart swelling. The weeks that followed shaped themselves into a rhythm of contentment. At dawn I patrolled corridors to ensure no tapestry hung crooked. I supervised breakfast, toast properly browned, kippers warmed but not dry, coffee hot. I delivered his lordship's letters and recorded incoming bills in my ledger. Twice a week I went to town, hat perched proudly once Miss Portnoy completed it, and paid those bills with the state funds, always obtaining receipts. I scheduled chimney sweeps, arranged carriage repairs, even interviewed a new parlor maid when Marianne eloped with the gardener. The staff adapted. The castle sang with order once more. Ginger Tom, skulking about the cabbages, grudgingly conceded I had become a success. "You play the part, Jeeves. I'll grant you that. Though you look ridiculous in that hat." I smiled serenely. Envy is green. Tom's fur was orange, yet his eyes bore the slightest tinge of emerald. Years rolled like marbles on polished floors. Seasons whitened the castle's old stone. Children who had poked at me through the gates grew into young parents who lifted their own toddlers to wave. My routine seldom varied. Sunrise rounds, midday errands, afternoon tea laid with precision on a tray of Sheffield silver. Lord Melbury aged gently, though his stride lost length and his silver mane thinned. On his 95th birthday he raised a glass and toasted. "The best butler this family has known, for legs or two," I answered with a glossy purr. I was 10 then, prime age for a castle cat, but time is greedy. At 11 my joints stiffened. At 12 I lost the keen edge of sight in my right eye. At 13 I felt winter in every bone. The hat still fit, but the cane became a crutch rather than an ornament. When I passed Mrs. Evans the housekeeper in the hall she sometimes murmured, "Poor Jeeves," thinking I did not hear. Now we arrive at this evening. Outside, the October wind drones like distant organ pipes. Inside I stand in the butler's pantry, peering into shadowed corners. My cane, my dear first frivolous purchase, has vanished. I tremble in frustration because dinner must be served in 10 minutes. Roast pheasant, Duchess potatoes, carrots glazed with honey. His lordship waits in the dining room. Without my cane my limp worsens. I wobble. I search under the pine dresser, behind polished tins, under the ironing board where Footman Robert left his laces undone. Not there. I hobble through the scullery, scanning tiles, calling under my breath. The ache in my hips spreads like dull fire. At last I realize the truth. I placed the cane beside his lordship's chair earlier, lest he need to steady himself. The moment it left my paw it became invisible to memory. Such lapses chill me. They speak of age, of slipping mastery. I lean against the wall and suddenly imagine another figure, sleek and eager, stepping into my empty paw prints. A younger cat perhaps, or a sprightly terrier, or even a badger in gloves, ready to announce visitors. The thought both saddens and amuses me. Would Lord Melbury accept a badger butler? Stranger things have happened under this roof. Resolute, I cross the hall unaided. Doors loom like cliffs. I push the dining room handle with my shoulder. The long table gleams. Silver domes reflect candlelight. His lordship sits at the head, thin hands folded. My cane rests by his side, quite forgotten. He turns as I enter, concern flickering. "Jeeves, you are limping badly. You should sit." "A butler stands, sir," I answer with a smile. But my voice wavers. He rises slowly, takes my cane, and offers it. His hand lingers on my head, stroking between the ears. My faithful friend, he whispers. Perhaps we both need rest. Perhaps indeed. Yet duties call, pour wine, carve pheasant, keep watch through the night. Tomorrow I shall search the castle for an apprentice, some eager soul to polish the silver and memorize the cellars. Until that day, I remain Jeeves, the butler born in a black coat and white bib, walking cane firm beneath a stiffening paw, bowler hat hanging in the vestibule, ready for morning errands. A servant's life never truly ends, it only trades hands, or paws, when the time is right.